and bigger data center. At the European level, 200 billion euros have been committed with the arrival of the Alice Lecoq exascale supercomputer, key component of our AI factory ambition shared with Netherlands and Greece, and we share the computer with them. Models, infrastructures, talents. India trains hundreds of thousands of AI engineers every year. With 500,000 engineers, India has the second largest developer community in the world. In France, we are doubling the number of AI scientists and engineers trained, and we've now more than 1,100 AI startups thriving in France, creating dozens, thousands of jobs. Harmattan AI partnering with Dassault, Gradium for voice AI, Poolside, Ash, Hugging Face. I could quote a series of these unicorns and large caps, and this is clearly one of our strengths. In quantum computing, the next frontier, France is not placing one bet. We are placing four technologies. 4 French companies, Pascal, Pandela, Alice and Bob, Quobly, and one ambition, to make Europe a quantum power, which is also the ambition of AMI Labs, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, from our dear Yann Lequin for Frontier Research. The smartest AI is not the most expensive. It is the one built by the best people and for the right purpose. Models, infrastructure, talents, capital, and adoption. This is where the Indian model is truly revolutionary, providing solutions for everyone in the country. From 200 million of Indian farmers in their own dialect, to travel advice for 400 million of pilgrims, or AI diagnostics for rural clinics, all running on India's digital public infrastructure. Open rails, near zero cost, adoption is key, and being inclusive is key. In Europe, our AI factories optimize energy grids, transform logistics, reinvent healthcare administration, and we are proving you can build a competitive AI industry while protecting your citizens' data. And opposite to what some misinformed friends have been saying, Europe is not blindly focused on regulation. Europe is a space for innovation and investment, but it is a safe space. And safe spaces win in the long run. I'm sure of that. Now, the point of this summit was not only to say, let's do more. It was to say, let's do better together. AI may be a powerful accelerator of productivity and a major shift for labor markets. This is why access to AI for all is critical. France and India share a common vision, a sovereign AI used to protect our planet and to foster prosperity for all. In health, we launched the Indo-French Institute for AI in Health, a partnership between Sorbonne's Brain Institute and AIIMS Delhi, and the partnership between Ash and St. John's Research Institute in Bangalore will use AI to transform hospital administration as well. In language, we jointly launched Current AI for sustainable and sovereign AI access. And this year, we announced an open hardware tool for translation into Indian languages and dialects, because AI that doesn't understand dialects is not AI for all. And this is why we do endorse this initiative for diversity in language. In sustainability, our Coalition for Sustainable AI now has more than 200 supporters. Today, with India and UNESCO, we launch an international challenge for sustainable AI models. Last year in Paris, we called it action. This year in Delhi, we call it impact. But the real name is simpler, AI together. AI and digitalization will be a key theme for the months to come. And the key theme of the Africa Forward Summit we will co-host with Kenya in Nairobi in May. The continent, the African continent, with the youngest population that will double in 25 years, deserves the best digital tools. And at a time when tensions are rising, there is an increased sense of urgency to direct all our digital tools towards this inclusive approach. And in order, indeed, to be strong here in India, but to be strong as well on the African continent. And let's focus all together towards bridging rather than dividing, creating rather than destroying, sharing rather than taking. France intends to use its G7 presidency to foster that vision. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, that India will do the same through your BRICS presidency. No country is bound to serve only as a market where foreign companies sell their models and download their citizens' data. No country. One of our G7 priorities will be as well children's protection against AI and digital abuse. You just mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General. There is no reason our children should be exposed online to what is legally forbidden in the real world. Our platforms, governments and regulators should be working together to make internet and social media a safe space. This is why, in France, we are embarking on a process to ban social networks for children under 15 years old. And we are committed here in this journey with a lot of several European countries being present here today. Greece, Spain. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you will join this club. And this is a great news that India will join such an approach in order to protect children and teenagers. And we stand ready to take all necessary actions to ensure that our young citizens are truly safe, and wish to engage with all willing partners to make this vision happen for all. And this is a new coalition of willings in order to protect our children and teenagers. Protecting our children is not regulation as well. It is civilization. To conclude, the message I have come to convey is that we are determined to continue to shape the rules of the game. And to do with our allies, such as India, because we believe in core shared values, science, rule of law, global balance, efficient multilateralism, innovation for the benefit of all. Now is the time to channel our forces toward what works. Concrete action and solutions that make AI more sustainable, efficient, and accessible. Targeted funding to leverage talents and creativity. Appropriate rules to prevent abuse and protect all our citizens. Strong partnerships that help build new AI solutions, more safe and more sustainable. I want to thank all the governments and business leaders present in this room and engaged in this journey. I know your goodwill and now your commitment in order to deliver these concrete results. We do believe in innovation, but we do believe in a better place, in a better world as well. And I don't believe one second it's incompatible. And let me say one more thing about partnerships, because this is not a two-player game. Last week, India and the UAE announced a joint AI partnership, a supercomputing cluster, shared data centers and innovation corridor. And India brings the engineers and the frugal models, and the Gulf brings the capital and the infrastructure. And together, they build faster than either could alone. France knows this equation well. With UAE, we engaged and they committed billions of euros for innovation and data centers in our country, and this partnership creates more value together. This is not dependency. This is intelligent convergence between governments, with companies, large caps, startups. And this is clearly this intelligent convergence which can provide results. The old world said you compete or you lose. The new world says you connect or you fall behind. And I started with a story about a street vendor in Mumbai. 10 years ago, The world told India that 1.4 billion people could not be brought into the digital economy. India proved them wrong. Today, some say AI is a game only the biggest can play, that you need $400 billion to be in the race, that nothing can exist between the two blocks, India, France, Europe, together with our partners, those who believe in our approach. Companies, governments, investors might have a different way. The money race is important and we cannot discount it. But the outcomes and real value creation for our population is even more. The future of AI will be built by those who combine innovation and responsibility, technology with humanity. And India and France will help to shape this future together. And the journey has just begun. Jai Ho. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, for your visionary address and for strengthening the spirit of international cooperation in shaping the AI-powered future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, to announce the New Delhi Frontier AI commitments.
Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished global leaders, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, and the young friends. Today, it gives me great pleasure to announce a significant outcome of the India AI Impact Summit, the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments. Today, leading frontier AI companies, along with India's own innovators, such as Sarvam, Bharat, Gyani, and Socket, have come together to make a set of voluntary commitments that reflect a shared vision for inclusive and responsible AI. Can we have the commitments displayed? Yes. These are two significant commitments. First, advancing understanding of real-world AI usage through anonymized and aggregated insights to support evidence-based policymaking on jobs, skills, and economic transformation. The second is strengthening multilingual and contextual evaluations of AI systems to ensure that AI works effectively across languages, cultures, and real-world use cases, especially in the Global South. Together, these efforts mark an important step towards shaping AI that is not only powerful, but also inclusive, development-oriented, and globally relevant. This initiative positions India at the forefront of building a global South-led perspective on AI governance, one that balances innovation with equity and real-world impact. I now invite the distinguished leaders of these organizations to kindly join us on the stage for this announcement. Sundar, Sam, Dario, Brad, Alexander, Joel, David, Andrew, Pratyush, Ganesh, Abhishek, and Bharat. Guys. I now invite Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, to join the leaders in this major commitment out of the AI Impact Summit. Thank you, tech leaders. Friends, the leader who gave this vision to the world, I now invite Honorable Prime Minister for your inaugural address. Give a big round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, delegates, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्ते। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और ऐतिहासिक एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। ये समिट जिस भारत में हो रही है, वो भारत 1/6 ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी का देश है, सबसे बड़े टेक टैलेंट पूल का केंद्र है, सबसे बड़े टेक एनेबल्ड इकोसिस्टम का उदाहरण है। भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाता भी है और उसे अभूतपूर्व तेजी से अपनाता भी है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति उत्सुक 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से मैं आप सभी हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के लीडर्स और इनोवेटर्स का इस समिट में स्वागत करता हूं, आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस समिट का भारत में होना भारत के साथ ही पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए गर्व का विषय है। इस समिट में एआई जगत के हुज हू यहां पर मौजूद है। दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, दुनिया के कोने कोने से यहां आए महानुभाव इसकी सफलता को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा रहे हैं। इसमें यंग जनरेशन की जो उपस्थिति हमने देखी है, वो एक नया विश्वास पैदा करती है। आमतौर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कुछ लोगों में शुरुआती में संदेह होता है, लेकिन जिस तेजी और भरोसे के साथ दुनिया की युवा पीढ़ी एआई को स्वीकार कर रही है, उसकी ओनरशिप ले रही है, एआई का इस्तेमाल कर रही है, वो अभूतपूर्व है। यहां एआई समिट की एग्जीबिशन को लेकर भी बहुत उत्साह रहा है। खासकर यंग टैलेंट बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आया है। एग्रीकल्चर, सिक्योरिटी, दिव्यांगजनों की मदद, मल्टीलिंगुअल पॉपुलेशन की तमाम जरूरतों से जुड़े जो भी सॉल्यूशंस यहां प्रेजेंट किए गए हैं, वो इस फील्ड में मेड इन इंडिया की ताकत और भारत की इनोवेटिव कैपेबिलिटीज का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, मानव इतिहास में हर कुछ शताब्दियों के बाद एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है और वो टर्निंग पॉइंट सभ्यता की दिशा रीसेट करता है और वहीं से विकास की रफ्तार बदलती है। सोचने, समझने और काम करने के पैराडाइम बदलते हैं और दिलचस्प बात यह है, जब हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के उस दौर में होते हैं तब उसके वास्तविक इंपैक्ट का अंदाजा भी नहीं होता। जब पत्थरों से पहली बार स्पार्क निकला, किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि वही चिंगारी सिविलाइजेशनल की फाउंडेशन बनेगी। जब बोली को पहली बार लिपि में बदला गया, किसी ने नहीं जाना था कि रिटन नॉलेज फ्यूचर सिस्टम की बैकबोन बनेगी। जब पहली बार सिग्नल्स को वायरलेस ट्रांसमिट किया गया, किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि एक दिन पूरी दुनिया रियल टाइम में कनेक्ट होगी। साथियों, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मानव इतिहास का ऐसा ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, जो प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो इसके इंपैक्ट का सिर्फ प्रारंभिक संकेत है। एआई मशीनों को इंटेलिजेंट बना रही है, लेकिन उससे भी अधिक मानव सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा रही है। अंतर सिर्फ एक है, इस बार स्पीड भी अभूतपूर्व है और स्केल भी अप्रत्याशित है। पहले टेक्नोलॉजी का इंपैक्ट दिखने में दशकों लगते थे। आज मशीन लर्निंग से लर्निंग मशीन तक का सफर तेज भी है, गहरा भी है, व्यापक भी है। इसलिए हमें विजन भी बड़ा रखना है और जिम्मेदारी भी उतनी ही बड़ी निभानी है। वर्तमान पीढ़ी के साथ ही हमें इस बात की भी चिंता करनी है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हाथों में हम एआई का क्या स्वरूप सौंप कर जाएंगे। इसलिए आज असली प्रश्न यह नहीं कि भविष्य में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर सकती है। प्रश्न यह है कि वर्तमान में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ क्या करते हैं। ऐसे प्रश्न मानवता के सामने पहले भी आए हैं। सबसे सशक्त उदाहरण है न्यूक्लियर पावर। हमने उसका डिस्ट्रक्शन भी देखा है और सकारात्मक कंट्रीब्यूशन भी देखा है। एआई भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पावर है। दिशाहीन हुई तो डिसरप्शन, सही दिशा मिली तो सॉल्यूशन। एआई को मशीन सेंट्रिक से ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक कैसे बनाएं, संवेदनशील और उत्तरदायी कैसे बनाएं, यही इस ग्लोबल एआई इंपैक्ट समिट का मूल उद्देश्य है। साथियों, भारत एआई को किस दृष्टि से देखता है, उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिबिंब इस समिट की थीम में है। सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, वेलफेयर फॉर ऑल, हैप्पीनेस ऑफ ऑल। यही हमारा बेंचमार्क है। एआई के लिए इंसान सिर्फ डेटा पॉइंट न बन जाए, इंसान सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल तक सीमित न रह जाए, इसलिए एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना होगा। इसे इंक्लूजन और एम्पावरमेंट का माध्यम बनाना होगा, और विशेष रूप से ग्लोबल साउथ में। साथियों, हमें एआई को ओपन स्काई भी देना है और कमांड भी अपने हाथ में रखना है। जैसे जीपीएस होता है, जीपीएस हमें रास्ता सुझाता है, लेकिन हमें किस डायरेक्शन में जाना है, इसकी फाइनल कॉल हमारी ही होती है। आज हम एआई को जिस दिशा में लेकर जाएंगे, वैसा ही हमारा भविष्य तय होगा। साथियों, आज न्यू दिल्ली एआई इंपैक्ट समिट में मैं एआई के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है एम, मोरल एंड एथिकल सिस्टम्स, यानी एआई एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। ए, अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। एंड नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी, यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। ए, एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी एआई मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। वी, वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी एआई लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। भारत का ये मानव विजन 21वीं सदी की एआई आधारित दुनिया में मानवता के कल्याण की अहम कड़ी बनेगा। साथियों, दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई, तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब्स बनेगी। यही बात एआई में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। एआई का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा। मैं समझता हूं हमारे लिए फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये ह्यूमंस और इंटेलिजेंट सिस्टम्स के साथ मिलकर काम करने का युग है। वी आर एंटरिंग एन एरा where humans and intelligent systems co-create, co-work and co-evolve. एआई हमारे काम को और अधिक स्मार्ट, एफिशिएंट और इंपैक्टफुल बनाएगा। हम बेहतर डिजाइन करेंगे, तेज बिल्ड करेंगे और बेहतर डिसीजन ले सकेंगे। इससे और ज्यादा लोगों को हायर वैल्यू, क्रिएटिव और मीनिंगफुल रोल्स भी मिलेंगे। ये इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और न्यू इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए बड़ा मौका है। इसलिए हमें स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग और लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग को मास मूवमेंट बनाना होगा। साथियों, फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क इंक्लूसिव, ट्रस्टेड और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक होगा। अगर हम मिलकर आगे बढ़ें तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पूरी मानवता की क्षमता को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगी। साथियों, कहा जाता है सनलाइट इज द बेस्ट डिसइंफेक्टेड, यानी पारदर्शिता ही सबसे बड़ी सुरक्षा है। कुछ देश और कंपनियां मानती है कि एआई एक स्ट्रैटेजिक एसेट है, इसलिए इसे कॉन्फिडेंशियल तरीके से डेवलप किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन भारत की सोच अलग है। हम मानते हैं कि एआई जैसी तकनीक तभी दुनिया के लिए लाभकारी होगी जब उसे शेयर किया जाएगा, जब कोड ओपन होंगे और शेयर किए जाएंगे, तभी हमारे मिलियंस ऑफ यंग माइंड्स उन्हें बेहतर और सुरक्षित बना पाएंगे। इसलिए आइए हम ये संकल्प लें कि एआई को ग्लोबल कॉमन गुड के रूप में विकसित किया जाएगा। साथियों, आज की एक बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने की भी है। डीप फेक्स और फैब्रिकेटेड कंटेंट ओपन सोसाइटीज में अस्थिरता ला रहे हैं। फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में हम फूड पर न्यूट्रिशन लेबल्स देखते हैं ताकि हमें पता हो कि हम क्या खा रहे हैं। ठीक उसी तरह डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में कंटेंट पर भी ऑथेंटिसिटी लेबल्स होने चाहिए ताकि लोगों को पता हो कि क्या असली है और क्या एआई से बनाया गया है। जैसे जैसे एआई ज्यादा टेक्स्ट, इमेजेस और वीडियोज बना रहा है, वैसे वैसे इंडस्ट्री में वाटरमार्किंग और क्लियर सोर्स स्टैंडर्ड्स की जरूरत बढ़ती जा रही है। इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि ये विश्वास टेक्नोलॉजी में शुरू से बिल्ट इन हो। साथियों, हमें चिल्ड्रन सेफ्टी के प्रति और अधिक सजग होना होगा। जैसे स्कूल का सिलेबस क्यूरेटेड होता है, वैसे ही एआई स्पेस भी चाइल्ड सेफ और फैमिली गाइडेड होना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, आज दुनिया में दो तरह के लोग हैं। एक, जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, वो हमेशा वैसी बात करते हैं। ऐसे लोग जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, और दूसरे वो जिन्हें एआई में भाग्य दिखता है। और साथियों, मैं जिम्मेवारी के साथ कहता हूं, गर्व के साथ कहता हूं, हमें भय नहीं, भारत को एआई में भाग्य दिखता है, भारत को एआई में भविष्य दिखता है। हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, एनर्जी कैपेसिटी भी है और पॉलिसी क्लैरिटी भी है। और मुझे आपको ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि इस समिट में 3 भारतीय कंपनियों ने अपने एआई मॉडल्स और एप्स लॉन्च किए हैं। ये मॉडल्स हमारे यूथ के टैलेंट को दिखाते हैं और भारत जो सॉल्यूशंस दे रहा है उसकी डेप्थ और डाइवर्सिटी का भी प्रतिबिंब है। साथियों, भारत सेमीकंडक्टर और चिप मेकिंग से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक एक रिजिलिएंट इकोसिस्टम बना रहा है। सिक्योर डेटा सेंटर्स, मजबूत आईटी बैकबोन, डायनेमिक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत को एफोर्डेबल, स्केलेबल और सिक्योर एआई सॉल्यूशंस का नेचुरल हब बनाते हैं। भारत के पास डाइवर्सिटी भी है, डेमोग्राफी भी है और डेमोक्रेसी भी है। जो एआई मॉडल भारत में सक्सीड करता है वो ग्लोबली डिप्लॉय हो सकता है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूं, डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया, डिलीवर टू द वर्ल्ड, डिलीवर टू ह्यूमैनिटी। एक बार फिर आप सभी को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your guiding words. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, is a visionary leader who envisions that progress should uplift every citizen and leave no one behind. And reflecting his vision, the address of the Honorable Prime Minister was presented in sign language live through artificial intelligence, marking a significant step towards accessibility and inclusivity. Guided by the 3 pillars of people, planet and progress, from the timeless principle of Sarvajan Hitai, Sarvajan Sukhai, to the vision of sovereign AI and AI sovereignty, India's approach is impact-oriented and people-centric. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, including His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, and to all the global leaders, speakers, and delegates for their august presence. Thank you all for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, from India's perspective, India's development journey in AI is focused on development of AI for the global south, from limited ownership of AI to inclusive participation. That's India's approach to AI. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence has reaffirmed our...
तो आपने समुद्र
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
अब आया असली स्वाद।
जब स्वाद के पड़े हो लाले तो MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला डालें। MDH का चंकी चाट मसाला।
MDH।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में प्रदूषण रहित देवी बसों के जरिए राजधानी के हर कोने तक पहुंच बढ़ाने में जुटी है दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार। दिल्ली का हर सपना होगा साकार।
3400 ईवी बसें हम दिल्ली की परिवहन व्यवस्था में जोड़ चुके हैं।
इलेक्ट्रिक बसें बढ़ा रही हैं अंतिम मील कनेक्टिविटी। महिलाओं के लिए पिंक सीटें होती हैं आरक्षित। पैनिक बटन और सीसीटीवी कैमरों से यात्रा होती है सुरक्षित।
अच्छी है बस भी, बस की क्वालिटी सब कुछ अच्छा है।
देवी बस की सर्विस भी बहुत बढ़िया है, सही सफर कर लेता हूँ मैं।
पूरा होगा आसान सफर का वादा, प्रदूषण कम करने का इरादा।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
लाल रंग इसका अपार, तीखा कम है फिर भी स्वाद। बेमिसाल बेमिसाल MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH कश्मीरी।
MDH
जो भी पके
ऐसा पके,
जहाँ भी हो जो
खींचा चलाए।
पिसी बिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच। MDH।
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां, माता और बहनों की गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी। किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप एक वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
Welcome back. You are watching Newsx and I'm Medha. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just addressed the AI Impact Summit at the Bharat Mandapam. We saw the French President Macron as well as Alphabet and Google CEO Sundar Pichai and Tata Group Chairman N. Chandrasekharan as well delivering their address. In his speech, Prime Minister Modi highlighted India's strength in demography, democracy and diversity that will help AI companies build in India and deliver to the world. Another major focus was on safety. Prime Minister Modi stressed the importance of safety of AI and choosing the right path forward for our future generations and democratizing AI, bringing in transparency for the global good. Joining me on the broadcast is Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava, Foreign Affairs expert, Mr. Swapnil Saurav, AI expert, Dr. Kunal Behrani, Chairman and Group Director, Neurology at Yatharth Hospitals, as well as Mr. Rohan Gunaratna, Foreign Affairs expert. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with us on the broadcast. My first question to you, sir, Mr. Sanjeev Srivastava, sir. Now, the Prime Minister has, of course, talked about, he has hailed India's growth in AI, and he has also talked about, some of the dangers that also persist with AI. He talked about deep fakes as well while he was addressing the audience at Bharat Mandapam. Sir, how do you see this summit that India is hosting? How significant is it for our country, sir?
Well, first of all, a very good morning to you. Good morning to my distinguished fellow panelists and to all the viewers. This is a historic day, a great day of pride for the entire our nation, that we are hosting the biggest artificial intelligence summit thus far, which has happened on our planet. And obviously, in this summit, our focus is on impact of artificial intelligence. Earlier summits, which were held in the UK and France and South Korea, the various deliberations which had gone on there were more focused on risks and how to enhance the AI commitments of the countries and risk mitigation, etc. But now the focus has really shifted. And now we are discussing that how this artificial intelligence is going to be impacting on various key sectors of our human life, whether it is healthcare or education or agriculture or several other critical sectors and domains. How AI is going to shape those and critical domains of the human civilization. Real focus this summit, and how it is going to be impacting all of our lives. And certainly at this point of time, when we are discussing the uses of artificial intelligence, we had to always keep in mind that this enormously significant technology which the human civilization has evolved remains human-centric. And that is where Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and the guidance which he has given through his speech becomes very, very important. The kind of vision he has put forward, Mano vision. This entire technology should be human-centric, moral and ethical values must guide it, and also it should be all-encompassing. Everyone should be benefiting, whether rich and poor, whether the countries of the global south or the developing countries or the developed countries, all should harness the true potential of this artificial intelligence for betterment of our lives, for our happiness. And that is why the vision of this summit has been given with this timeless wisdom, Sarvajan Hitay, Sarvajan Sukhai. Happiness for all and good for all. So in my assessment, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's address in particular and address by the other world leaders which they gave in this summit gives a very clear guidance and direction to the entire planet that artificial intelligence which has come here between all of us to stay, and it is just a beginning of this enormously incredible journey which we are going to be witnessing in years and decades ahead, should always remain human-centric. And you know, as you have asked this question, that whether it should be treated as a concern too, I believe that if it is not used fully and the wisdom is not exercised, and it goes beyond the human control and human wisdom and human regulation, it could turn out to be a disaster also. But having said that, I would say that I'm very much optimistic and much confident this artificial intelligence technology, which has been developed by the human beings only, will and shall remain under the and human being, and it shall remain human-centric only, because it is if it goes beyond the human control and human centric approach is not exercised, then obviously it might create existential crisis, as our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has compared it with the nuclear technology. If nuclear technology is used wisely, it could be obviously it is a big, enormously beneficial for the entire humanity. But the same nuclear technology, if it is used unwisely, negatively, then it could cause existential crisis for the entire planet. So similarly, the artificial intelligence is similarly a very, very enormously enormous potential which it has. If it is used properly and wisely, then I think it will be very, very good for the future of the world, entire community, international community. But obviously, if it is not, then consequences will be disastrous. So I think the summit is very important, and Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has clearly highlighted that why we are organizing this summit. Because it has to be human-centric. It has to be inclusive. It should not remain confined to the only few and rich and developed nations of the world. It should go all across. It should go to the global south. It should go to all the continents. It should go to everybody, rich, middle class, poor. So I think this is the approach and the vision with which India is approaching this summit. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is our motto. And I must say, at the end of my answer to your question, that India's vision for AI too is Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We are leading this artificial intelligence revolution, and with the vision that it has to reach to everybody, whether it is rich and poor, whether it is developing, as I said, or the countries of the global south, middle and low and middle income countries. So I think this vision has come out very clearly in the speech of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and all world leaders, and I think it's a great day of pride for our entire nation.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. With that, I would like to go across to Mr. Akash Jindal, who is an economist. Sir, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being with us today. Sir, this massive AI summit that's taking place in India, the first time in the global south. You know, a lot of tech giants have converged in New Delhi to take place in this AI summit, sir, and have also announced a massive investments into India's AI infrastructure that totals you know, more than $1 billion. Microsoft has announced $17.5 billion, and you know, all of these companies, these tech giants are looking towards India, sir, as perhaps the next growth engine when it comes to artificial intelligence rather. Sir, in your opinion, how you know, how necessary, how significant are these massive investments that these tech companies are making into India, and going forward, what do they signify? Do they mean that these tech giants are now looking towards India as the next growth engine when it comes to artificial intelligence?
For India as growth engine, yes, I totally endorse you, my dear friend. India is the growth engine of the world, not only as far as artificial intelligence is concerned, but the entire global growth. India is acting as a catalyst, as a growth engine, and our figures clearly reflect so. See, we have already showcased, exhibited categorically to the world where the global economy is going through a slowdown. We have shown 8.2% GDP growth. That's the last declared GDP growth, whereas we have seen our nation, our comparable nations, peer groups, they're performing much lesser, much poorer in comparison with us. Country like US, which is the biggest economy, January to March of 2025, US had negative GDP growth. Now, if you talk about country like Germany, which is the third biggest economy in the entire world, which is Europe's biggest economy, 2023-2024, for entire 2 years, they had negative GDP growth. If you talk about Japan, which was prior to India, the fourth largest economy, Japan, for the same quarter where we have exhibited 8.2% GDP growth, Japan has shown negative GDP growth. China just 4 months ago was suffering from deflation. The prices of things and shops were coming down, and that's not a good sign. That's a bad sign, because people didn't have money to go and buy. So as far as the economy is concerned, India is clearly the growth engine. Now, merging economy is with artificial intelligence is something which is natural, because AI is going to play a very relevant, very vital role in the economic growth of the world. See, I'll take you back to late 90s when India was entering into IT, and then later we entered into BPO. That time we were flirting with IT, but we all know, the entire world knows. I have been talking to my friends in US, 2010, 2020, that decade belongs to Indian IT. Now, Indian IT professionals are being respected in US. We are earning money. They're making decent money. We are earning Forex, and we are a big name in IT and related services. Though artificial intelligence can't be exactly compared with IT, these are two different things up to a certain extent, but I think the same is going to happen with India. The same growth journey, the same revolution which we started flirting with in 90s and ultimately became a huge success story in late 90s. Then from 2000 to 2020, the same thing is going to be repeated in artificial intelligence. Now today, see, it's not Akash Jindal, me, or Akash Jindal who says India is being the fastest growing economy amongst major nations. World Bank says that we would be growing at 7.2% in 2025-26. So artificial intelligence going ahead is going to be play as a huge driver in Indian economic growth. Not only education, not only health, agriculture, in all fields, artificial intelligence is going to be very important, very relevant. And our Prime Minister, I would say, I salute our Prime Minister. Hats off to our Prime Minister. He is a real visionary. Our Prime Minister has got the ability to foresee things, to visualize things, to identify things. And accordingly, he has the political will also. He has got the implementation skill also. When I talk about Prime Minister, what I mean is Prime Minister and his talented team. They have the skills, they have the implementation tools, they have the, political will to implement things, and that is what we are seeing. Because we have already seen in the budget, we have allocated a huge sum to AI. We have already allocated decent sum to AI. So it clearly showcases to the world that we are very serious. and the sort of young and talented professionals we are having, AI is going to become a huge success story in India. Rather, I would say the analysis of my organization Akash.in is that AI is in India. India is going to lead the world. Of course, the risks of AI, if it is not used properly, if it is misused, if some cunning minds get into it, yes, that is an issue. And in any growth engine, we have to see that, because there's always a flip side of all growth engines. That of course has to be seen. That of course has to be analyzed, and we have to be cautious enough that AI contributes to growth only, and AI doesn't fall into wrong hands or is being utilized wrongly by anybody. But AI is going to rule the world. The way things are going, the way we have to compete. Now see, today we are not a small economy. Because of our Prime Minister and his talented team, today we are the 4th largest economy. We'll be soon the 3rd largest economy. Our Prime Minister's vision of us being the 3rd biggest economy and being a $5 trillion US economy, plus by 2047 being a Viksit Bharat. So all those things, AI is going to play a huge role. Because as of now, we know certain spheres, certain areas where AI is relevant. But going ahead, let me tell you, mark my words, AI is going to show the relevance in each and every field, each and every walk of life, each and every field of life, not only in economy and growth, but in socially relevant sectors also. AI is going to play a huge. So this is something which we have to see how we take it forward, how we grow, and the response we had from international diaspora regarding this summit. It has been more than, overwhelming. The sort of global support we have received, the sort of global recognition we have received for this is overwhelming, and the entire world is watching India grow in AI. Of course, US has already made significant progress, but India, with our talented manpower, which is available at viable cost, we are going to, make a huge mark in AI. I would say this summit is going to be a landmark, a watershed moment. The sort of things which are happening here, the way we have projected it, the way we are serious about it, and we have sort of announced to the world that yes, India is going to be a leader in AI. India has showcased to the world that how AI is going to lead India's economic growth and how we are going to be much ahead. I think going ahead, when we talk about 2047, Viksit Bharat, because we have seen already European economies are into stagnation, the growth is very lesser or even into negative. Japan has been struggling with growth. So I think with AI, India is going to go places in the coming years, coming decades.
Sir. All right, sir, I'm requesting you to please stay on with me. With that, let me bring in Mr. Swapnil Saurav, who is an AI expert, into this conversation. So we know now that AI has become omnipresent, and of course, this summit is also taking place in order to advance AI in the world as well. Now the PM has also called for democratizing artificial intelligence as well as making it inclusive. But sir, in your opinion, where do you think, what are some of the sectors perhaps that will be impacted by AI in the next 3 to 5 years? What is some of the difference that artificial intelligence is going to be making in the next few years?
Yeah, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Good morning to you and everyone here. So you very well said in the beginning that it's omnipresent. So you can't imagine any sector for that matter, okay, whether it is media, whether it is, so we generally associate AI with computer technologies, right? But it's going to impact all kinds of industry that we have. Okay, now I always like to give this comparison with when we had Nokia. At one point of time, they were like #1 in terms of in the mobile industry. But what happened? They didn't track how the industry was changing, and today they are not there. So same way, every industry that you talk about on the earth, whether it is healthcare, whether it's media, whether it is education, whether it is like economies of the world, okay, every walks of life will be impacted. Wherever you have data, AI can be implemented, is getting implemented. Now, what we have seen in the past is that the private sectors, the companies actually take on innovation and governments are far behind in terms of coming up with regulations and things like that. AI is a totally different beast. Data travels across the world, within in fraction of seconds. So it's important for government to kind of be on top of the things first, okay, and to make sure that you mentioned in the beginning, right, about deepfakes and things like that. How do we make sure that it's not just government's responsibility, but it's the responsibility of entire corporate in the world? How do you make sure that deepfakes videos don't come up on social media? And many times we have seen like news channels catching up with wrong videos, and later they realized that it was fake, and then they had to apologize it. So the point here I'm trying to make is that every industry that you think about, okay, will be impacted. The point is, how do you want it to get impacted? Do you want your your demand or your the services that you provide or the product that you bring, do you want them to be away from AI or adopt it? And the good companies in the world are adopting it. And I think this is what Government of India, led by our able Prime Minister, is trying to do. Is trying to bring startups, okay, into this picture. He's trying to bring governance into it, right? We say that Indian economies grow without government support, but in fact, this field is where you need a lot of support from government. Then you need collaboration, right? That's why you see it's not just India summit, it's international summit in a way. We have people coming in, and government officials coming in from more than 35, 36 countries. It shows that Government of India has realized that we cannot develop these applications or the AI model just by sitting here in India. We need collaboration. We need to collaborate with, whether it is developed countries like France, or it is other countries in the global south. We have to collaborate. Now, what I see is that we will see that the cost of services would go down. Okay, I'm very hopeful that when AI is adopted, even at 70-80% of scale, the cost of services will go down. We will have more jobs. Now, again, some people say that it's going to lead to job cuts. Definitely not. Of course, everyone who's involved, who wants to be in this industry, have to upscale their knowledge, the skills, the technologies they are using. Because when we go to each and every field, when you are using these technologies for your work, you need people with that skills, right? So it's going to create skills with different domain. Okay, someone who can understand, let's say, healthcare plus the technology, right? I always say in my talks that we should stop thinking domain as separate thing. Okay, we should stop thinking, okay, this is healthcare, this is law, this is technologies. Technology cuts through each and every domain, and every individual who's watching and who wants to stay relevant for next 5 to 10 years, they should adopt AI and look at different applications which it can bring it to the table. So I think every domain, every industry are getting impacted. Okay, some of things we still not clear about, but I'm very hopeful that next 1 or 2 years things will stabilize, and then people will start adopting AI for their day-to-day activities.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. With that, I would like to bring in Ambassador Gauri Shankar, former diplomat, into this conversation. Sir, we've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi hail India's AI growth, and one of the biggest AI summits is also taking place in our country, and Prime Minister Modi has also called for democratizing artificial intelligence, making it inclusive for the world as well, sir. And largely artificial intelligence has been considered as a mainstay of the advanced economies of the world, but India also has pumped in a lot of money when we talk about the India AI mission as well. Sir, in your opinion, do you think that India could act as a bridge between the advanced economies of the world and the global south as a whole?
Morning, everyone. You see, I would like to make 5-6 points on this issue, because this is a very significant issue. First of all, AI is a revolution. It's not some small change. It's like an industrial revolution or digital revolution or technological revolution. AI is going to be a great revolution impacting every aspect of human life. whether it is economy, whether it is social life, whether it is media, education, health, any sector of the life will be impacted by AI. Secondly, any country which is left behind in this race will suffer tremendously, because this is like the industrial revolution. The countries which could not establish new machinery, new production technology, could not innovate, they have been left behind. Similarly, the countries and the people who are not able to adopt AI for their internal domestic use, they will suffer and they will be lost. They will be left behind. Thirdly, the AI summit in Delhi, now it is represented by 118 countries. 20 countries are represented at the level of heads of state or heads of government. So this is something, it is definitely a very large summit representing the entire, I would say globe. And the significance of this is reflected by the very fact that 118 countries have chosen to participate in this summit. Now you also see the big tech companies, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is Google, whether it is Alphabet, whether it is Nvidia, all the high tech companies are participating. A large number of big universities, educational institutions are participating in this summit. They are putting up their stalls, they are explaining what can be done. Some of them have announced huge investments amounting to almost 20 billion US dollars so far for developing this sector. So these are the facts which are taking place on the ground. Now, so far as the India is concerned, India is the 4th largest economy, and we want to become developed economy by 2047. So it is extremely important for India to develop AI in all possible ramifications. It can be used for agricultural development, industrial development, educational innovations, technological innovations. It can be for health services. It can be for digital services. All the sectors, media, every possible domain of human enterprise or human life will be impacted, and we have to look at it. And that is what PM Modi, with his visionary ideas, and he has taken this initiative. I think the companies in India are very enthusiastic. Some of our own large companies, large groups are taking deep interest into this, and they have realized that, like the digital revolution, which was led by India and by PM in 2015, and now we have this QR code everywhere in small village and town. Similarly, the AI will be, used by every small individual in this country, whether it is literate or illiterate. They will all use AI. They will learn the technique very well, and that will become a household name. Now, this is going to be like the digital or computer technology today. And those people who are not able to use it will be left behind. There's no other option at all. So I think that the data processing is becoming so massive. The scale is unbelievable and unimaginable, and the instruments which are being used or the machinery which are used are becoming smaller and smaller. So it is becoming like, in certain ways, the what we call, it's not exactly nanotechnology as yet, but it is going to that area where it would be very, very small. It can be called as quantum, technology, which is transforming the entire life. If I was listening to how it can transform agriculture, what kind of pesticides you can use, what kind of seeds would be required, how the soil can be improved, what kind of irrigation system it would need, all the advice will be given by AI. Similarly, in the industrial sector, how you can improve the product, how the input could be reduced and output could be increased, how you can change the mix of input so that the productivity and effectiveness of the product increases, how you can improve the tools, the machinery of production, how you can change the vehicular traffic and the transport system so that they become less polluting and more effective. So even the environmental issues will also be taken care of. Now the only
Yes, sir.
I would say precaution or challenge is that we have to be careful in its use, a sort of regulatory framework will be required so that it is not misused by the people or by the countries to destroy, some of the gains which we will have through this. For example, deep fake is one example where we are having problems. So the world community will have to come together and develop a model code of conduct for all the nations so that the misuse could be minimized. Over to you.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. With that, I would like to bring in Mr. Rohan Gunaratna, Foreign Affairs expert, into this conversation. Thank you for being with us on the broadcast, sir. How do you assess, sir, this AI Impact Summit that is taking place in New Delhi, considering the fact that approximately 20 world leaders have converged in New Delhi, and also some of the world's tech titans are present here as well, talking about how AI is, a factor of a force for the good of the world, and how, India can be a main pillar when it comes to artificial intelligence.
The greatest benefit from this summit will come to India and to the Indians. India can become a superpower if they harness AI appropriately. And today we have the United States, China, and Russia as the superpowers. But there will be a fourth superpower, which is India, if AI is appropriately harnessed. And of course, Prime Minister Modi gave a very clear vision. I would call it a groundbreaking vision by informing 5 things. One is it should be moral and ethical. Second is there should be accountable governance. And next is there should be national sovereignty, meaning each being the owner of one's data. And next is inclusivity, that is no monopoly, but multiplying knowledge and learning. And finally, it should be valid and legitimate. So I personally believe that this summit is going to benefit India first. And of course, it will benefit the other participants who have come, because Prime Minister Modi has created a vision that is acceptable to the global community. So I think that this summit, the outcome, the impact will create that vision that is vital, not only for India, but for the world. But primarily, its main benefit for India will be the shift from a third world country to a first world country. Thank you.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. I'm also being joined by Dr. Kunal Behrani, who is the Chairman and Group Director, Neurology at Yatharth Hospitals. Welcome to the broadcast, sir. Thank you so much for being with us all this while. Sir, when we talk about medicine as well as artificial intelligence, in your opinion, what exactly is the future of, artificial intelligence, especially when it comes to medicine?
So, good morning. First of all, congratulations to all. To start with, let me start with some facts and figures which we have led by the World Bank and the World Health Organization in 2025. So approximately 4.5 to 4.6 billion people worldwide, over half of the global population, they are lacking the essential health services. And the projected global shortage of over 10 to 11 million healthcare workers will be there by 2030, again a global threat. So with this crisis, global crisis, I would say major sufferer will be the low middle income countries, primarily like India. So what are the challenges with these challenges? How we can mitigate this? By adopting the technology. So I would say that already the AI is transforming the healthcare in many ways. Being a neurologist, I can see the brain scans which we used to read in few minutes, few hours. Now the AI is able to read that scans in just seconds or minutes. We are able to interpret the bone fractures very precisely, hardly in few minutes. There are AI assisted ambulances nowadays which we are using day-to-day practices. there was a study in the Yorkshire where the AI assisted ambulance is able to triage the patients perfectly and very precisely, and able to triage those patients who are able to transport to the hospitals. Apart from these, the AI helps the detecting the epilepsy lesions more precisely, and not only in day-to-day our healthcare practices, but also with the AI assisted tools which we are using day-to-day practices. The technology, for example, the Wish Foundation in India, they leverage the AI powered healthcare services where the doctors used to which able to give the prescriptions to measure of the population, somewhere around 37 to 38 million population. So with all these day-to-day practices which we face challenges initially, now the adopting this AI healthcare, with this AI, we are able to solve very precisely. Apart from this, our day-to-day challenges, they are definitely AI is more assisting in the operationals also, because that again is a major challenge in healthcare. There we have to maintain the records, we have to maintain the systems. So with these AI powered tools, we are able to maintain the health records, we are able to maintain the stats. Now there are AI powered tools, we are able to diagnose diseases very in the early stage, very precisely. You will be surprised to know, by just assessing the signatures, now we can predict the early diagnosis of many diseases like degenerative diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, be it tuberculosis. There are AI assisted X-rays where we are able to predict tuberculosis at a very early stage. So I would say, with AI in the healthcare nowadays, not only the patient orientation, not only the practices which we are doing day to day, but also in the operations, it's a complete transformation which we are able to see nowadays. I would say the healthcare is the last sector among all the sectors which usually adopt all these newer technologies. But again, with this transformation, with this AI in the healthcare, I would say it's a boom. And I think with this summit, again, with so much advancements, I'm very, very sure over a time, the healthcare in our country will adopt AI and it very, very and in a fruitful manner and a very adaptive manner. Thank you.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. Mr. Swapnil Saurav, sir, if I could bring you back into this conversation. So we're seeing that the spotlight of this summit is also on India's AI startups. Numerous startups have showcased their capabilities at this summit as well for the world to see. So in your opinion, what doors and opportunities will this summit, after its conclusion, open for entrepreneurs in the artificial intelligence space, or for people who are vying to actually enter this field?
Yes, okay. So I think there are a couple of points I want to mention here. First, when we talk about AI, of course, we talk about US because most of the companies go there, and if you look at the historically as well, if in India, if you develop a product and you want to go globally, you have to go to US to set up your base, right? Most of the companies have gone there, set up a base just because they want to be global. Second thing is, again, you talk about China and kind of innovation that they do here. So we needed a platform as a startups in India, innovators in India. We needed a platform to showcase to the world that we are no less. Okay, in terms of adopting, in terms of creating applications, in terms of developing, new products. So I think the first main thing is it created a platform. Okay, when people from other countries they visit, when they look at it, and as most of the experts have rightly said that this is the biggest AI event on this planet, right? So the platform. Second thing is the capabilities, right? When they go around and interact with individuals, they can see in one place the kind of impact that we have created. So it gives them the window to expand, go beyond the boundaries. Third thing is the reputation itself, right? Now, when you go to the world and say that we have built a product in India, the kind of reception that you might get may not be as comparable to, let's say, if a US or China based company would come. But this has created a bigger image building, if I can say so, right? So it says that, okay, Indians are capable enough. So even though, let's say, if I go out tomorrow and talk about AI, they will look at me with a respect that, okay, they are from India and they are no less than anybody in the world. the kind of population we have, the kind of education setup that we have, we should be leading this. And a couple of days back, French president did say that Indians lead, but then we lead the global brands, not the Indian brands. This will help us to build our Indian brands. So I think lot of opportunities, okay, lot of exposure, platform, reputation. It also shows that government is with you, right? When PM and the ministers, they come around, it creates some kind of kind of challenges at the venue, but in a way it shows that the entire machinery, entire government is with you. It gives us the confidence to go beyond the boundaries. I think a lot of good things for Indian brands for sure.
All right, sir. Appreciate you sharing those details, those insights with us. With that, I would like to thank all my guests for being with us here on the broadcast. Mr. Sanjeev Srivastav, Mr. Swapnil Saurav, Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, Mr. Rohan Gunaratna and Dr. Kunal Behrani. Thank you to all of you for being with us here and bringing us your insights. All right, so of course now Prime Minister Narendra Modi had talked about artificial intelligence at this inaugural address.
Tech history. A moment when India pledges to make AI one of the driving forces to realize its dream of a Viksit Bharat, the dream of becoming a fully developed nation by 2047, the glorious centenary of our independence. We are deeply honored that our most respected Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, is the guide, philosopher, and leader of this summit. Honorable Minister Shri Vaishnav and his wonderful team deserve full praise for organizing this summit on a grand scale befitting India's ambition. Modi ji's vision of AI-powered Viksit Bharat is also a template for a Viksit Global South. If wisely used, I believe AI can usher in an era of superabundance, a world without poverty, and a future of prosperity for all the 8 billion people on our beautiful planet is now within sight, within reach. Friends, artificial intelligence is not just another technology. For the first time, humans are creating human-like systems that can learn, speak, analyze, move, and produce autonomously. AI is the mantra that powers every yantra or every machine and system to work faster, better, and smarter. I see AI as a modern-day Akshay Patra, the legendary vessel in Mahabharat that provided endless nourishment to all. Likewise, AI offers limitless augmentation in knowledge, efficiency, and productivity. We are only at the dawn of this era. The best of AI is yet to come. Distinguished participants in this summit, today the world is debating a profound question. Will AI concentrate power in the hands of a few, or will it democratize opportunity for all? Do we act as isolated nations or as a united global family? Our polarized world stands at a fork. One path has led to a situation where AI is scarce and expensive, compute is concentrated, data is controlled, and capability is locked behind barriers of capital and geography in the global north. In this dismal scenario, inequality widens between nations, within societies, and across generations. But there is another path, a future where AI is available, affordable, and beneficial to all. As our Prime Minister said, India believes in this second future. Dear friends, from the podium of this summit today, I want to make a bold prediction. India will emerge as one of the greatest AI powers in the world in the 21st century. My confidence is validated by an undeniable truth. In the coming decades, no country in the world can match India's strength in demography, democracy, development, digital infrastructure, data generation, AI harvest. Let me begin, as was said many times this morning, what India has achieved in the past 10 years. First, India is the world's largest mobile data consumer. Nearly 1 billion internet users, data costs among the lowest globally, and in terms of quality, there is no difference between Delhi and the remotest Indian village. Second, Aadhaar, 1.4 billion digital IDs. Third, UPI processes over 12 billion transactions monthly. Fourth, India ranks among the top 3 startup ecosystems with 100,000 startups and 100 plus unicorns. Fifth, India's secure and inclusive digital public infrastructure stack is now being adopted by countries around the globe. Friends, in all humility, I wish to state that Geo, with over 500 million loyal subscribers, was privileged to play a leading role in this transformation across broadband, 4G, 5G, and home connectivity. With equal humility, I would like to announce that Geo will play an even bigger role in India's AI transformation. Today, on behalf of the Reliance Group and Geo Intelligence, I want to make 3 announcements. Announcement 1, Geo connected India to the internet era. Geo will now connect India to the intelligence era. We will deliver intelligence to every citizen, every sector of the economy, and every facet of social development and every service of government. Geo will do so with the same reliability, quality, scale, and extreme affordability that transformed connectivity. India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did the cost of data. Announcement 2. Geo, together with Reliance, will invest 10 lakh crores over the next 7 years, starting this year. This is not speculative investment. It is not for chasing valuation. This is patient, disciplined, nation-building capital designed to create durable economic value and strategic resilience for decades to come. Distinguished participants, the biggest constraint in AI today is not talent or imagination. It is scarcity and high cost of compute. Therefore, here is my third announcement. Geointelligence will build India's sovereign compute infrastructure through 3 bold initiatives. One, gigawatt scale data centers. We already started construction on multi-gigawatt AI-ready data centers at Jamnagar. Over 120 megawatts will come online in the second half of 2026 this year, and a clear path to gigawatt scale compute for training and large scale inference. 2, our green energy advantage. We have an in-house energy advantage with up to 10 gigawatts of ready green power, surplus anchored by solar in both Kutch and Andhra Pradesh. 3, a nationwide edge compute. An edge compute layer deeply integrated with Geo's network will make intelligence responsive, low latency, and affordable, close to where Indians live, learn, and work. From kirana stores to clinics, from classrooms to farms.
My colleagues Brian Thomas and Thomas Porteous have spoken to several tech leaders. Let's take a look.
Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the India AI Impact Summit 2026. This is a flagship by India. And the Prime Minister has been vocal about the fact that how India is being positioned itself in the global AI hub. The Prime Minister also spoke about yesterday how AI is not diminishing jobs but rather redefining jobs. And we are here to show you the different types of halls, the booths that are here in that 4 to 5 days now, that is extended for one more day, where there would be many speakers, 500 sessions, 3,250 speakers would be there, speaking about different issues, talking about AI, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, VR models, digitech, and many more of these. Now we are joined by a very special guest. We will be speaking to him, and this is what we call is Sign Law. So here we will be talking to the founder here, who is Gokul NA. We will be speaking to him, and when we start talking to him, you can get an idea of the fact that there is a AI machine that is here. To all our viewers who are watching us on television, we'll get you the perspective, what it does, how it does, the entire mechanism, the entire process. He'll be explaining to our viewers who are watching us on television right now. Sir, welcome to Newsx.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for covering.
So, very first question again would be, you are a part of the AI Impact Summit. You have a booth here. It is being positioned as India's flagship, to position itself at India in a global AI hub. How do you see this event? You are a part of the summit. How are you liking? How are you liking to be a part of this grand summit?
I think this is one of the largest gathering in the topic of AI that I've actually seen, and the kind of crowd that we've actually seen here. And the most of the ministerial berth also is entirely participating in this place. So I think all head of states, and then that's I think for the first time I've seen so much of power center come around the AI as a topic. Elsewhere it has happened, but that happening in India is one of the first times, and then it's happening here in India. Yeah.
So now talking about Sign Law, what exactly it is to all our viewers who are watching your television? Can explain what Sign Law is and what beautiful machine is here, this entire systematic process here, what it does, how it functions. If you can break us down to what it does, so for our viewers to make an understanding.
Absolutely. Sign Law is short for Cybernetics Laboratory, and we are based out of Bangalore, Whitefield, and then we also have another office in Lausanne. So largely we build what we call as object intuition for robots. Usually robots suffer and AI blocks suffer when they see an unknown object or unfamiliar object. They are blind to unknown and unfamiliar objects, which they are not trained upon. And there is in a practical situation, when you deploy machines in complex scenarios like a manufacturing plant or assembling a car or a mobile phone or a laptop, often you are flooded with a lot of items and situations where they are completely unknown to them, right? Beyond situations, the object in itself, if the position of the object changes, AI struggles to see it as the same object, right?
And also
identify them. So if you cannot identify, they cannot command the robot to do something on top of them, right? So to go and pick them. So you have an identification bottleneck. But a baby does not need to know that any of those objects, it will not know the name of it. It will not know what it is being used for and where to kind of, how to kind of use them and so on and so forth, right? Yet, if you put all of these items in front of it, it will go and just simply figure out how to pick it. It will very clumsily pick it, but it will be able to pick it, put it in his mouth, throw it out, right? So that's, something, absolutely, sure. So let's assume this is an object. So none of these objects the robot has seen before. It does not know what this object is. Like I can also take some of my, let's say, something of this sort, right? So the robot is now trying to understand where to kind of grasp them, how to kind of grasp them, how much force to apply. And instead of crushing it, it just stops half the way down, right? So now from here to this soften object, right? So if I even just put an item like this, right? So that is something that the system would be able to kind of instantaneously figure out how much force to apply and so on and so forth to.
And also, it just brings me to another question itself. Now, this is what it is, the identification is happening, right? It is identifying the product itself. So what is happening? Can you explain it?
Yeah. So what happens is, typically the system should have seen. So if I take this particular object, you would see that there's plenty of colors in it, right? There's plenty of variations and reflections in this, right? So for a robot to be able to understand how to kind of grasp it, right? First thing it needs to know is it cannot understand by color basis, right? It needs to be able to see motion first, right? Then it's supposed to be able to construct 18 different ways of depth, right? Human eye does not see color first, right? The AI always starts with images that sees color, train billions of images on, or millions of images if not, and then go. But like if I give you a coin, for you to find out what's there on top of a coin, you don't take millions of images, right? All you do is slightly tilt, right?
So very seamless, no? Like, because like you mentioned, like we've been also talking off camera about the fact that AI needs to understand. Sometimes it goes very clueless also to identify, needs time to identify some object or something. And if they are not, they might be confused itself. But in your case scenario, you're saying that it does not need to understand the product, but it can actually pick it and, or maybe if understands in a quick.
So I think we need to split the understanding part. We need to understand what understanding means, essentially, right? So even for a human being, after 22 years, we have learned after being an adult and knowing all the context. Knowing the context is different, knowing what this object is different, why to use this is very different, right? For the first time, if you're going and then seeing this in a shop, you won't know what it's used for. You ask, what is this, right? So that's learned context.
But again, you said, no, it's applying pressure in different ways, in the way that it knows that this bottle needs to be, held in a different way.
That's why I'm coming to, right? In spite of that, but what we fundamentally understand is very different, right? A baby doesn't know that it is what object it is, but it knows that it is an object, right? That's the first distinction that you need to do, and then that you can imbibe into a robot system to be able to build more and more learnable cues. So that's basically we're building a teachable robot, right? So that's what comes about. Today you don't have a teachable robot. You're just taking pictures from somewhere and then people typing things in the internet and then trying to make a AI model that's trying to learn all of it, right? But what does it mean for it to go and touch an object that it actually saw in a picture, right? If I show you this item, if I show it, you already feel that it is soft, right? If I show that in a picture to a robot system, will it know that how soft it will be, how much force to apply, and so on and so forth? That seem to be a very inherent capability for a human being, right? That's something, we are born with that ability. And that's the thing that we actually imitate. A portion of the brain has been actually brought into the system, what we call as the first 4 layers of neurons in the human vision system. And that's what comes about here. So we also have partnered with IISc to build some of the neural blocks from scratch. So once we build that, it becomes much more AI savvy and AI friendly than starting with the traditional way of AI. So we are building some portions of artificial intelligence from scratch from the front. So
thank you so much, sir. It was so nice talking to you. Thank you. So clearly, viewers, what we spoke to him, the founder of Signlaw, he clearly spoke about the innovation itself here and what it brings to the table. The entire innovation is what we are showing you, what it speaks, how beautiful it looks, how grand it looks, and this is our attempt. And we will be doing many such reports, many such interviews of this sort, so you get an understanding what we are bringing to the table, what these AI leaders are bringing to the table. This is me, Brian Andy Thomas, signing your camera person Setu for Newsx, Delhi.
Convened by Prime Minister Sunak at Bletchley Park in the UK. It's become an incredibly important convening point for international dialogue and hopefully cooperation in the future over the future of AI. When we started DeepMind in 2010, almost nobody was working on AI in industry. It was just a dream. And it's been incredible to see how in the last 15 years, where we've come from the beginnings, those humble beginnings, to now where we are today, where the whole world is talking about AI. The reason I spent my whole career working on AI is I always believed it would be one of the most important and beneficial technologies ever invented. And for me, my passion is to advance scientific discovery. And I always felt that AI would be the ultimate tool for accelerating scientific discovery and being a force multiplier for human ingenuity. From a very young age, I've been obsessed with the Greek questions of science, the nature of reality, the nature of consciousness, these deep mysteries that are in the universe. And I think AI can help us find answers to these questions that we've pondered over for thousands of years. We're already starting to see the beginnings of this with systems like AlphaFold that we built to solve the 50-year grand challenge of protein folding. And we hope that this will just be the first example of amazing advances in science and medicine that have been enabled by AI. And we and others are working on many other branches of science now to bring AI tools to help advance material science, fusion, physics, and mathematics. In fact, almost every branch of science and medicine can be impacted by AI. And now in 2026, we're another threshold moment where AGI, artificial general intelligence, is on the horizon, maybe within the next 5 years. And we're seeing these general purpose systems, foundational model systems, becoming increasingly capable almost week by week. So this is obviously an amazing opportunity that we should all grasp, economic and productivity, as well as in the sciences. But it's also something that we have to approach with humility and understanding that we don't have all the answers yet as to how this technology is going to develop and to be deployed into the world. I've been really impressed with what I've seen in India. I spent some time prior to the summit in Bangalore. We have a really big office there, Google and DeepMind, a great research office where we do some really critical research that we then bring to our products and our technologies around the world in areas like efficient models, continual learning, and multilingual capabilities. I also had time to give a talk at the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore, and I was incredibly impressed by the students and the faculty there, their enthusiasm and their energy for AI, and their ideas for how to use AI to improve India standing in the world, and to also seize all the new economic opportunities and scientific opportunities that AI opens up. It was incredibly impressive to see the energy around the country. And I think that India will indeed be a powerhouse for AI across the globe. We have many partnerships. Sundar, you heard Sundar announce many Google partnerships that we have with India. I'm especially proud of our deep partnership with Mr. Ambani and the Reliance Jio group to bring intelligence to everyone in India with our Gemini foundation models in partnership with Reliance. So we hope to build on that in the next few years. So if I was to try and quantify what's coming down the line with the advent of AGI, I think it's going to be one of the most momentous periods in human history, probably something more like the advent of fire or electricity. One way maybe we can quantify that is, I think it's going to be something like 10 times the impact of the Industrial Revolution, but happening at 10 times the speed, probably unfolding in a matter of a decade rather than a century. So really, this is an enormous amount of change is going to come, and it's still to be written how we can make that beneficial for the whole world. And I think the main way we should try to do this is by taking a scientific approach, using the scientific method to understand what the capabilities of these systems are, to build good guardrails and monitoring systems, to understand more deeply what these systems are capable of and how we can make sure that they serve the purposes that we want. And then, of course, simultaneously, we also have to be bold to grasp these new opportunities to advance science and medicine and to improve human health and the human condition that society and the globe badly needs. So I think we've got to try and navigate this moment very carefully, very thoughtfully. And if we do so, I'm very optimistic that we'll usher in a great new era. But of course, this can't just be left to technologists, and that's why summits like this are really important, to bring together all parts of society, the technologists that are building it, the scientists that are building it, governments and how to deploy it for the best use of their citizens, but also artists, social scientists, and philosophers. We need to bring all of these debates into the tent to understand how we should navigate this next period in human history. And I think summits like this, international summits like this, are critical to encourage this kind of international dialogue and cooperation. And if we get this right, these next steps right, I think we can usher in a new golden era of scientific discovery and improve the...
Prime Minister Modi has just addressed the AI Impact Summit at the Bharat Mandapam. We saw the French President Macron as well as Alphabet and Google CEO Sundar Pichai and Tata Group Chairman N. Chandrasekaran as well, delivering their address. In his speech, PM Modi highlighted India's strength in democracy and diversity. that will help AI companies build in India and deliver to the world. Another major focus was on safety. Prime Minister Modi stressed the importance of safety of AI and choosing the right path forward for our future generations and democratizing artificial intelligence, bringing in transparency for the global good. Now with that, let us in fact take a look at how the global media is reacting to this AI summit that is taking place in New Delhi. First, we have British media. Reuters is saying that India's AI push gets $2 billion boost from Yota's NVIDIA investment. Let me quote the excerpts from this article, wherein it says that India's Yota Data Services will spend over $2 billion on NVIDIA's latest chips to set up an AI computing hub as it prepares to float its shares, which is going to be delivering a big boost to our country's fledgling AI drive. Additionally, the company is also aiming to raise up to $1.2 billion from investors to fund its expansion ahead of an initial IPO, potentially due to happen as soon as this year. Alright, so here we have Reuters actually talking about how an Indian AI company, Yota Data Services, will be spending $2 billion on an NVIDIA's chips to set up an AI computing hub within the country. It's also talking about how this move comes amid this AI summit, and also it's going to deliver a boost to our country's fledgling AI drive. Now remember, across 20 world leaders have converged in New Delhi to take part in this AI summit. Additionally, we have the British Broadcasting Corporation, BBC, again from the UK, saying that India steps into the AI spotlight. It has also said that, quoting, it has said that Delhi is hosting an artificial intelligence summit with politicians, tech executives from more than 20 different countries convening in India to discuss how AI could reshape economies and regulation, and tech executives from more than 20 different countries to discuss how AI could reshape economies as well as regulation. So again, the main focus being on economies as well as being on AI as well as the regulation of artificial intelligence. We have now the Wall Street Journal from the United States is saying that with a frugal AI strategy, India offers blueprint for the developing world. To quote it, it has said that the world's most populous country is looking at how it can become an AI power without breaking the bank, again signifying that how India can pull off on the same scale what other countries spend billions on. We also have it saying that for India's government, Adalat AI is a demonstration of the country's AI strategy in action. At the global summit in New Delhi this week, India will promote its approach of developing cheaper AI tools aimed at solving local problems as a path for other middle income countries. So again, it is talking about how India aims to become an AI power without breaking its bank. Apart from that, let us also tell you that numerous world leaders today are also set to give their speech, address rather, the Bharat Mandapam as part of this summit. Now we have the Associated Press. It is saying that India is eyeing $200 billion in data center investments as it ramps up its AI hub ambitions. Again, talking about how India is hoping to garner as much as $200 billion in investments from data centers over the next few years as it scales up its ambitions to become a hub for artificial intelligence. This is according to the country's Minister for Electronics and Information Technology. Now, the investments underscore the reliance of tech titans on India as a key technology and talent base in the global race for AI dominance. For New Delhi, they bring in high value infrastructure and foreign capital at a scale that can accelerate its digital transformation ambitions. Now, again, talking about the reliance of the tech giants on India's talent base, vast talent base in the field of artificial intelligence. We have Bloomberg from the US saying that India's AI ambitions are under scrutiny with Impact Summit. It's saying that India's dilemma is whether to build our own or to build on others' models. It says that it talks about the boom and doom cycle of India's AI journey, saying that the many faces of AI was seen visible this Monday morning And India's first AI unicorn, Fractal Analytics, that provides artificial intelligence-based analytic services and raised 303 million in an IPO, slid 5% on its debut. Meanwhile, news came in that a group of investors led by Blackstone plans to make an equity investment of up to $600 million in Indian AI cloud startup NASA. So again, talking about how India's dilemma remains whether to build our own or to build on others' models. Chinese media Xinhua Net is saying that India expects over $200 billion in investment, and it has of course quoted Ashwini Vaishnav, our electronics and information technology minister, saying that India is expecting $200 billion worth of investments in AI during the next 2 years. And the minister of course made these comments during a presser that was being held amid the AI summit in New Delhi. Of course, now we also know that Prime Minister Modi has given his speech as well at the Bharat Mandapam today, where he talked about India's growth and India's AI growth, while also mentioning how you need to counter some of the disadvantages of it. Now joining me on the broadcast is Mr. Sujit Yadav, who studied at Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and Al Strategy. He's the manager at AI Engineer Tata. Welcome to the broadcast, sir. Thank you so much for being with us, for taking out time to speak to us. So firstly, how do you assess how significant is this AI summit rather that is taking place in New Delhi?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for inviting me, first of all. And talking about the, am I audible, first of all?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so this AI summit is one of the largest summit globally, and the first in the global south, as far as I know. And the global leaders which are coming, like Sundar Pichai came and met PM of India, Narendra Modi, yesterday, and Nvidia CEO hasn't come yet, but talking about these global personalities and global AI impact meets going on in Delhi. This signifies that AI is not the future anymore. It is the present, and there will be a very huge amount of job opportunities by 2030, which is around 170 million new jobs will be created, and till 2030. Presently, it is around 92 million, and we will be able to see the shift of almost double job opportunities, unlike what people say, like AI will replace them, but it will create a very huge amount of job opportunities. We just have to wait. I mean, 1-2 years, and yeah, like. Do you have any other questions? I can answer it.
Sir, additionally, a lot of tech titans have convened in New Delhi to attend the summit, and a lot of companies have made massive announcement into India's AI infrastructure. There's Microsoft pledging billions over the course of next 4 years. You have chipmaker Qualcomm as well, who has said that they would be investing about 150 million into India's AI infrastructure as well. So how significant are these announcements for India, and what do they mean for our AI industry?
Yeah, this means a lot. And first of all, when our Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, announced the tax holiday by till 2047, that was a huge room. It's like giving a room for these multinational companies like Microsoft, Nvidia. They will create their India-based data centers in India, and with reduced tax, they will get they will get benefited by these data centers, and yeah, it's quite significant. Like if you ask me in 2023 and 2020, like past 3-4 years, it was not sure like how AI will impact or not, but seeing Indian-based startups like Servam AI, Bharat, these are like growing, and they are creating their own LLM models. They are training their own LLM models, not only in the chat, but they are also creating the models in the voice field also, like voice AI agents, if you say, and that too multilingual. I mean, these voice AI agents are available for like 22 languages of India, right from Hindi to Telugu, Kannada, everything. You can speak with the AI and you can get the response in the real time. So you can realize how great shift it is and how we are inspired from the 2017 Google's paper of this attention is all you need, right? Everyone got motivated from Google, and then OpenAI built it, and ChatGPT was a boom, and it is still a boom with its greatest models like GPT 5.2. So yeah, I mean, AI Summit is a good, and it is creating a large possibilities of jobs. It is creating a large possibilities of future tech in India, and it is opening doors to like not only for the engineers but for the students also.
Mr. Sujit Yadav, sir, thank you so much for being with us here on the broadcast and sharing your insights with us. We really appreciate it. Now, after his address at the India AI Impact Summit, Google's CEO Sundar Pichai wrote on X, and I quote, "Addressing the India AI Action Summit today, it was a profound personal honor. AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. The best outcomes of AI are not guaranteed. We must pursue AI boldly, approach it responsibly, and work together through this moment." All right, with that, I would like to go across to my colleague Brian Thomas, who is live with Mr. Chandrasekhar Vupalapati, who is rather from Hanumayaman Innovation and Technologies Inc. All right, Brian, you are there on the field. What exactly is happening?
Well, Medha, clearly, yes, we are on the ground zero and we are reporting live, showing you all the visuals. We will be talking to the guests that you mentioned, but before coming to the guests, let me show you the visuals. We are just at the very summit here. The Impact AI Summit is what we are covering. You can see this is the very barricading that has been done because, again, there was a VVIP movement there. And because of that, obviously, the movement have been restricted. But now, slowly, things are starting to be opening. The stalls from 2 to 5 would be open now in just a while. Now at 1 p.m. itself the stalls will be starting opening, but hall number 1 where we are situated at is closed as of now. There you can see the different country flags. More than 100 countries have participated, 20 heads of state have participated for this very summit. And we will also be joined by Chandrasekhar Vupalapati, who is also the person behind Hanuman Yamna Innovation and Technologies Incorporated. And not only that, it's a very interesting subject that we would be talking about is agriculture sector. And even the Ministry of Electronics has published their showcase, and they are backed by the Government of India, and has a hall, a booth in this very hall that is behind us. We will be talking to them, and they have some products also that they would want to showcase to our viewers, since the hall is closed, and they are they are even trying to go visit different ministries, talk to the ministries, talk to the leaders there. So we will be talking to them, and they have some products that they would want to show our viewers. So welcome to Newsx.
Oh, thank you so much, and thanks for giving the invitation. We thank you and your viewers, honorable citizens of India. We love to help them. Yeah.
You have this product. There are some of the products that you have. If we want you to explain the process, you've been backed, your thesis, your article or something of that sort have been highlighted by the Ministry of Electronics, backed by Government of India. If you can tell us something about that.
Thank you so much. Our article named "Cow Necklace Sensors Deployed in Kashmir Valley" is actually published by Government of India, Honorable Minister of Electronics, Honorable Minister of Animal Husbandry. They are showcasing our case study number 12, which is AI in agriculture in India, as a progress that the Government of India made in penetration of AI, plus enablement of citizens in bringing the AI to the government. As you can see, Sutra number 3, Guiding Sutra 3, people, planet, and progress, right? Happiness for all, welfare for all. This is where our product will fit in. Now, our product is very simple. From the point of view of, we work with the dairy farmers who are small farmers, meaning that they have 1 cattle, 2 cattle, 5 cattle maximum. One of the biggest problems for them is identifying the health signs of the cattle, meaning when the cattle is getting sick, they have no information. That is one thing. Second one, right, they also acute knowledge of not having a veterinarian serving them, because veterinarians are such a wonderful people, but they have so many cattle to take care, they don't know when to reach whom. So this is where our data would help veterinarians to take care of the cattle that are needed most.
Can you also show this, what this exact object?
So the object is, this is called cow necklace. Again, as a name implies, cow necklace. Every cow decides a wonderful life. Necklace being the jewelry that we put it on the cow. The rationale is simple, right? When you tie this as part of the cow necklace, when cows choose the food as a chewing pattern, right, we identify a factor called rumination count. That rumination count has a self-signal, clinical signal, a less number or more number, sudden drop or sudden increase, which are coordinating with a health signal on the cattle. Based on that, we apply AI to try to identify when a particular cattle is about to become a sick, and we tell the farmer within 3 days, 4 days range, hey, you have to talk to veterinarian to take care of the cattle, otherwise you lose your productivity plus medication cost, which you require to make the cattle healthy again. That's the problem we solve as of today, yeah?
What is this, sir? This is one kind of a machine. I'll request my camera person Dinesh to also show. What is this? This is by your organization. This is called Shriya Agrivet Monitor. What is
so this is a gateway, sir. So what this gateway does it, right? Let's say a small farmer, fortunate with 10 cattle, he cannot go each cattle to look at it, right? We'll install this monitor in their farm. This monitor talks to all the sensors on the cattle, collects the information, and basically uploads, and plus information given to the farmer on their mobile phone with their language. Lastly, right, if you can see that, right, this comes with the speaker. Now, a farmer with a local language, right, who are very well versed with their local language, this monitor speaks on behalf of cow in their language, either Telugu, Hindi, or Punjabi, Haryana, whatever the language, right? It will tell them in their language. So that's what we bring it in as an AI enablement for the groundbreaking work for the backbone of India. We are serving almost 600 million farmers, and we have almost 10,000 deployments in Kashmir to Hyderabad. We are expanding outside the India. We are first export-oriented product that we are selling across the world, starting from India.
Thank you, sir, for speaking to us. So yes, Medha, what we also try to showcase this very product of theirs, and there are so many products, AI intelligence that are there that needs to be shown here. What we are trying to show you here, there are different stalls here, different halls here, but even though yes, there are hall number 1, hall number 6, hall number 14 have been closed because of the restrictions that are there, but again hall number 2, 3, 4, 5 would be open today, so we will be going there, showcasing you many more products, many more AI showcases that are there on for the people, for the public to come and view these amazing products that are here. Yes.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for bringing us all that information there from Bharat Mandapam. Now, there is a panel session going on of Nandan Nilekani, the co-founder of Infosys, and Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic AI. Let's cut across.
Dario, welcome, Dario. Great speech in the morning. You mentioned that we are in the end of or towards the end of the exponential. This is something that you spoke about in Machines of Loving Grace, that we would have a country of geniuses in a data center. And the models over the last, I guess, 2 months have been sort of giving us a sense that we're getting there. But in your podcast with Dwarkesh, you sort of walked that back a bit by saying, we may reach a country of geniuses in a data center, but the impact on society will take a long time. Can you explain what that means? Because we thought we'd do AGI and we would be finished and done with it.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Rahul. I would say there is this duality between the fundamental capabilities of the technology and the time that it takes for those capabilities to diffuse into the world, right? We're getting models that are very good at software engineering, that are increasingly good at, biomedical innovation. We're not there yet, but we're on this very fast exponential. But when I look across the world. And I look across the enterprises of the world. We have many enterprises as customers. Even if we freezed in place what the technology was capable of today, I think the economic impact could be much greater than it is, because it just takes time. There are just frictions to adopt things through enterprises. And I think even more so in the developing world. And when I visited Infosys, one of the things I talked about with Nandan was the we're both obviously very interested in making sure that this technology gets to everyone, and Nandan has devoted a big part of his life to many things, many things in that direction, and has built out India's digital public infrastructure. And so I think this question of diffusion is very tied to the question of how do we make sure that everyone benefits.
So when the foundation models came, Nandan, you said that we should do use cases. And it sounds like Dario is saying the same thing, that even if we do the foundation model, we will still need to do use cases.
No, I think it's great what the foundations models are doing and the speed of evolution. But what we have learned is that diffusion of technology is a different ballgame. And how do you get technology to 1 billion people? And I think India, we have a little bit of experience with that. 1.4 billion people on Aadhaar, 500 million people on UPI, 20 billion transactions a month, the world's largest cash transfer system, the largest financial inclusion system, you name it, all that stuff. And we learned that diffusion is a technique. It's both an art and a science. It involves institutions, it involves policy making, negotiations, dealing with incumbents, dealing with newcomers, strategies for execution. So the whole, trust building, so a whole host of things. And I think if all the investments in AI are going to deliver the value to society, not just to individuals, we'll have to look at diffusion pathways to take this to everyone. And I think India will lead on that. That's why I've always been saying that India should focus on becoming the use case capital of the world.
Dario, you had a more recent essay, which you call The Adolescence of Technology, which is a little more somber. Spoke a little bit about sort of dimming the enthusiasm of the first essay. And I want you to perhaps unpack that a little bit. We all have spoken about the risks of the technology, but particularly in the global south, where we think that AI is going to be hugely beneficial for us, we perhaps will have a different calculus on the risk-reward ratio. What do you think about that, and how would your essay address that?
I think that's an insightful comment, which is that I think in the global south there's an opportunity for AI to accelerate catch-up growth, to solve a bunch of problems that are in the way of catch-up growth. And so I think AI is a technology that has big risks and big benefits, but in the global south, the benefits may be even bigger than they are anywhere else. But at the same time, that doesn't mean, of course, that the risks aren't real. India is the world's largest democracy. We need to think about how democracies handle AI, and how we confront other countries that are authoritarian. That's one of the risks I talk about. Another risk I talk about is making sure that AI systems are safe and predictable, and autonomously behave in a way that's under our control. And everyone in the world has to worry about that. That affects everyone in the world. And then I think of particular relevance to India is the concerns I raised around economic displacement, right? Where I think the signature of this technology is going to be that it greatly grows the economic pie for the whole world. And again, huge upside because of the opportunity for catch-up growth. Like growth can be very, very fast. But things are going to change, and there's some potential for disruption. And I think what I've been thinking about as I visited India these last few days, and the last time I visited, is how can we work together with the companies in India to kind of drive this growth for everyone, to make sure that the existing companies, large and small, continue to prosper along with us and the other makers of AI, and also on a philanthropic basis, how we make sure that the benefits reach everyone, both in an economic sense and a health sense, in kind of other senses. So I think India is, it kind of offers a particularly keen distillation of especially the benefits, but also the risks.
Nandan, you've had experience with an adolescent technology with the whole DPI. In the early days of DPI, it was challenging. There were challenges with getting the big vision, which of course now we're looking at, and in hindsight it looks like it was easy, but the early days was difficult. So, as the father of a mature technology, would you want to give the father of an adolescent some advice?
I know that makes me a grandfather. So I think it diffuse when you talk about diffusion, and you have to think of AI. Everybody agrees is like a general purpose technology. Like people give the simile to fire or electricity or whatever. It's about starting from the user and how can we improve their lives. How can we take 1 billion people and help them to learn better? How can we take 1 billion people and give them better healthcare? How can we take 500 million farmers and improve their earnings? You have to start from there and then figure out how to make it happen. And it's not just technology. Technology is just one piece of the puzzle. It's about institutions. It's about trust building. It's about negotiations. It's about guardrails, which Dario mentioned. It's about working with different stakeholders and making them go towards a common vision. So it's diffusion is difficult. It's not a simple task. So I feel that India will demonstrate this because we have the experience of diffusion at population scale in all the various areas. And obviously, diffusion of AI, there are some differences that we need to think about, data, guardrails, and so on. But I think we can build a pathway or multiple pathways to that goal. And that will show the world, because I believe right now in AI, there's a race to the top and a race to the bottom. And the race to the bottom is faster than the race to the top. So I think all of us who have a stake in AI being useful to humanity have to accelerate and redouble our efforts to make the diffusion happen. Otherwise, the consequences are going to be very, very difficult because there's going to be a backlash. If the only thing that AI does is, create deep fakes or raise the price of your power bill or, all the other things that are happening, people are going to respond. I mean, the resentment of the blue collar worker led to the train wreck of globalization. The resentment of the white collar worker is going to lead to the train wreck of AI. So I think we really have to work very hard to show profound, useful cases of AI.
Dario, you were in India in October, and you're back again now. You spend a lot of time actually with the developer community. You clearly were impressed because you've come back so quickly. Could you tell us a little bit about, what your experience is with how India is building and using AI? Perhaps just go through the stack. I mean, enterprise, small business, startups, then developers. What's different about the way India does it?
Yeah, so I would say there's just an excitement here and technical acumen, and we can even see it in the statistics of usage of Claude. Use of Claude for technical kind of programming and software engineering, mathematical tasks. The fraction is substantially higher here in India than it is in most other places in the world. And every time I go to speak at one of these, we'll host these builder or developer events in India. Just there's a lot of excitement. I can feel the brimming excitement of what is something that we can build. In just the last 4 months, the use of Claude and Claude Code has doubled. Has doubled in India, and I'm sure it's the same for the other. I don't say that to promote Claude and Claude Code. Like, it's more a statement about the kind of excitement in India on the enterprise level. I mean, the two of us just announced a partnership just yesterday. So we're really excited to work with all the large enterprises in India.
Tata companies and OpenAI have announced a landmark collaboration to power AI-led innovation globally through enterprises-ready tools, industry-specific AI solutions, and next-generation AI infrastructure. This partnership is set to accelerate meaningful and responsible AI adoption. Tata states set on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit 2026. It highlights how we are bringing AI innovation to life across industries and communities. Joining me on the broadcast is Mr. Aditya Sanghi, CEO and co-founder of Hotelogics, as well as Mr. Nilesh Sanghi, CEO of IG CP Group and a founder of MedTalks. Thank you so much to the both of you for being with us here on the broadcast. My first question would be to Mr. Aditya Sanghi, sir. First of all, we're seeing this AI summit taking place in New Delhi, sir. It's probably one of the biggest till now that have been, hosted ever. How do you assess this summit that is taking place, sir? How significant is this summit for India as well as for investments that are coming into India's AI infrastructure?
Hi, hello. First of all, hello to all your viewers and thank you for having me on the panel. I represent Hotelogics. Let me first tell you, where I'm coming from, and then I'll correlate it to your question. So we as Hotelogics, we service the mid-market hotel industry, where we power the small mid-sized hotels, and with technology, we hope that we take them, that their service level should be equivalent to the global brands like Marriott's and all. So we service these homegrown brands of India and across the world. Also, these hotels, they service the consumers. So if you look at the consumers in India, billions of consumers traveling and they stay in these hotels. So your AI has the ability to bridge this gap very quickly and give that Uber experience to these travelers and raise the service levels of all these hotels. That is our endeavor. Now I'll correlate it to the question that you're saying, right? So if you go back a decade back and all, Indian product industry probably was not as well regarded. Now with all these summits happening in India, the focus shifts to India, right? And a lot of what we call as the global south and the rest of the world looking at India to come out with path breaking and innovative solutions that can impact the world and lives of many people. And in this regard, the government has also taken so many steps. If you look at multiple layers of AI industry, you see at the bottommost is the responsible energy that needs. So government has huge initiative in coming out with responsible energy for all these data centers and all that will be used. And then we have the infrastructure layer, which is like companies like NESA. They are the flag bearers of it, which has just been announced. Almost $1.2 billion of infusion, and they are leading the pack in infrastructure. And then we have companies like Sarvam that is doing the model level, and then we have applications like us. So when the global focus shifts over here, the investment shifts. Such events of such magnitude where there is so much of focus of many countries, state heads of more than 20 countries are here. All the global leaders are here. Obviously it helps not just companies like us, but the whole ecosystem. It just goes to the next level, instantly. So that's my take on what kind of impact this AI summit will have. Many jobs are going to get created in India. Many jobs are going to get displaced. So people are saying that AI will eat up jobs. No, it is going to displace jobs, and this displacement becomes guaranteed with such events like this. So I think good days are there to come, and such events are welcome, and they are the stepping stone towards a great future.
All right, sir, please do stay on with me. A productive first meeting of AI ministers, India's Ashwini Vaishnav, Australia's Andrew Charlton and Canada's Evan Solomon in New Delhi on the AI Impact Summit, following the launch of the Australia-Canada-India Technology and Innovation Partnership in Johannesburg on the margins of G20 Summit by the Prime Ministers of the three countries. As the EM stated, a strong momentum on trusted, inclusive and innovative AI cooperation is taking place. I am now being joined by Mr. Nilesh Sanghi, who is the CEO of IJCP Group and founder of MedTalks. Welcome to the broadcast, sir. First of all, thank you so much for being with us here. Sir, how do you assess the summit that is taking place in New Delhi? What sort of opportunities is it going to open for people who are in this industry, who are working with AI, who are also for people, sir, who are wanting to join this industry as well, sir?
Hi. Firstly, my name is Nilesh Agarwal, not Sanghi. I think you can confuse me with Aditya Sanghi. But thank you for having me. Just a little thing about AI. So AI, as Sundar Pichai just mentioned in his speech, which I was hearing on your program, he said it's 10 times ahead of the industrial revolution. But more than an industrial revolution, I feel it's electricity, because you won't see it, but it will power everything. And this is something that I didn't come up with. This is something that I used AI to create this line. So that just shows you that in every part and parcel of your life, AI is playing a key role. Which is why there has been such a buzz for people to attend the AI summit and to see how they can use this in their life. Because unless you are using AI in your regular tasks across your jobs, etc., you will be replaced. So the future is for people who work smart, work more efficiently with AI, which is why, again, everyone is going to the summit. I run a company called IJCP Group, where we predominantly work with pharmaceutical companies and the healthcare industry. And we help them with a lot of medical research, medical writing, medical education, etc. Across all these industries, we are seeing a massive shift and a massive benefit of using AI. And we have integrated AI across all of our work systems as well to increase productivity. Now, in terms of medical writing, what used to take a medical writer a week to write earlier without AI can be done by the same person within one day, as long as you use the right tools. Similarly, for proofreaders, for graphic designers, for video editors, all of which we employ, we are seeing massive productivity, and one person now can do the work of 3 people if the person is smart enough and trained in AI, which is something that we've implemented so that everyone in our organization is trained in AI. We also run a platform by the name of MedTalks, through which we educate over 500,000 doctors across India, and we educate over 2 million patients across India. By integrating AI here, we have reduced the size of the videos, the learning method, using AI to generate the best content, to be able to target particular doctors with what they want to learn instead of spamming everyone with content that they don't like. AI is playing a huge role in all of these things as well. In terms of the pharma industry, we are seeing a massive acceleration of drug discovery and a lot of procedures, from clinical trials to drug discovery to research, etc. So we will see a lot of new drugs coming out, a lot of expedited drugs coming out, and India, given its population, can become a research hub, a clinical trials hub, and we are already the pharmacy capital of the world.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi
समिट एक ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक, सेंसिटिव ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के निर्माण में अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। फ्रेंड्स, हम इतिहास पर नजर डालें तो पता चलता है कि इंसान ने हर डिसरप्शन को एक नए अवसर में बदला है। आज हमारे सामने फिर ऐसा ही अवसर आया है। हमें मिलकर इस डिसरप्शन को मानवता के सबसे बड़े अवसर के रूप में बदल देना है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत बुद्ध की धरती है, और भगवान बुद्ध ने कहा था, राइट एक्शन कम्स फ्रॉम राइट अंडरस्टैंडिंग। इसलिए ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि हम साथ मिलकर ऐसा रोड मैप बनाएं जिससे एआई का सही इंपैक्ट दिखे। और सही इंपैक्ट तभी आता है जब हम सही समय पर सही नियत से सही निर्णय लेते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, कोविड ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक के समय दुनिया ने देखा है कि जब हम एक दूसरे के साथ खड़े होते हैं तो असंभव भी संभव हो जाता है। वैक्सीन विकास से लेकर सप्लाई चेन तक, डेटा साझा करने से लेकर जीवन बचाने तक सहयोग ने ही समाधान दिया। टेक्नोलॉजी कैसे मानवता की सेवा का माध्यम बन सकता है, ये हमने भारत में कोविड काल में देखा है। हमारा जो डिजिटल वैक्सीनेशन प्लेटफॉर्म था, उसने करोड़ों लोगों को समय पर वैक्सीनेट कराने में बहुत मदद की। हमारे यूपीआई ने उन मुश्किल परिस्थितियों में भी ये सुनिश्चित किया कि लोग आसानी से ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन करते रहे। यूपीआई ने भारत में डिजिटल डिवाइड को दूर करने में भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। बीते वर्षों में भारत ने एक वाइब्रेंट डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया है। हम इसे दुनिया के साथ भी शेयर कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे लिए टेक्नोलॉजी पावर का नहीं बल्कि सेवा का माध्यम है। पावर नहीं, एम्पावर करना। एआई की दिशा भी ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिससे पूरी मानवता का कल्याण हो। फ्रेंड्स, अतीत में टेक्नोलॉजी ने डिवीजन क्रिएट किए, लेकिन वर्तमान में एआई टेक्नोलॉजी सबके लिए सुलभ हो, सबकी पहुंच में हो, ये हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। इसलिए आज जब हम एआई के फ्यूचर पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं, तो हमें ग्लोबल साउथ की आकांक्षाओं और प्राथमिकताओं को भी एआई गवर्नेंस के केंद्र में रखना होगा। एक्सेलेंसी, युग चाहे कोई भी रहा हो, एथिक्स हमेशा ही चर्चा के केंद्र में रहा है। अंतर बस इतना आया है कि पहले अनएथिकल बिहेवियर का दायरा बहुत छोटा होता था, लेकिन एआई में इसका दायरा असीमित है, अनलिमिटेड है। इसलिए एआई के लिए हमें एथिकल बिहेवियर और नॉर्म्स का दायरा भी असीमित बनाना होगा। एआई कंपनियों के सामने बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। प्रॉफिट के साथ साथ पर्पज पर भी फोकस हो, ऐसे एथिकल कमिटमेंट की बहुत आवश्यकता है। व्यक्तिगत स्तर पर एआई हमारी लर्निंग, इंटेलिजेंस और इमोशंस को प्रभावित कर रही है। एक्सेलेंसी, एआई के एथिकल उपयोग के लिए मेरे 3 सुझाव हैं। फर्स्ट, डेटा सॉवरेनिटी को रिस्पेक्ट करते हुए एआई ट्रेनिंग के लिए एक डेटा फ्रेमवर्क बने। जैसे एआई में कहा जाता है, गार्बेज इन, गार्बेज आउट। अगर डेटा सुरक्षित, संतुलित, विश्वसनीय नहीं होगा तो आउटपुट भी भरोसेमंद नहीं होगा। इसलिए ग्लोबल ट्रस्टेड डेटा फ्रेमवर्क जरूरी है। सेकंड, एआई प्लेटफॉर्म अपने सेफ्टी रूल्स बहुत क्लियर और ट्रांसपेरेंट रखे। हमें ब्लैक बॉक्स के बदले ग्लास बॉक्स अप्रोच चाहिए, जहां सेफ्टी रूल्स देखे और वेरीफाई किए जा सके। तब अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी क्लियर होगी और बिजनेस में एथिकल बिहेवियर को भी बूस्ट मिलेगा। थर्ड, एआई रिसर्च में पेपर क्लिप प्रॉब्लम का उदाहरण दिया जाता है। अगर किसी मशीन को सिर्फ पेपर क्लिप बनाने का लक्ष्य दे दिया जाए तो वह उसका एक काम के लिए दुनिया के सारे रिसोर्सेज को दांव पर लगाकर भी वही काम करती रहेगी। इसलिए एआई को क्लियर ह्यूमन वैल्यूज और गाइडेंस की जरूरत है। टेक्नोलॉजी पावरफुल है, लेकिन डायरेक्शन हमेशा मानव ही तय करेगा। फ्रेंड्स, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एआई की ग्लोबल जर्नी में एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया एआई की बड़ी भूमिका है और अपने इस दायित्व को समझते हुए भारत आज बड़े कदम उठा रहा है। अपने एआई मिशन के माध्यम से आज भारत में 38,000 जीपीएस मौजूद हैं और अगले 6 महीनों में हम 24,000 जीपीयूज और लगाने जा रहे हैं। हम अपने स्टार्टअप्स को बहुत ही अफोर्डेबल रेट्स पर वर्ल्ड क्लास कंप्यूटिंग पावर उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। हमने एक एआई कोष भी बनाया है। इसके माध्यम से 7,500 से अधिक डेटा सेट्स और 270 एआई मॉडल्स को नेशनल रिसोर्स के रूप में शेयर किया गया है। फ्रेंड्स, एआई को लेकर भारत की दिशा स्पष्ट है, भारत का विचार स्पष्ट है। एआई पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए एक शेयर्ड रिसोर्स है। हमें मिलकर ऐसा एआई फ्यूचर बनाना होगा जो इनोवेशन को आगे बढ़ाए, इंक्लूजन को मजबूत करे और ह्यूमन वैल्यूज का समावेश करके आगे बढ़े। जब टेक्नोलॉजी और ह्यूमन ट्रस्ट साथ साथ चलेंगे तो एआई का सही इंपैक्ट दुनिया पर दिखेगा।
तो यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री that was Prime Minister Modi saying that hailing India's growth story, of course, and he's also talked about how artificial intelligence affects our emotions and that a data safety framework for AI is necessary, and also that AI will have the right impact when one makes the right decisions as well. And he's also saying how important of a role India plays in India's journey. He has also talked about the India AI mission as well as detailing the investment that the government has also made into artificial intelligence. Now this was of course him participating in the leaders plenary which took place around 12 noon of course, and among all of sitting alongside the Prime Minister were also heads of states, ministers and senior representatives from multilateral institutions to outline national as well as global priorities on artificial intelligence, including governance, infrastructure as well as international cooperation. Now remember, the Prime Minister after this will also be participating in the CEO round table at 5:30 p.m. and will also now take place in this. He is of course ramping up his participation in the AI summit. I am now being joined once again by Mr. Nilesh Agarwal, CEO of IJCP Group and founder of Metox. Sir, apologies sincerely for getting your name incorrect earlier. Thank you so much for being with us here. Sir, secondly, I just wanted to ask, do you think artificial intelligence is going to change the world, sir?
I think it's already changed the world. As I was mentioning earlier, I come from the healthcare space, and in healthcare, I think the drug discovery is going to change completely. I think we're going to see a lot more new medicines, hopefully a lot more new cures. So that is one thing, and how it will change the world. Also in terms of diagnostics, AI is being able to diagnose diseases a lot before they start appearing in your body, to which doctors can diagnose. So a very well trained doctor along with AI can heal you faster. With AI, you can do a lot of customized treatments, etc. for yourself. So I think the longevity will improve, the quality of drugs will improve, the kind of drugs that come out for different diseases will improve, and overall health and longevity for everyone across the world will improve. So I think that's a very, very big way in which the world will change.
Additionally, sir, how do you think the success of summits like this summit can actually be quantified, considering that you know, a lot of times the summits around the world take place, there's talks of massive investments going into AI infrastructure, but there's no per se outcome that is necessarily seen. But in this regards, of course, we're seeing that India is hosting one of the biggest AI summits in the world, sir.
No, I'm sure a lot of these summits have impacts, have a big impact. If you see all the money flowing into AI companies globally, and the fact that Indian companies now, if you saw a few days ago, the company called NASA, they raised $1.2 billion as well. So there is a lot of money going in, there is a lot of impact, and there are a lot of meetings that happen in these summits which we are not privy to, and a lot of the world leaders and company leaders, etc.
All right, sir, I'm so sorry, but we're running a little short on time. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. With that, I would like to thank our guests for being with us here on the broadcast, Mr. Aditya, as well as Mr. Nilesh Agarwal. Thank you so much to the both of you for giving us your time. We really appreciate it. With that, slip into a short break. Thank you so much.
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाएं कई गुना।
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माता और बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए। जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में प्रदूषण रहित देवी बसों के जरिए राजधानी के हर कोने तक
And India's leadership in sovereign AI, building on infrastructure, SLMs, and much more, has been great to watch. More than 100 million people use ChatGPT every week. More than a third of them are students. India is also the fastest growing market now for Codex, our coding agent that works to help people develop software faster and better. India, the world's largest democracy, is well positioned to lead in AI, not just to build it, but to shape it and decide what our future is going to look like. And it's important to move quickly. On our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make. And of course, we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. As we prepare for this possibility, we are guided by three core beliefs. Number one, we believe that democratization of AI is the only fair and safe path forward. Democratization of AI is the best way to ensure that humanity flourishes. On the other hand, centralization of this technology in one company or country could lead to ruin. The desirable future a couple of decades from now has got to look like a world of liberty, democracy, widespread flourishing, and an increase in human agency. Some people want effective totalitarianism in exchange for a cure for cancer. I don't think we should accept that trade-off, nor do I think we need to. AI should extend individual human will. We'll probably need superintelligence to help us figure out the new governance mechanisms to ensure that this happens fairly at scale, and to avoid problems like extremely unbalanced compute access or something else. Second, we believe that AI resilience is a core safety strategy. We don't mean that this is the only safety strategy. We will continue to need to build safe systems and solve difficult technical alignment challenges. But increasingly, we need to start broadening how we think about safety to include societal resilience. No AI lab, no AI system can deliver a good future on their own. For an obvious example, there'll be extremely capable biomodels available open source that could help people create new pathogens. We need a society-wide approach about how we're going to defend against this. And third, the future of AI is not going to unfold exactly like anyone predicts. And we believe that many people need to have a stake in shaping the outcome. The development of AI has already held many surprises, and I assume there are bigger ones to come. We understand that with technology this powerful, people want answers. But it's important to be humble about what we don't know and always remember that sometimes our best guesses are wrong. Most of the important discoveries happen when technology and society meet, sometimes have some friction, and co-evolve.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. We're tracking updates from the AI Impact Summit 2026 and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with global leaders including French President Emmanuel Macron, Estonian President Alar Karas, and other world leaders also visited the expo at the AI Impact Summit, which is the exhibition segment of the summit held alongside the main event at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi. Joining us on the broadcast to discuss this further is Ritesh Ganatra, who is the co-founder and CTO of Ample AI, Divya Balaji Kamekar, who is the CEO and co-founder of Pinky Promise. I thank you both for joining us on the broadcast to discuss this historic summit that India is hosting. Let's first start with Mr. Rideshwar on what are his first observations regarding this AI Impact Summit. The Prime Minister has unveiled a vision, sir, which talks about Manav, obviously bringing in a more compassionate, side to the whole artificial intelligence segment. How are you looking at these developments?
Thanks, Shivani, for having me. And I think it's very exciting times. Never seen, this kind of excitement in the industry with all the enterprises that I'm working with. And this AI summit, taking it to the next level. So everyone knows about AI. People, one of the questions that, 2 years back that I was facing now, how will it replace me or will I be replaced? So a lot of these kind of questions were coming in, and since last 6 months, those were going, just kind of faded. But since everyone knows about this question, and even raised into this big event, getting a lot of investments in India, focusing on the right place, having data centers, a lot of push for the GPUs, which is must required. And this really pushes India much ahead, a lot of buzz, and that is really required for all the startups to, so let's say if someone wants to do a startup today, they would really need that kind of GPU powers to, cater to maybe B2B or a B2C audiences both. So I see it as, at least getting us ahead by 1 or 2 years. If this was not there, then maybe it would be the pace that which the adoptions is going to happen will be much faster.
Absolutely. And if I can rope in Divya as well into this discussion. Divya, what are your observations regarding the AI Impact Summit? We are looking at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's address at the summit. He's spoken about Manav, he's spoken about national sovereignty, and he's spoken about data being owned by the person who creates it.
Yeah, I think this is a very important time for India. We're emerging to lead a conversation that is so much needed in the rapidly developing world of AI. What really stood out to me has been the larger discourse on safety, ethical AI, and responsibility that our Prime Minister has introduced into this particular forum, and that has been echoed by a lot of the top heads of technology companies. So, for example, Prime Minister Modi said garbage in, garbage out when he talked about data sovereignty. He also talked about the fact that we don't want black boxes anymore, which is very traditional in LLMs, right? When you think about how LLMs work, you think about it as a black box. He says we want a glass box in terms of safety and transparency. As a healthcare company that actually works to empower women to use AI to access really good healthcare, for me, this is the most important thing, because data sovereignty and also ensuring that there are ethical guardrails around the usage of AI, so that, like Sam Altman said, biomodels can actually help create pathogens. So we really need to build that right societal resilience. And so I think for me, like, while we push forward so much, introduce 24,000 more GPUs into India, pour in a lot of money into the development of AI, we're also talking about ethical guardrails, and we're making sure that the bottom of the pyramid is not divided due to technology, but it is completely empowered due to technology. And for me, that's been the most important highlight of this particular summit. And a country like India, the fact that we are sort of leading this discourse and we're leading this conversation is hugely empowering. It's not coming from a first world country, it's coming from India. And we are leading that discourse, and all the other presidents are sitting in India and committing to the ethical and fair use of AI, which is, I think, the most important impact that the summit can actually create at a global level.
Absolutely, Ms. Divya. In fact, Mr. Ritesh, when we are talking about ethical AI, the Prime Minister also spoke about how it is important that AI is not directionless. And for that, for AI, because directionless AI can lead to massive disruption. And hence, he's talked about democratization in this sector as well. How important do you think is that?
So I think the way AI wave started, like with the launch of ChatGPT, right? It was initially a directionless start, right? Everyone was not sure anyone can go and do anything, right? So it was just used for fun. Imagine, we had a scenario where Sam Altman tweeted that our GPUs are melting just because everyone is creating images just for fun, right? People don't know how to use it. It was just like a toy, used like a toy. But now people have realized the importance of using it, how they are using it, and upskilling with the AI is really important for everyone. Like if I am doing my job today, how I can do it better, what tools I can use, but very importantly, whether I am confident enough to use those tools. Are those tools provided to me by my company? Is it vetted by the data security team in the company, or if I'm using it for my personal use, do I own the data, right? So all those questions are still, so everyone now, maybe it's kind of a fad and people just want to use it, but highlighting all these things on the global platform. So I was talking to my dad yesterday and he knew about AI since being my dad, but it was like my friends were talking to me about the summit and they were talking about, what kind of things that we should be careful about. But they were looking forward to try, even knowing, these are the 3 or 4 things that we should not put, like I should not put my any personal images there, or if I'm putting something, I need to be aware about what I'm putting and how this will be used. So I think adding a direction and the way we are talking about security and also everyone knowing, in the different age groups is, I think, a really big shift for the country.
Absolutely. In fact, accountable governance is what the Prime Minister has also spoken about, ethical oversight. Ms. Divya, do you believe that that is as well necessary? Because if it runs free, there might obviously be, we have seen problems with the deepfakes, with, AI generated videos that we keep, encountering on social media. So our Prime Minister has spoken about an ethical governance that can actually govern. Do you believe that laws are necessary to govern this sector, or should it, grow first and then we should think about the laws?
So that's actually a really good chicken and egg sort of question that you're posing to me, Shivani. The truth is that when it comes to technology and IT infrastructure, our laws have always played a catch-up game with the reality that has happened. So even before the age of AI, when social media really took a complete explosion, right? There was a lot of catch-up that our enforcement had to play, policies had to play, governance had to play, and I think that was disruptive because it resulted in a lot of harm. The kind of approach the Prime Minister advocates is essential. I think we need to balance out governance when it comes to artificial intelligence along with innovation, because that freedom to innovate and build is also extremely important. But at the same time, there has to be guardrails around it. So like you mentioned, right? So deep fakes, children being able to use AI, the data of children being used to train models, the data of other sensitive populations, personally identifiable information, and also misinformation that is spread, right? So there's a lot of issue with respect to fake news, fake health information, fake diagnoses, all sorts of things which unfortunately, in fact, impact the people who are less technologically savvy, who are older, more than us, because we know what to watch out for. So transparency, calling out what data is collected for what, when are you being trained, when is the model being trained on the data that you are providing it, mechanisms for people using AI to actually turn off the feature of their data not being used to train models, as well as mechanisms by which there is appropriate legal enforcement, regulatory oversight is important, while balancing the need to move very quickly and not create too much bureaucracy around the development of AI.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Ritesh, there have been certain announcements as well that have been made during the summit. Obviously, a lot of these announcements come from Google, from Microsoft, and they are seeking to invest in the global south. Google wants to build this pipeline of that helps flow AI data and everything into the global south. We are talking about investment from Microsoft for startups as well. How important is that for a country like India? We are trying to lead the AI charge here, and we are also trying to lead the global south in this sector.
So I think I'm very much, I was very excited when Sundar Pichai announced the big investment that they are, getting into the south of India. I think Vizag is the place where they are investing. So it's near to sea and beautiful town. And how it excites me is now India being a startup itself, catering to enterprises, clients in India and outside India. So it's really exciting. Indian startup company is delivering data to, or delivering its software as services developed here, trained here, which can be now exported to the world, right? So it's kind of as an export that can really boost up the Indian economy. So I see it as a very good opportunities for a lot of companies having good data centers, global connectivity, improved global connectivity to eventually help us export more as a output. So I think it's very exciting, and everyone it's a great opportunity.
Absolutely. In fact, if I can get in, all right. I'll request both my guests to please stay on with us. Let's cut across to Brazilian President Lula da Silva's address at the plenary session.
Senhores-chefe de governo, para o Brasil é uma satisfação participar da cúpula de impacto de inteligência artificial organizada pelo governo indiano, sendo esta a primeira ocasião em que se realiza no sul global. Aqui em Delhi, o mundo digital retorna à sua terra natal. Foram matemáticos indianos que nos legaram, há mais de 2000 anos, o sistema binário que viria a estruturar a computação moderna. Fazemos o caminho de volta para debater um dos maiores dilemas da atualidade. Nossas sociedades encontram-se em uma encruzilhada. A quarta revolução industrial avança rapidamente, enquanto o multilateralismo recua perigosamente. É nesse contexto que a governança global da inteligência artificial assume um papel estratégico. Toda inovação tecnológica de grande impacto possui caráter dual e nos confronta com questões éticas e políticas. A aviação, o uso do átomo, a engenharia genética e a corrida espacial são exemplos desse fenômeno. Elas podem multiplicar o bem-estar coletivo ou lançar sombras sobre o destino da humanidade. A revolução digital e a inteligência artificial elevam esse desafio a níveis sem precedentes. Elas impactam positivamente a produtividade industrial, os serviços públicos, a medicina, a segurança alimentar e energética e a forma como conectamos uns com os outros. Mas também podem fomentar práticas extremamente nefastas, como o emprego de armas autônomas, discurso de ódio, desinformação, pornografia infantil, feminicídio, violência contra mulheres e meninas e precarização do trabalho. Conteúdos falsos manipulados por inteligência artificial distorcem processos eleitorais e põem em risco a democracia. Os algoritmos não são apenas aplicações de códigos matemáticos que sustentam o mundo digital. São parte de uma complexa estrutura de poder. Sem ação coletiva, a inteligência artificial aprofundará as desigualdades históricas. Capacidades computacionais, infraestrutura e capital permanecem excessivamente concentrados em poucos países e empresas. Os dados gerados por nossos cidadãos, empresas e organismos públicos estão sendo apropriados por poucos conglomerados sem contrapartida equivalente em geração de valor e renda em nossos territórios. Segundo a União Internacional de Telecomunicações, 2 bilhões e 600 milhões de pessoas estão desconectadas do universo digital. As estimativas mostram que em 2030 ainda teremos 660 milhões de pessoas sem eletricidade. Quando poucos controlam os algoritmos e as infraestruturas digitais, não estamos falando de inovação, mas de dominação. A regulamentação das chamadas Big Techs está ligada ao imperativo de salvaguardar os direitos humanos na esfera digital, promover a integridade da informação e proteger as indústrias criativas de nossos países. O modelo atual de negócio dessas empresas depende da exploração de dados pessoais, da renúncia do direito à privacidade e da monetização de conteúdos chamativos que amplificam radicalização política. O regime de governança dessas tecnologias definirá quem participa, quem é explorado e quem ficará à margem desse processo. Colocar o ser humano no centro das nossas decisões é tarefa urgente. O Congresso brasileiro discute uma política de atração de investimentos em centro de dados.
All right, so that was Brazil's president. We'll get some more information regarding what he spoke about at the AI summit. But for now, we have some more information coming in. The MEA spokesperson Randhir Jaiswal has stated, and I quote here, heads of state and government along with the leaders of major international organizations have gathered for the India AI Impact Summit. With the participation of over 20 heads of state and government and several other distinguished leaders, this is the largest congregation of world leaders at a technological event in India. He added that the summit is setting the stage for unprecedented global collaboration and transformative technological partnerships. So let me in fact rope in Divya. Divya, we were just talking about how global partnerships are really going to shape the future of AI and the sector in the global south. And we obviously saw a lot of investments that were announced by these big tech giants. So, we have Microsoft, we have Google, all in announcing their investments. But do you really believe, apart from helping the startups in India, because India has a very thriving startup ecosystem that we have been developing for quite a long time. We have been, slowly and steadily trying to get there. With the introduction of such tech giants, putting in money, putting in investment, do you believe that will make us kind of dependent on them going further, or do you think it will only serve as a boost?
That's, you're right. It is a bit of a double-edged sword. On one hand, the thing is that India has the largest number of users for AI applications, right? When you think about Gemini, you think about ChatGPT, we have the largest number of users. Number two is a lot of thriving startups in India, including ours. We are application oriented. We're building on top of fundamental models that are actually built by other countries. So ChatGPT or Gemini, or even if you think about DeepSeek, which is Chinese, it's a Chinese model. There are very few competent fundamental models which are coming out of India. Now, to build something like that, you need billions of dollars of investment. And what we are pouring into the development of these fundamental models is a small fraction of what countries like the US are pouring into just one company like OpenAI. So it's actually really important to attract the flow of capital into India. But at the same time, the Indian government can play a very active role in ensuring data sovereignty, safety, transparency, the principles that we are talking about, to actually balance out that equation and make sure that whatever is coming in is actually built for the benefit of everybody. It's more democratic in nature. And I can talk about a lot of things, right? Like number one, when you think about applications in places like remote sensing or in agriculture, there's a lot of requirement for more Indic models, more data sets that are focused on India. So having a lot of more GPUs, having data centers in India, having a lot of money coming into, say, investing even in startups that are doing this is very helpful. Even when it comes to healthcare applications, when it comes to education-based applications also, it's very welcome. It's very important. And as long as we can actually work together to ensure that there is freedom of operation, that this is funding for funding's sake, there can be a lot of development that can actually come through. At the end of the day, the size of the GDP that we have, the size of the economy, we're growing really rapidly, but a quick impetus and a quick funding injection coming into the space of AI for Indian companies and for Indian, cater towards innovation for India is actually very, very helpful.
Absolutely. In fact, Ritesh, when we talk about this globalization of AI, India has also talked about storing and processing data in India itself. Do you believe that we have the infrastructure, or we are ready for storing such large amounts of data, processing it at this moment in time?
So I think it's not a day one job, right? So it's a hybrid thing that we start with. So let's say today we are not even, so there are a lot of things we will be dependent on other countries. So initially, at least, what is important is we have started in that direction of having investments or having the vision of building things here. And I can just approximate number. So let's say if we are doing 20, 30%, 40% today, right now, so we want to be there in, around 90%, 80% kind of place where all the data is processed and stored in India in by next 2 years, right, as the vision states. So I think the direction is very much important, and it would be a gradual process. It cannot be, done within 3 months or 4 months, but it's kind of, because the kind of population and the use cases that we have is massive use cases. So yeah, I think it will take a gradual time, and it's important that we are in the right direction.
Right. And Divya, if I can come to you regarding, you are a founder yourself. Do you believe that, something like healthcare, do you believe that AI is limited to, the urban elite, or do you believe that there are chances of expanding this to even the rural sections of the society? Because healthcare is something that has to, in fact, reach out to every section of the society, and this seems to be like an intersection between, government and services that can be provided. Over here, we will need some sort of government intervention with startup like yours in order to, make it big.
No, you're absolutely right, Shivani. I think that the place where it's required the most, if you look at where the physicians are actually located, where the specialists are located, they're all located in the urban centers, in the big cities. In rural areas, there's a huge deficit in the form of not enough skilled, qualified providers to cater to the population that requires it, and also not enough specialty centers and multi-speciality centers. So that actually really impacts our healthcare outcomes. Even if you talk about women's health that Pinky promised, that's the reason why AI can actually be a huge game changer, is because it can do a few things. It can empower a few very good doctors who may be located elsewhere to take care of at exponential scale patients and population that may be located in a remote area. Secondly, government is actually working on the creation of kiosk-based healthcare centers where citizens can come and connect with doctors remotely and get diagnoses immediately. And AI actually serves as a very important layer, both to make the medical conversation easy for people who may not actually be that literate and that aware of how to even describe their body, describe terms, etc. So AI plays a huge role in doing that in a simplistic manner for the patient. And for the doctor, it helps the doctor boil the ocean, not be bogged down by all of these files that they are currently looking at. And it also helps with the continuity of care. So when a person goes back home also, they don't have to necessarily lose a few more days of wages and stand outside a hospital every time they need a follow-up appointment with a doctor. They can use their devices for this. In IoT-enabled diagnostic systems, as well as your own mobile phone, and India is working so hard on having such a large smartphone penetration that it's actually very helpful. One big, I think, stumbling block, of course, is the expensive nature of voice to text, text to voice even today. For in AI to be relevant for rural India, that a lot of efforts actually need to go in voice to text, text to voice for Indic languages, making that actually much cheaper than it is today so that companies can build more effective layers on top. At Pinky Promise, we have a lot of young women accessing us from every single district of India, including Northeast, including Jammu and Kashmir, including very small rural parts of India, because they are armed with a smartphone. But to have older women as well as illiterate older men as well to access services, including agricultural services or educational services, upskilling services, there is still a technological divide that needs to be bridged, and we are working. I think we're all working very actively on doing so as well.
Mr. Ritesh and Ms. Divya for joining us on this broadcast with that valuable discussion. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has posted on his social media platform X stating that the AI Impact Summit in Delhi has brought together the who's who's from the AI world. There is representation from over 100 countries. He further added that there are distinguished participants from every corner of the globe and that the aim is the same: leveraging the power of AI for the welfare of our planet. With that, my colleagues, in fact, Brian and Thomas Porteous, have spoken to several tech leaders. Let's take a look at those interactions.
Well, clearly Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit. Clearly AI is bridging the gap, and also the Prime Minister has been vocaling about how India is being positioned itself as the global AI hub. The Prime Minister also gave a statement yesterday, gave an interview speaking about how AI is becoming the new normal, how it is redefining, recalibrating jobs. Sovereign AI is coming in factor. There are multiple stalls here that have been here, halls have been made, booths have been there, 22 different zones, sectors have been here, and multiple booths, halls have been made here. More than 500 sessions have been lined up in 4 days with 3,250 speakers would be speaking on different aspects that is related to AI. And we are in an attempt to show you everything we can on our end so that you get a perspective, you get an understanding, you get to know what we are experiencing so that you can sit back, relax and watch on your television screens or what we are trying to show you from our end. Now we are joined by a very special guest, we are joined by Sonali Ghike, who is a Senior Program Manager at Vadhwani AI. This is the entire hall. I'll request my camera person Dinesh, before we go and speak to her, to show around how green this looks, because again we are the agriculture sector here, and AgriVani is something that she's going to speak about here to us. So before further ado, we'll start talking to her. Ma'am, welcome to News.
Thank you.
Again, what AgriVani is to our viewers who are watching you on television, you can show around the demo that can be done for our viewers who are watching you on television right now at home.
Yeah, so AgriVani is basically a DLM specific chatbot which support agri specific questions, and the users can use it in 4 languages. It is multilingual platform, and this is free of cost platform. Farmers can use it free of cost. Whatever solutions Vadhwani AI builds, they are all available free of cost.
Can you show us?
Yeah. So this is the application. It has multiple features. It shows you the weather. Current weather can be shown here. You simply, you are supposed to ask here like what is the current weather, it will give you the current weather, and also crop specific package of practices are available here, right from sowing to harvesting for 10 crops. So yeah, so it uses a ASR technique. So I am asking right now, please tell me what are the fertilizers used for wheat crop. So it is processing my query now. So this was the question I asked. Now I am submitting this question. So it will take a few seconds and it will immediately answer the query.
So again, you asked, please tell me what are the fertilizers used for wheat crop, and it takes some time to calibrate the answer, and then you got the answer, yes.
Yeah, so it gives recommended fertilizer dose, and you can also read this. I mean, in audio it is available. We are using ASR technique here.
So can we also listen to the audio? Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Crops, fertilizers are applied based on soil test results. Generally, the following amounts are recommended per acre. 60 kilogram nitrogen, open parenthesis and close parenthesis, 25 kilogram phosphorus, open parenthesis P2O5 close parenthesis, 20 kilogram potassium, open parenthesis, K2O nitrogen is adjusted.
It's like an extensive, information that you get. Yeah.
Recommended doses of fertilizer throughout the season, like how the farmer should apply nitrogen in split doses, how the potassium or phosphorus can be applied. So it gives you complete advisory.
And ma'am, apart from Agrivani, what else, what other solutions are providing? If you can explain us.
We have crop base. It supports 4 crops: chili, cotton, paddy and maize, and it supports around 40 plus pests and diseases. It helps the farmers to identify the pests and diseases, and it supports them to find out the overlapping symptoms of the crop pests and diseases which occur on the crop plant. So we are covering all the major pests and diseases here, and that application is also free of cost. Farmer simply has to download it from the Play Store, and he can directly use it. He can upload the image, whatever problem he is facing in his crop. Simply by uploading the image, our algorithms will analyze the image and they will give you the result, like what is the issue in your crop. That is one solution. The Agrivani is one solution, the crop is, and another is soybean grain analyzer. Soybean grain analyzer uses object detection technique for identifying the issues in the quality of soybean grains. So it helps the farmers to assess the quality of the soybean grains. It identifies the foreign material, damaged seeds and good grains. And it also suggests the farmer what price that farmer will get today if he sends his produce to the market. So we have API integrated market rates or mandi rates are available. So they are specifically this solution, soybean grain analyzer, it is deployed into MP and Maharashtra as of now. So the farmers can fetch the local mandi rates as well.
Thank you, Sonali ma'am, for speaking to us. So again, it also makes it very easier for the farmers to identify the marketplace. There are many. I was in a rural sector. I had a coverage there, and I was speaking to the farmers where they were very lost to identify the market segments, and that makes it very easier. The questions that they have, how the crops would be, how to identify the weather, what the weather is, it is at their fingerstep. I mean, they have this app, they have this, amplifier that helps them understand it. And again, these innovations is what AI Impact Summit is all about. It's a flagship by India, and it takes India to the global level. And it is our attempt also to bring to you these stories, these highlighted stories in front of our viewers who are watching us on television right now. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing over camera person Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero covering the AI Impact Summit 2026, and we are visiting different halls, booths to take a perspective so that people who are watching us on television can experience what we are experiencing. Again, we have been urging the public, the people to come out so that you can come to these stalls, these halls, these booths and visit yourself and experience these, what AI is bringing to the table, what India is being positioned at the global AI hub itself. And the Prime Minister has always been vocaling about to position India as a global AI hub. Now, we are joined by a very special guest, Manoj Dhanda, who is also the CEO of Utho Club itself, right? Utho Cloud. So, sir, very first question to our viewers who are watching us on television. if you can tell very shortly about what Utho Cloud is, and this is again you call it Bharat's own cloud platform. So what is this exactly?
So when we talk about technology and the industry is evolving, I believe before 2 years back we were just the consumers, not the creators. So now India is about to create something. There are a lot of AI models is coming from small to large language models. So when we create something, build something, we should have the control. So what Utho is building, Utho have their own cloud platform in India where people can host their AI models, AI workloads, या फिर बाकी their CRM applications. So they will have the complete control within India, governed within India, and along with that, cost optimizations. Because when we talk about the foreign cloud provider, there is a monopoly, absolutely charging almost 3 times, which is not actually required if we look at the infrastructure cost. So we come up with a vision why India shouldn't have the digital infrastructure, why we depend on the foreign providers. So we build it, and now we are transforming multiple startups in India and the enterprises who are using Utho.
So my very last question to you would be, you are a part of the Impact AI Summit, you have your own booth here, and many world leaders are also coming. You talk about Emmanuel Macron, the Sweden Deputy Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, Mark Zuckerberg, and many world leaders. How do you see being a part of this AI Impact Summit? How hopeful are you? And even the Prime Minister has been vocaling about the fact that India to be positioned itself as a global AI hub, and since it is also the flagship project.
I think wonderful opportunity at the right time. If we not able to do it now and do it after 2 or 3 years, might be we will not be in the game. So this is, I think, right time. Government has started this initiative. I see almost 500 plus startups are here who demonstrating what they have built and showing to the world. So this summit is not only about the India. The world is looking at what India is creating. And I think one of the examples for the world, how a country can develop in the latest technology ecosystem, and how we can go more advanced than to, just follow the West. But now here, I believe the West will start follow us.
For sure, sir. Thank you so much. A very important statement that he said, that now the West will be following India. And again, India is being positioned itself. Can you imagine that it has been extended for 1 extra day now? 500 speakers, 3,000, more than 3,000, speakers here, more than 500 sessions lined up. All world leaders are coming here to be a part of the AI Impact Summit. I know what a day to be in New Delhi, what a day to be in India. This is me, Brian Andy Thomas, signing off with camera person Dinesh for Newsx. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit. And again, what a day to be in New Delhi, what a day to be in India, where India is being positioned itself as the global AI hub. In these 4 days that is now extended to 1 more day, will feature more than 500 sessions, 3,250 speakers will be coming on table discussing something about AI. There would be conversation about AI, virtual reality, augmented reality, digitech, infrastructure, AI, sovereign AI, inclusive AI, and whatnot. What the Prime Minister even said yesterday is very important, where we have this question, we have a common notion that what if AI takes our job? But the Prime Minister made it very efficient, where he said that no, AI is not going to take your jobs, but it's going to redefine and restructure your jobs. Now we are visiting different booths, different stalls, different halls to show you what you are missing out, because we also want you to come out, visit these halls, visit the booths and see what is in store, because we are trying to give you an experience from our channel again. So now we are in a very interesting booth here, and we are joined by a very special guest here. We are joined by Divya Rao, who is the Chief Medical Officer of Remedio. Ma'am, my very first question to you would be, we've been talking about AI Impact Summit, you're a part of the summit. The Prime Minister has been saying that India is being positioned itself as an AI hub. How do you see that? There's so many world leaders coming, Emmanuel Macron, Sweden Deputy Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, many world leaders. How do you see that being a part of the AI Impact Summit?
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity for India to showcase what we have done. If you see what we've developed here, at Remedio is an AI-powered smartphone-based device that can actually screen for chronic retinal conditions. Now, while we develop this for India, this has already gone global. So it already shows that India is a leader in the space of AI, and we're really happy to be a part of this.
So again, to our viewers who are watching us on television right now, if you can show us around, tell us what Remedio is, how it's going to solve the problem. It detects retina that you said, it identifies someone's how the retina functions. If you can tell us something about that for our viewers. Sure.
So in India, there are 300 million people who are at risk for chronic retinal conditions like diabetic retinopathy, glaucoma, and age-related macular degeneration. Now, these conditions can actually cause blindness. But the problem is, none of these patients are being screened today. Why? Because there's no access. And in India, for 1.4 billion people, we only have 25,000 ophthalmologists. So how are we going to screen everybody? So we asked ourselves the questions, instead of looking at training more doctors, can we actually bring the specialist ability into the hands of frontline workers in a more responsible and ethical way? So what we developed is a smartphone-based fundus camera, right? And on this comes offline AIs that are integrated on the device that can screen for all these three conditions. And these algorithms run fully on the device. That means that without internet, without a cloud server and expensive costs, within like a matter of 2 minutes, you can screen somebody and get a report whether they have these three conditions or not.
So we can show us?
Yes, absolutely. So I will walk you through it as he's taking.
And also our colleague Arzu has volunteered to be a part of this. So thank you so much, Arzu, for being here.
As well. Yes.
You can see something. How do you feel to be a part of Newsx?
It feels amazing. It's very insightful, and there's a lot to learn, and there's honestly a lot to experience.
Great, not to be a part of the AI Impact Summit.
Yeah, 100% feels good to make a change along with Remedio as well, and we're going to showcase how our AI.
Showcase. So, ma'am, while he's also programming and showing around, you can explain the entire process. A camera person, Dinesh, is also showing how it happens.
Yeah, sure. So this is a smartphone-based camera where we have patented optics in front of it, and we have made it such that you can actually image patients without dilating the pupils. Now, if you see, usually what happens is, while taking images, you have to put drops, wait for a long time and capture. What he's doing now is actually going in and capturing.
And it's all happening in real time.
It's all real time, and it's capturing automatically. So what we did was we have also used AI to capture these images automatically. So as long as he's at the right position, the AI has already captured the images. So what we do is capture 2 images per eye. We look at specific areas in the retina to be captured. So there you go, 2 images are already captured in one eye. Now he's going to capture the other eye as well, 2 more images.
So it's like 2 pictures per eye. It has, like, suppose the left one has 2 pictures, the right one has 2 pictures.
Exactly. So we are capturing total of 4 images, and again AI based. So after these images are captured, you will see how it is very simple to actually submit these images for offline AI analysis.
And it goes to the frontline work, the frontliners, right?
Yes. The idea is to see how can you task shift, right? How can you enable someone like a nurse or an operator and easily train them within a span of a few hours to be able to take these images. Now all these 4 images are captured. What he's going to do is press a single button, and we're going to choose all those 3 conditions right now, and we're going to press submit. The AI is already checking the images for whether these are of good quality or not to analyze. Now this is very important because if it's a non-ophthalmologist, they will not understand whether these images are of good quality or not. So it said all are of good quality, and immediately it says no diabetic retinopathy, no glaucoma, no AMD.
So she has good eyes.
Yes. I think she's taken care well.
It just took you, 2 minutes or 3 minutes to entirely detect everything? Yes. It took us nearly about 2 minutes, and it happened in real time.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for speaking to us and to show us this amazing device that is here. And again, it all happened in real time, no buffer, nothing, in just a single take that it happened, and it just took merely 2 to 3 minutes, even I think I'm speaking more. I don't think it even took 3 minutes to make it. But again, we're trying to show you rather, who are watching us on television, everything that is happening at the AI Impact Summit, so that you get an experience and you also come out and see how these are happening, how these halls have been made, how these beautiful, inventions, innovations are to be shown, are to be showcased here. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. It's going to be a great day to be in India, to be in New Delhi now, because obviously India is being positioned itself as a global AI hub. The Prime Minister has been vocaling about the fact that how AI is the new future and how India is being ready for positioning itself in the global AI race. Not only that, there was always a notion of the fact that AI will take away jobs, but the Prime Minister made it very clear that it will redefine and restructure jobs. Now, you can also imagine this is a flagship event that is happening in India. Last year it happened in Paris and it is going to be mega this time. Now this has also been extended till 21st. Now the stalls are also being open till 8 p.m. because of the lakhs of visitors that are entering. More than 500 sessions have been lined up for the 5 days with more than 3,200 speakers who would be speaking about different topics which involves AI, digitech, augmented reality, virtual reality and what not. We are covering the AI Summit at its large. We are on ground zero. We are deployed here. We are trying to show you as much as we can from our end. So to the people who are watching us on television, and not only that, we also urge our viewers who are watching us on television to come, visit these halls, visit these booths, experience yourself and understand how big this looks. Now we are at a booth here, we're in a hall, we're at Exotel Hall, and we will be speaking to Udit Agarwal, who is the VP and the global head of marketing of Exotel, to give us a perspective about what it looks like, what is here itself. We will be talking to him, and just a look, I'll request my camera person Dinesh also to pan around and show how this booth looks, and I'll be talking to him. Sir, welcome to Newsx.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming over. We are so excited to be here with you.
Thank you so much, sir, for having us. Now, very first question to you would be, how do you feel to be a part of the AI Impact Summit? You have your own booth here. The Prime Minister has been vocaling about the fact that AI is being positioned itself as a global AI hub. There are many world leaders coming, Emmanuel Macron, Rishi Sunak, the Swedish Deputy Prime Minister is also here. Many world leaders are coming. How do you see this summit happening, sir?
I think, India AI Impact Summit has actually put India on a global stage today. And I'm so proud of being Indian. And I'm just so proud of that a lot of Indian product companies, especially tech companies, where we used to be known as services. Today, we are turning the tide to be the global tech product powerhouse. And you can see it in action here. So much innovation happening on ground. It's so energizing to see all over.
And so, talking about Exotel, and I'm sure many viewers would be very interesting. What you have in store, if you can show us around, explain what it is, so that our viewers can be also, they can experience from their home if they're watching us on television. We also request them to come and experience in hand itself. So if you can tell what it is about.
Oh, absolutely. So we are actually building India's first customer experience operating systems. So we're bringing all things customer experience at all together, right? So I'll be very happy to showcase you. In case if you're interested, we can just showcase you live what's happening, right? Here's my colleague Shubhanjali, and we will actually showcase you how our virtual agents or AI agents is actually solving chat. All of us are actually chatting with app agents. We are chatting it online, but they're actually very rule-based. You say press 1 to do this or do this, they don't understand. So how it is about chatting like a human, and AI is making it possible. So let's see out here what is happening.
You're saying it's like normally when you're talking to an AI, you feel like it's a bot, or you feel like it's kind of generic, like it's a yes or no. So you're saying you're moving more than that. You're moving towards something that is more than just more human, like you said.
More human. So they can actually understand your queries in the language. They can understand your, text-based prompts. So your free-form text can be understood. Can be your language, your tonality can be understood, and actually an agent can work with you like that. So a human on the other side who is interacting with the agent will feel more comfortable, and it will feel that his resolution is completed. Today people don't care whether it is human or AI. All they care about, their problem should be solved. And if you are able to solve that problem in fraction of seconds, I think we are creating customer delight. So
it's also, if you can show around also, it's also creating an avenue, like you said. I mean, solving problem is what we as human is what we want. We are not caring if you're talking to a human or maybe a chatbot or something, but we want our problems to be solved and our problems to be catered to.
Absolutely. So if you see out here, we have actually this is a transaction that we have actually put it across for a credit card customer who have swiped the credit card, and the way it has gone from one point to another point, and Shubhangi can actually talk about it.
If you can explain.
Sure. So what you can see here is how you create these chatbots. This is a very simple drag and drop kind of a flow. You do not really need this is basically low code, no code. You do not need a lot of experience. We have tried to make it simple for everyone to create world-class chat agents. So this is the flow wherein you can just have free flow text, sort of put in a prompt, and then use our drag and drop, showcase how one trigger leads to the next trigger, and then just go ahead and deploy the chat agent.
It also is very seamless, like you said, and makes it very easier for public, also for the people, also the end users rather. Now you have something called the communication ecosystem also. What is this exactly?
So we are one of the very few companies who are actually bringing the entire communication ecosystem together. So you have seen a lot of companies which are providing voice solutions or messaging solutions. So we are providing everything together. So voice being the core infrastructure layer. You must have been seeing a lot of voice agents. You're seeing a lot of voice bots. But to actually power those voice bots to connect with the end user, you need a carriage, you need a telecom line, right? And we are the ones who are actually providing that infrastructure today. So a lot of the voice bot companies or voice agent companies works on Exotel today. So whether it is Sarvam, which talked about the multi-language models that they put out, the voice AI agent, that runs on Exotel from a voice infrastructure standpoint, right? So if you really see out here, so we have an AI stack, which I talked about, Agent Stream. Agent Stream is a product which actually plugs the voice bot to connect. So it's provide a telecom infrastructure to the voice bot, necessary infrastructure. StreamKit, you bring any AI in the world and you bring any contact center in the world, we are able to create a streamless connection so that they can talk to the customer. So if we talk about, we have the voice APIs, we have virtual zip lines, we have digital voice. So digital voice is like, I give you an example. We call Uber, sometimes it's a free call, Uber to driver. It's an in-app call. So the digital voice that we are able to create from app to app call experience, right? Then SMS, WhatsApp. So we're bringing all of these things together, and they're at the foundational level of this customer experience operating system that I spoke about.
And so now this is something is very interesting, like you off camera when we were also having a word, you mentioned the fact that it brings together human and AI. And even the Prime Minister had an interview yesterday. In his interview also, he mentioned that we have this common notion that AI will take away jobs, AI hamara job le lega, will be jobless, unemployment at its peak. But he made it very clear, saying that AI is going to redefine jobs, restructure jobs. Now you have unified CX platform. I want you to explain our viewers what exactly is this.
So first of all, I think I will give it to our Prime Minister that he redefined the AI yesterday by saying AI is an all-inclusive. Yes, exactly. And that was very encouraging, because truly that we understand AI today, and we are creating AI systems from Exotel as all-inclusive, where AI and humans will work together. So there is definitely reskilling required at a human level to work along with AI, like any other technology evolution. And AI is no different. So I will show you how AI and humans going to work together. So we are creating more freer space for humans to be there, and we are creating agents to function like humans if a human is taking a break, or human is on a leave, or human is...
plan to make human and AI work, if you can explain that process.
Sure. So what you see out here is our Harmony platform. It's a flagship product of Exotel, where AI and humans going to work together. It's a customer contact center, where there is a set of bots which are interacting with the customer, and if there is a issue which bot is not able to face, you are able to get the live sentiment, live intent. So we'll show you. So
this is the person?
Sahil is the person, yeah. So if you really see, here is the interaction going with the bot, and Sahil is our customer. So we have created, so there is a conversation going on WhatsApp, and you say your next available agent, suddenly this comes in here, at the dashboard level. And if you really see, the bot is actually giving you answers in a very human-centric language. And the customer is saying, I am a very high-value customer, an Empiria customer, and expect this benefit out of my banking relationship. And customer is actually maybe getting a little bit of an irritated. And if we actually show you further on this, I will show you how this is creating a summary and how it's actually creating knowledge from various conversations. Now, sometimes you must have heard that we call up helpline, and every time it starts from scratch. Tell me something about it. How can I help you? Now you have to repeat everything. Here it's actually creating a summary, and we are trying to create a word where you call your bank and your bank starts with your first name and said, I know you're facing this issue. Let me help you and solve it.
So it picks up from it.
It picks up from the between, right? And sometimes if you are irritated, it will show you the live sentiment. If you really see out here, it's a sentiment trend. That customer was neutral, and the customer is happy. Now here the customer is sad. So here, let's suppose this bot is not able to emotions itself, right? And then human would be able to barge in between and say, let's take over the conversation. And what happened is, in this entire process, we are training this bot to be more and more efficient, to be more and more human, right? How to handle more complex queries. So it is getting retrained, and we have a very interesting area where we say a human can whisper into an AI agent, handle it like that. The AI agents can be, trained on the go. So that is how AI and humans working together. So for example, you have a workforce of 10 AI agents and you have a workforce of 2 humans, and 2 humans are managing AI.
Exactly. I mean, that's what even the Prime Minister has said, that it is making things simpler for humans and redefining the job structure itself.
Absolutely. So we have launched something called AI Assist. And what it means is, you have seen a lot of AI is assisting humans. But we are also trying to flip it over and say humans are assisting AI. So they are both working in harmony. It's like a yin and yang of the customer experience system that we are building it for the world.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, we spoke to the VP and even the head of sales of this Exotel, and what he mentioned very clearly about the fact that how AI and how humans can work together in their benefit also, and how it is going to be very seamless it is. Again, we will be showing many such of these interviews. Many stories will come on live. You will be watching this on our channel. So keep watching Newsx for more of these updates. This is me, Brian Andrew Thomas, signing off campus in Dinesh for Newsx Delhi.
की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में प्रदूषण रहित देवी बसों के जरिए राजधानी के हर कोने तक पहुंच बढ़ाने में जुटी है दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार। दिल्ली का हर सपना होगा साकार।
3400 ईवी बसें हम दिल्ली की परिवहन व्यवस्था में जोड़ चुके हैं।
इलेक्ट्रिक बसें बढ़ा रही हैं अंतिम मील कनेक्टिविटी। महिलाओं के लिए पिंक सीटें होती हैं आरक्षित। पैनिक बटन और सीसीटीवी कैमरों से यात्रा होती है सुरक्षित।
अच्छी है बस भी, बस की क्वालिटी सब कुछ अच्छा है।
देवी बस की सर्विस भी बहुत बढ़िया है, सही सफर कर लेता हूँ मैं।
पूरा होगा आसान सफर का वादा, प्रदूषण कम करने का इरादा।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया।
People are already using our AI to do amazing things. Across India, creators use our AI to automatically translate reels into the language of the person watching. Small businesses talk to customers through WhatsApp business agents that they create in 10 minutes on their phones, and they use our Gen AI tools to create ads and reach customers way more efficiently than they ever could before. And India has world-class developers building genius things to solve societal challenges. For example, there are more than 20 million people with disabilities in India who are locked out of education, jobs, and digital services because the digital world wasn't designed for them. So iSTEM built voice-first, AI-powered infrastructure that helps people with disabilities to learn, discover careers, and complete digital tasks independently, like converting textbooks into usable formats or giving personalized career guidance that takes into account their disability. In healthcare, researchers at Ashoka University used our SAM3 model, which is trained on billions of natural images, to speed up the identification and segmentation of cancer tumors and at-risk organs. Their model, OncoSeg, can help radiologists and radiology oncology teams do in seconds what it takes hours to do manually. The beauty of general purpose models is the same technology that can segment tumors in the brain can segment leaves to help farmers assess the health of their crops, as AgriPoint has done. We recently open sourced our omnilingual models, which recognize speech across more than 1,600 languages and can rapidly adapt to new languages with just a few audio samples. It's not a fantasy that in a few years we'll have real-time, voice-to-voice translation for every spoken language on Earth. Now build that into your glasses, real-time translation in any language just for you. That's transformative, perhaps most especially in countries like India, where so many languages are spoken. In fact, language is an area where we're collaborating with the Indian government on through its AI Kosh platform. We're providing datasets in 10 major Indian languages so people can build AI models that deeply understand Indian languages and contexts. I'm sure you're used to people from big tech world making lots of grand but vague assertions about what AI will be able to do. But we don't have to be vague. People use our AI right here, right now. They're getting value from it, and they're building amazing things with it. And that gives us confidence about what we're building towards. We're releasing new models this year, with the first coming in the next couple of months. These will be deeply integrated with our products in a way we're really excited about. We're optimistic about the trajectory we're on. The first models will be good, and as the year goes on, I think we're going to be pushing the frontier. Our vision is personal superintelligence. AI that knows you, your goals, your interests, and helps you with whatever you're focused on doing. It serves you, whoever you are, wherever you are. We all lead busy lives. I'm sure you'd want to do more if only you had the time and headspace. That's how I think about personal superintelligence. Say you want to be healthier. Your personal AI could help you see through a personal health plan covering diet, exercise, and sleep, and your daily routine. Or you have a project you'd like to get done, like putting on an event. It can track your progress, reach out to venues, arrange invites, remind you of things you haven't considered, and more. If you love to go fishing or paint or want to travel more, it can help free you up so you can do more of these things, and it can give you advice when you need it, or help you show up as a better friend or in your community. It won't just do your admin, it'll be an extension of you so you can be you more. I get that some people will worry what companies like Meta really want is to get you hooked and leave you passively staring at screens. But the whole point of personal superintelligence is the opposite. It's about helping you be more active in your life, in pursuing your goals, and deepening your relationships. I know people are going to be skeptical when I say we're going to do this work responsibly. But you don't have to take us at our word, take us at our incentives. This is a competitive space, which is why we're seeing so much innovation. Given how intimately your personal AI will know you, people aren't going to hire us for the job if we're not doing it responsibly. Our AI needs to work the way we say it does, as well as we say it does, and as safely and as securely as you need it to. It needs to help you in your life, and if it doesn't, people simply won't use it. We'll lose customers, we'll lose public trust, and we'll lose out to our competitors.
A very good afternoon. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. we're tracking updates from the India AI Impact Summit 2026. Global leaders and tech visionaries joined the historic India AI Impact Summit, including French President Emmanuel Macron, Alphabet and Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Tata Sons Chairman N. Chandrasekaran, UN Secretary General and others who delivered keynotes. In his powerful speech, Prime Minister Narendra Modi emphasized India's unique strengths in demography, democracy and diversity, positioning the nation as the ideal place for AI companies to build in India and to deliver to the world. In his powerful speech, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also emphasized on India's unique strengths in various quarters. He highlighted what Manav is for AI. He has given this Manav vision to the world. He stressed on the need for responsible and safe AI development, urging the global community to choose the right path for future generations. The key highlights included democratizing AI to ensure inclusion and empowerment, especially for the global south. Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared AI as a turning point in human history, calling for global standards like watermarking, child-safe platforms and making AI a tool for welfare and happiness for all. Let's now take a look at the tech bigwigs who are attending the AI Impact Summit. So let's take a look at who are the top names who have been attending the AI Summit. This is Sundar Pichai. He is the CEO of Google and Alphabet, and there you have that iconic image of Prime Minister Narendra Modi with all the tech leaders, with all of them saying that they are uniting for a global front. This is Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. We have Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic. We have Demis Hassabis, who is the CEO of Google DeepMind, who is also attending. Alexander Von, who is the Chief AI Officer at Meta. We just heard his speech right now. And Brad Smith, the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft. Apart from this, there is also David Japolsky, who is the Chief Global Affairs and Legal Officer at Amazon. So these are some of the top names from the tech industry who are in fact attending the AI Summit, who are giving out their speeches, giving out their vision and how the Global South and India can play a big role in AI. Let me in fact introduce the guests who are joining us on this broadcast to discuss this further. Ambassador Sushil Singhal, former diplomat, Dr. Swarupa Mitra, Director and Unit Head, Department of Radiation Oncology, Fortress Memorial Research Institute, Gautam Mukherjee, Senior Journalist, and Arvind Singh Tejawat, who is the International Affairs Expert. Thank you all for joining us on the broadcast to discuss this very important summit that is currently happening in Delhi and in India. If I can go across first to Ambassador Singhal on this. Ambassador, first of all, your key takeaways. We've heard the Prime Minister's speech. He's talking about the Manav initiative. He's spoken about democratization of AI, and he's spoken about how India can lead the world in this sector. What are your key takeaways from this?
Well, what the Prime Minister Modi has spoken about in his speech, I think this point which I was making earlier, that the AI, this summit, Impact Summit, is is happening in India at the very right moment. We, as per the reports, we are in the AI research and development area. Now we have reached the stage of number 3, as they say. But between India, China, and USA, the gap is quite large. That we have to remember that, and we need to cover it. But this summit, I think, is giving an opportunity, and the kind of investment we are talking about is, $200-300 billion in next 2 to 3 years, or maybe 5 years. It will, I think, give a major fillip to us in the field of research, and this, because it's a capital intensive work, as we all know. And side by side, I would say that, since we are talking about the data centers in India, when Prime Minister talks about democratization of data, it will help us to speak on behalf of the global South, that, and also say that, India has the paraphernalia, which normally the Western countries come out with the argument, you don't have the facilities. So India will be in a position to offer that, to say that counter argument that India has the enough capacities for that. So that is one side. Other is that, this what we're saying when we're talking about the, there's a lot of conversation going on about how the AI is going to impact. In fact, the Prime Minister also mentioned that this AI is, we don't really know how it's going to impact. And he compared it with very aptly with the internet and the nuclear power. That what internet did to the jobs and to the improvement in our life, nobody thought of when it was introduced. And similarly with the nuclear energy and nuclear technology, it's destructive as well as is productive. It depends on us, how we harness it. Similarly, I think, as he mentioned, AI, that artificial intelligence, it will all depend how we will go, how we develop it, how do we use it, it's on us. But as a government, when we're talking about the regulation, that is why we're talking about the regulating it. But he says innovation has to be, because there are three models, if I can say. US has one model, no restrictions. China has a model which is under centralized control, state control, they decide how things will happen. Then European Union, heavily regulated. But what we are talking about is that you have to allow the innovation, because it's a new field. We don't know really how it is going to improve, how it's going to change, but it should be under certain guidelines, supervisions. So with the responsibility, like we have done, we've just 2 days back, we issued a notification that any images or content which is produced with the AI help will be flagged in that manner, and if it is not appropriate, it has to be taken down. So it's how it's going to be implemented, of course, is a question mark. But when it comes to the potential, the PwC has come out with a report that it has potential capacity for India to add about $550 billion to $600 billion in the economic value across the field, be it health, education, agriculture. I think agriculture, earlier we were talking about it. Agriculture is one field we really don't think that AI can help, but that's the one area which I think is going to help in many ways to us. Then it will help us in the country. In India we have this problem of leakages when we are implementing the government policies, and AI will help us in controlling that problem. Then again there is a fear about the human capital, that that the human become redundant, but if we use it properly, it become human capital multiplier in my view, because we will be able to provide better training, better matching of the jobs, according to the capacity. AI will help us when matching the capabilities and output per worker, because in India we have a very low output, but AI will help us to improve that output. Similarly, it will, we talked about the data, already talked about the data, the compute and data is also will helpful, and our export competence will improve, be it in IT or in services. So it has all the potential to help, as the Prime Minister also mentioned in his address. But it will all depend on us, how we harness it. That is, of course, is unknown commodity, I would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, let me introduce some piece of information that is coming in. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, has said that India's AI opportunity is amazing, calling the country one of the companies the fastest growing markets globally, possibly the fastest. Altman also revealed that more than 100 million people in India use ChatGPT every week. Let's in fact listen into that statement.
India's AI opportunity is amazing. It's great to be here. This is one of our fastest growing markets in the world. Maybe it's the fastest at this point. It's certainly the fastest for Codex. There's more than 100 million people that use ChatGPT every week. We're delighted to be here.
Thank you, Sam.
All right. In fact, we heard the CEO of OpenAI over here saying that India is one of the fastest growing markets globally, even in this sector. Dr. Mitra, if I can come to you regarding this, when you look at AI, when you look at this sector, what are the opportunities that you see? You also, throughout the day, we've been hearing these tech, big wigs give out speeches, talk about investment, talk about data processing, talk about how, the global South can provide a lot of data. We just saw the CEO, we heard his statement. He is also speaking about how India is one of the potentially the fastest growing market globally for this sector. So when we look at this AI generation, when we look at the Prime Minister's vision of Manav, how are you observing this sector grow? Dr. Mitra.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. I think this is a topic which is very, very relevant. The impact of AI in healthcare and where do we go from here way forward. I had a talk day before yesterday at the AI Summit also on the same topic. So I am an oncologist. So among all aspects, all fields of specialties of medical care and healthcare, oncology is probably a very, very important domain where AI has its effect. If I can say that, being in oncology, we have been using, may not be in the same name, but we have been using something like AI, that is artificial intelligence, since long. Now, where do we see the impact? Like all of us, we know that cancer, the detection of cancer is time dependent. The earlier you get diagnosed, the earlier you get treated, and the chances of getting cured is much higher because the patient is diagnosed at a very early stage. So what does the AI do? The most important is that the AI helps in a very quick diagnosis with accuracy. So if it gets diagnosed faster, of course, we can get treated earlier. And why is it getting diagnosed early? Because the AI is trained with lots of data that what are the areas it sees, and then diagnoses a particular cancer at the right stage and with equal accuracy. The second is that, which is now we are dealing with, is the personalization of the treatment. If we see breast cancer patients or 5 patients, they may be of the same stage. Second stage breast cancer patients, for example, we are seeing they may be of the same stage, but they will not be treated similarly. So every patient will be customized. A treatment will be tailor-made for them. So how did we do this? All of this is partly and largely because of the AI which we have introduced in our treatment system. So other than this, we have the, if we talk of work efficiency, because it is faster, so we doctors and other healthcare workers, we take help of the accuracy and the quickness of the AI so that we can devote our time to more other things. So that helps increasing the work efficiency. Now, if we look about on the hospital front, everything is quickened, like the work efficiency of the hospital staff, like getting a bed, getting an appointment, after the patient is admitted, getting the investigations and the reports early. All these are greatly impacted with artificial intelligence. One more thing which is important is the area of early detection, and that is the preventive, that is the cancer prevention. So we have several AI models where the cancer can be detected early. And one more thing which I would be saying here is that what our PM was talking of about democratization.
Right.
We have all the facilities in the urban areas, but most of our patients are in the areas which are less served.
Right,
So
and
how do
I
we
think that's where we have to bridge that gap to help reach AI to the masses. In fact, there's some more information coming in, ma'am. Following his keynote address at the Bharat Mandapam at the AI Impact Summit, Google and Alphabet CEO Sundar Pichai has tweeted, and I quote here, addressing the India AI Action Summit today was a profound personal honor. AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. The best outcomes of AI are not guaranteed. We must pursue AI boldly, approach it responsibly, and work together through this moment. So this is something that Sundar Pichai has also spoken about. He's spoken about using AI responsibly. Let me get that across to and ask Gautam Mukherjee about his observations of this entire AI summit and what the global leaders had to say regarding it. We have Sundar Pichai talking about responsibility. We earlier in the day we also had our Prime Minister speak about an ethical governance, some sort of law that actually governs the kind of AI that we want to develop further, sir. Because he has spoken about a directionless AI actually leading to a lot of disruption.
Likely to happen, particularly after this summit, because there is a competitive air that has emerged from the various speeches. You have, Meta, you've got Google, you've got open source, you've got various other companies which are specialized in AI from America in particular, and they are all offering their services and joint ventures with Indian partners in a plethora of different applications and different industries in governance, in agriculture, as has been already mentioned by the previous panelist. I don't think we are going to approach this in India or indeed in collaboration with all these wonderful people in a disorganized manner. There is already enough concern about responsible AI and deriving mainly the benefits and minimizing the fallouts. There have been in early development in Europe and America some fallout, unintended consequences, people with impressionable minds, children and young Gen Z people who have used it perhaps in a harmful manner. So that's already behind us. People are aware of it. And I don't think India has a talent for jumping in, if not at the very beginning.
Right.
Certainly soon after a new technology attains some degree of mass. And that is exactly what we are doing right now.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in at the India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi. The Embassy of Israel in India proudly joined hands with IIT Ropar for a powerful India-Israel session at the Agri-AI Global Summit under the theme Bridging Nations to AI, Scaling AI Innovations for Public Good. Leaders from government, startups and industry came together to explore how AI can empower farmers, strengthen food systems and scale sustainable solutions across borders. The Embassy of Israel in India writes, and I quote here, this collaboration reflects the growing India-Israel partnership in advancing AI for agriculture, innovation-driven growth and inclusive development, turning technology into real impact for communities. I would like to rope in Arvind Singh Tejawat on this. So, do you believe that AI can be a new tool in our foreign policy kit as well? We can look at, AI diplomacy going forward.
Thank you very much, Medha. But it could be a good tool for the foreign policy. It's really a bit difficult because in a foreign policy, we cannot predict the mindset of a people. Means AI cannot stop the war between Iran and United States. So that's the limitations of AI. But in other hands, like our previous speakers also mentioned, that AI can really play a good role in means treating a people. And I remember that there is application, AI-based application named Dhenu, already working for the farmers. And contrary, there is another the AI-based applications that is called Bhashini, which is means breaking the barriers between the south and northern part of India. And Government of India is planning to establish a AI hub here in the northern part of India. There is a
Right. So I apologize for interrupting you, but we are running short of time. I thank Dr. Mitra, Gautam Mukherjee and Arvind Singh Tejawat for joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador Singhal, I would request you to please stay on with us. So we'll come back to you after this commercial.
जो भी पके पैसा पके जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए मिठी दिल हो या पुलियो करे वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला असली मसाले सच सच MDH
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने राजधानी में नए आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर लॉन्च किए। अच्छी सेहत के लिए दिल्ली वालों को मिली एक और बड़ी सौगात, इलाज की सुविधा मिलेगी घरों के ही पास।
लगभग हर विधानसभा में हम 12 से 15 आरोग्य मंदिर खोलें ताकि छोटे मोटे ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आपको दूर ना दौड़ना पड़े।
दिल्ली में अब आरोग्य मंदिरों की संख्या हुई 319। आरोग्य मंदिरों में करीब 80 टेस्ट होते हैं फ्री में मिलती हैं जरूरी दवाएं, मैटरनिटी केयर और वैक्सीनेशन की भी सुविधा। 1100 आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर खोलने का है दिल्ली सरकार का इरादा। पूरा होगा दिल्ली को सेहतमंद बनाने का वादा।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. We are looking at some international news coming in right now. According to sources, the United States military is prepared to strike Iran as early as this weekend. However, Donald Trump has not yet taken a final decision on whether to authorize such action. According to reports, the White House has been briefed that the military could be ready for an attack by the weekend. The development follows a significant military build-up in recent days, including increased air and naval assets in the Middle East. Earlier, it was reported that the United States and Israel could be on the brink of a major military operation against Iran that might begin very soon. Reportedly, this conflict could be far larger in scope than last year's 12-day conflict and could last for weeks if it proceeds. Trump has repeatedly emphasized on the importance of confronting Iran's nuclear ambitions. In fact, according to a report, the buildup of US air power in the Middle East is the biggest since the 2003 invasion that launched the Iraq War. That 2003 invasion, which triggered a devastating war lasting more than 8 years, began with what was described as a shock and awe bombing campaign. Now the United States is accumulating forces in the region as US President Donald Trump weighs a possible strike against Iran following its deadly crackdown on anti-regime protests last month. The US has deployed dozens of aircraft to the region along with multiple aircraft carriers. The fighter jets include F-16s, F-22s and F-35s. The report adds that the scale of the military buildup would allow for a much longer campaign than the US strike on Iranian nuclear facilities during the Israel-Iran war last June, which was carried out using B-2 bombers. Let me introduce our panel for this discussion. Ambassador Sushil Singhal, former diplomat, and Major General Anuj Mathur, who is a senior defense expert. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I want to start off with Ambassador. We are looking at a really intense situation now. there are reports coming in that the military might be ready for a war by the weekend, even though they do not have the authorization from US President Donald Trump till now, but that is something that can be given at the click of a tweet, given that he is Donald Trump. Ambassador, how are you looking at the situation escalating right now?
You know, there's no doubt that situation is incrementally, escalating, and US is no longer posturing; it's actually ready to strike the way it is, gearing up. So is Iran. Let me say here, Iran is also, not only giving threats but also making preparation. They have done some exercises. Russia, they are also positioning themselves. But still the window for diplomacy is not over. As I understand, Iran is supposed to submit some proposals to USA on the demands of USA which has been made. And the third player, which is very important, is Israel in this. Israel is the one who is pressurizing USA to take a very hard position. And is also along that side, it is also preparing for the war. For, as you mentioned, that this war, and of course there are options which are being discussed, which of course we are not aware, but there are three possibilities: limited strike, longer strike, and all out. I mean, there are only three possibilities as I see it. How it will shape, of course, nobody knows. But everybody is gearing, and Israel is the one which is forcing American hand. That in the sense that they want to dismantle Iranian capabilities, not only in the nuclear, but also ballistic missiles, which is not sort of acceptable to Iran so far. Iran is also, of course, offering discussion on nuclear, and they're starting now giving the economic angle also. They are willing, they keep saying that they're willing to work with USA on economic side, be it oil or the minerals. So this is the position, and what will unfold in next, I will give a slightly longer window than 1 week to this, because still the mediators, be it Oman and some other countries, they are still working behind the scene and on the scene to persuade all the sides to come to some understanding, because it's nobody's interest at this to have a war in that region, because USA will not suffer except some, because of their equipment, and they have aircraft carriers. But as far as the people are concerned, they are not really going to be affected. It's going to be the countries in the neighborhood, including Israel, who's going to be affected. So they are not keen. And of course, the oil prices will go up. They are already, there are hardening in the oil prices. But if any skirmishes takes place or the all war takes place, the oil prices will go through the roof, and which will impact obviously everybody in the globally. So in the conclusion, I would say the situation is very difficult. Any miscalculation can lead to dispute or to the fight, but the window for diplomacy is still open. Thank you.
Right. In fact, there's some more information coming in. Iran's atomic energy chief Mohammad Islami has said today that no country can deprive the Islamic Republic of its right to nuclear enrichment. Islami stressed that enrichment is the foundation of the nuclear industry and essential for producing nuclear fuel required in the nuclear process. He added that Iran's nuclear program is moving forward in accordance with the rules of the International Atomic Energy Agency, maintaining that Iran has the right to peacefully benefit from nuclear technology. In more information coming in, an Iranian lawmaker has said that successful negotiations could help prevent war or at least delay its outbreak. Ahmad Bakhshayish Adrestani has said that it would be positive if diplomacy could avert conflict or push back the possibility of war, adding that so far Iran's negotiating team has performed its responsibility effectively. Let me in fact rope in Major General Mathur on this. Sir, how are you looking at this tense situation? Iran has continuously been speaking about negotiations. We saw it in fact come to the negotiating table. We saw indirect talks happen in Muscat as well, though they did not lead to any outcome, because this major standoff was the talk about nuclear technology and its use in Iran. Iran maintains that we are doing this for development of peaceful nuclear technology. You can have international agencies come and do your inspections. How are you looking at this situation now that the US has deployed some of its largest number of fighter aircraft in the region since 2003, sir?
I'll just explain little more from where you have left. It is not only the US Air Force. It is the largest deployment of US armed forces since Second World War. It wasn't this kind even during the Iraq offensive or any other time. The escalation is real, escalation is serious, and the United States armed forces have deployed and probably surrounded Iran from all possible directions and all possible domains, from the air, from the sea, from ground. There are reports that there are Delta Force people in Azerbaijan and Armenia, that little 30-40 kilometer window which is available between Iran and Armenia. In addition to that, when we talk of boots on ground, in addition to that, the boots on ground in Iran, as far as the America and Israel are concerned, are the Mossad people, the CIA activists, and the people who they have cultivated themselves in Iran. So situation is extremely tense. One, two, having deployed so much of armed forces, it will be a big humiliating humiliation for the United States of America if either they do not force Iran to listen to and accept their conditions, or don't attack. So there are only two things to my mind, Shivani, which are left. One, either Iran agrees to what US is saying, and what US is wanting is three things basically. One, nuclear program. Two, missile program. Now I will tell you the role of Israel in this whole gambit. The Israelis are not as much worried about the nuclear program as they are worried about the missile program, for two reasons. One, the nuclear thing is primarily a deterrence. Even if Iran acquires nuclear capability, they dare not use it, because that would mean an end, because the Americans and the Israelis have enough power in them to sort out Iran for once for all. But missiles can be and will be used. Drones can be and will be used. The level at which Iran today is, as far as missile drone technology and their holding is concerned, is already threatening. They have learned this during that 12-day war in June 2025. And if you do not do anything to Iranian missile and drone program now, they will reach at a level which you will not be able to handle. That is the point which Israelis are insisting on, that you cannot allow Iran to acquire so much of power in terms of missiles, drones, and other conventional weapon systems, that you cannot handle it at a stage later. And third thing is that an acquisition of this kind of firepower would mean a proper tilt in the military balance in the Middle East or West Asia. Now, more things which we need to know. Although US has done so much of deployment, they also are probably looking at an off-ramp in a way that they will get to some kind of a arrangement, as the ambassador was trying to say, that the diplomacy is not yet come to an absolute end. But, Shivani, so much of real escalation, including a nuclear-powered submarine, USS Georgia, which is already there in the Middle East. It can fire 154 Tomahawk nuclear capable missiles. They have shifted their AWACS. They have increased their presence in the Eastern Europe. They have increased. They have consolidated each and every of their military centers. They have withdrawn from Syria. It's all real and serious development. And to my mind, if Iran does not agree, 2 days critical. Shivani.
Absolutely. In fact, there is some more information coming in, sir. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has said that Iran would be very wise to reach a deal with President Donald Trump and his administration. She said that talks between the two sides in Geneva had made some progress, but noted that significant differences remain on certain issues. Caroline added that while there has been limited movement forward, the two countries were still far apart on key matters. She said that the United States expects Iran to return with more detailed proposals in the coming weeks, and that the president will continue to closely monitor developments. In fact, Iran has now issued a notice to air missions, or a NOTAM, indicated planned rocket launches across parts of southern Iran on Thursday. Now, Iran conducted Navy drills this week in the Hormuz Strait and plans to conduct a joint naval exercise with Russia on Thursday. So, Ambassador, if I can rope you back into this discussion, like General Mathur was in fact pointing out, this is a big deployment that the US is making in the seas, in the air. We are seeing a lot of deployment over there. Iran is also in fact preparing itself. They have conducted their naval exercise. They are planning a joint naval exercise soon this week, next week, and they are also looking to strengthen their air and rocket launches on Thursday. Which is today. So, this is something that Iran is also in fact, they are preparing themselves for a war. The White House press secretary is stating that they should prepare themselves for negotiations rather than for a war. But Ambassador, do you believe that there is some kind of diplomatic grey area that is left? Because when you are looking at this entire situation, the General also pointed out there are 3 topics that both the countries want to agree on, and those seem to be non-negotiable. Red lines for one country, the red line for another country, a nuclear program, enrichment to 0%, Iran does not want to do it. So, do you see some sort of diplomatic area for talks, or do you think that this is just a build up to the war?
No, knowing President Trump, he goes to the brink. I mean, he does everything. And then, of course, he opens a window. And then he claims victory, whether he has achieved objectives or not. So, despite all the preparations, I have my doubt about President Trump's determination, because he is always against war. He uses war or tariff, like he's done with the tariff. Same thing. He is using tariff also as a weapon. So, knowing him on track record of last 1 year, I will still have my doubt that he's fully committed to fight against the war, Iran, despite the preparations which are on board, which we all can see. In my view, still there is he's looking for a compromise somewhere, and if Iran has to buckle, ultimately has to give in. I think what Iran is also doing is trying to show that, okay, I will lose, but I will cause you damage. When they're doing exercises near the deployment, of course he's not crossing the line, but near the deployment, showing that we have the capabilities to cause you damage. So what is happening is, but with a very high stake game, one mistake in this scenario, and it can lead to unexpected problems. And third problem is the Israel. Israel is the one. I think there would have been compromise by now, in my view, if the Israel was not in the play, because they were willing to do what President Trump was wanting initially, that was that, cap on the nuclear capabilities and, of course, the economic deal, which Iran is offering. So President Trump's objectives were achieved, but it's the Israel which is who doesn't want it to happen, because in June also they tried to do that, if you remember. That in June, the objective of Israel could not be achieved, though US President Trump said that all objectives have been achieved. If you remember, that time also he claimed that we have achieved all the objectives. If he achieved all those objectives, why he has to do this build-up now? So Israel is the player who is pushing USA to do all this. So his heart is not there, in my view. He's being forced to do. So still, I find that there is a window for diplomacy, and there is some compromise. It still can happen, but as I said, very high stake game. One mistake and the whole thing will fall apart.
In fact, this high stake games has a lot of third world global leaders also involved. Let's bring in some more information that is coming in. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has warned that any new US strike on Iran would have serious consequences. Lavrov has said that previous strikes on Iranian nuclear sites that were under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency had posed real risks of a nuclear incident. He added that reactions across the region, including from Arab countries and Gulf monarchies, reflect concern over rising tensions, stressing that no one wants further escalation and that increasing tensions would be dangerous. Now, reportedly, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is all set to travel to Israel next week to meet Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and provide updates on the ongoing US-Iran nuclear talks. The meeting is expected to take place on February 28th, and the US and Iran have recently held 2 rounds of indirect negotiations over Tehran's nuclear program, with officials from both sides offering cautious optimism about progress. However, Vice President of the US, J.D. Vance, has noted that while some aspects went well, there are still red lines set by US President Donald Trump that Iran has not yet addressed. Last week, Netanyahu visited the White House to urge Trump to ensure any deal also addresses Iran's ballistic missile program and its support for proxy groups, including Hamas and Hezbollah. In fact, let me open General Mathur on this. General Mathur, you were just speaking about what the real intentions of Israel entering these talks and this entire gamut is, because they want to limit their ballistic missile program. They want to limit the development of drones that is happening over there, and they are also, we are in fact looking at other countries being involved, because we are seeing Russia as well, which is obviously concerned about the region, because such attacks may lead to a nuclear fallout, and this is something that we might just see, and it affects the entire region. So when we are looking at other global countries also getting involved, do you believe that a war is something that is imminent, or do you think that this is just escalation, post that we reach the crescendo and then it's just a lull where we will see more negotiations going on?
So, I mean, you just slightly disagree with the ambassador when he says that he takes it to a brink. Donald Trump, in his 1 year, has attacked 7 countries: Iran, Syria, Iraq, Somalia, Nigeria, Venezuela. So this gentleman is quite capable of attacking, that is, as far as the doing is concerned, the intent is concerned. Now, the situation is that Iran is neither of these. Although when I listed out, I included Iran, that June 25 attack on Iran also was a part of those 7 attacks which American Air Force has directly done. The issue is Iran has a very formidable force. 1. 2, the IRGC of Iran is not an army of Iran. It is a force which is a highly radicalized, totally dedicated to the regime. That Islamic regime that IRGC is only dedicated to the Islamic regime. So if there is any threat to Islamic regime, IRGC is going to react violently. That is another issue. One thing is very clear, that Iran, unless they soften their stand on Israel, and their stand on Israel is that Israel has no right to be on the map of the globe. And if that be the case, the Iranians should not or cannot be allowed to have that kind of power which they can make sure that they destroy Israel altogether. Israel is also an American sentinel of sorts in the Middle East. So there is no question of US going so much down while making talks with the Iranians. Just one more second, Chairman, just one last line. And third thing is that they want Iran to stop funding their proxies, Houthi, Hezbollah, and Hamas, which they are not agreeing to as of now.
All right. I apologize for interrupting you, General, but that's all the time that we have on the broadcast to discuss this. But thank you so much, Ambassador and General, for joining us on this broadcast. Now, in the latest updates coming in, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has held bilateral meeting with the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan at Bharat Mandapam. These talks come on the sidelines of the AI Impact Summit. Let me in fact go across to my colleague Brian Thomas, who will give us some more details regarding this meet. Brian, if you can take us through the details of this bilateral meeting that was held between the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi.
Well, yes, clearly, this is a jam-packed session that is happening at Bharat Mandapam. The Prime Minister met with Khalid bin Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan on the sidelines of the India Impact AI Summit. The Crown Prince arrived in New Delhi on 18 Feb to attend the summit. He is also leading the United Arab Emirates delegation on behalf of President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. Not only that, very importantly, we need to note the fact that they spoke about, and again, they are described as trusted partners in advanced tech. They spoke about tech and AI cooperation by the Ministry of External Affairs. And even the Prime Minister himself is holding bilateral meetings with visiting leaders today itself. And again, based on what we are getting to know, and the summit, that the summit is happening, they spoke about AI and emerging tech cooperation, digital infrastructure, data semiconductors, UAE sovereign AI investment in India, Global South AI initiatives, KEPA plus tech corridor follow-up. So all of these are a top point of the conversation that was there in the bilateral.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian, for all those updates on that front. We have some more information coming in some other news. In what seems to be a major blow to the NDA, Tamil Nadu's ruling party, the DMK, has formed an alliance with the DMDK. Now, the alliance was confirmed by DMDK leader Premlatha Vijayakanth on X after she met DMK President and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin at his Chennai residence. Sharing photographs, she said, and I quote here, "Let us journey together for the continuation of the Dravidian model of governance and for Tamil Nadu to progress in every way." She added that seat sharing details would be announced later, but declared that the alliance would win more than 200 seats. Listen in to how the AIDMK has in fact reacted to this.
The biggest recognition and reward for DMDK came when they allied with AIADMK with us way back in 2011, wherein the founder, Mr. Vijayakanth, got the role as leader of opposition, the highest ever for DMDK since they formed the party. And post 2011, 2016, 2021, whenever the assembly election had come, whatever decisions DMDK had taken has given them a big zero and a big failure. And 2026 is a testimony that there will be a hat-trick failures with the electoral decision that DMDK had taken since they have formed an ally with DMK. They have missed the winning bus, AIADMK and NDA. DMDK has missed to find a seat in the winning bus, and they have gone to a place where the loss is evident and imminent.
Let me in fact rope in my colleague Belly Thomas for more on this. Belly, this is a big development that is coming out of Tamil Nadu. We are seeing the DMK in fact forming an alliance with the DMDK.
Absolutely, this is a massive development in Tamil Nadu politics, especially for the polls that are around the corner, wherein the Desiya Mutpokku Dravida Kazhagam, that is the DMDK, whose founder is the late actor Vijaykanth, and the party's general secretary, his wife Premalata Vijaykanth, has called on Chief Minister M.K. Stalin at the DMK headquarters in Chennai and confirmed that the DMDK party's entry into the DMK alliance. And this is the first time that the DMDK had joined the DMK alliance since the party was founded in 2005. And the Premalata had stated that the number of seats will be decided based on the talks with the team to be formed by the DMK for holding talks with the alliance parties and welcoming DMDK into the alliance. Stalin had also expressed that the DMDK's entry into the alliance will ensure continuation of the DMK rule in Tamil Nadu. And he said that the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has stated, and I quote him, "Let your arrival into the DMK alliance contribute for the development of the state. We'll continue to travel together for all-round growth of the state." And DMDK is
Belly,
likely
stay on
to get
with us. Stay on with us, Belly. I'll come back to you. Joining us on the broadcast is Narayan Tirupati, Chief Spokesperson of Tamil Nadu BJP. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. So, when we are looking at this announcement of an alliance of the DMK with the DMDK, how is the BJP looking at this?
Oh, see, there is nothing to look at this. In fact, I pity the DMDK, which started the party against the DMK. The entire party was started against the DMK by Mr. Vijaykanth, and it is really a pity that the legacy of Mr. Vijaykanth has been let down by his own family. So it is actually a trouble for DMDK only, and not for BJP or NDA. NDA is very strong. It is the strongest alliance in Tamil Nadu is the NDA, and there is no problem for NDA. But I think the DMDK has received Mr. Vijaykanth today.
Sir, if I can also get your observations regarding the Chief Minister. Actually, last week he's spoken about how Narendra Modi is his brother, and there is a formal alliance, but no seat sharing will be discussed because DMK wants to do this alone. But now we are seeing that they are going to discuss how to distribute seats with the DMDK. So how are you looking at that development also, sir?
No, discuss seats. So when you enter into alliance, obviously you have to discuss the seat alliance and other things. I don't see because the DMK will lose whatever seats it is giving to the DMDK. It is a strength to NDA only. Okay. The DMDK joining DMK.
Right. So do you believe, sir, that the DMK, they have set a target of 200 seats? Do you see that being achieved?
Any alliance, even we will say that we are also saying that we will win all the seats which we are contesting. So even NDA will cross 200 mark. That is what we say.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. Let me go back to my colleague Belly, who is still with us on the broadcast. Belly, so obviously we are hearing a word from the BJP chief spokesperson. He is stating that even though there is no formal alliance, but the NDA will win and will try to have that majority mark of get those 200 seats that they are talking about.
Absolutely, but this is going to be a kind of major game changer in the upcoming elections, as sources from the DMDK says that Premalata Vijaykanth would be has been promised the Rajya Sabha seat by Stalin himself, and he's going to announce it, is what we hear. And besides that, there is also a promise of providing.
Veli, I request you to please stay on with us. Joining us on the broadcast is Kovai Satyan, National Spokesperson, AIADMK. Thank you so much for speaking to Newsx. If I can get your observation regarding this announcement of an alliance between the DMK and the DMDK. How is the AIADMK looking at it?
The sinking ship. Thinking that many more people getting on board will keep the ship afloat. Rather, it is going to sink much deeper. The perception that DMK ally or stronger was busted long back. DMK and Congress still not able to confirm their upcoming alliance for the elections. It's still loggerhead between Congress, who is one of the strongest ally of DMK. And DMDK, having failed to take the right call for assembly elections in the last two ones, from 2016 and 21, have repeated their own failed election strategy this time as well. So this will be a hat-trick zero for DMDK.
And sir, what does the AIADMK think of this alliance? Because the DMK is not going to discuss seat sharing with the BJP, but they are ready to discuss seat sharing with the DMDK. How are you looking at this entire situation that is currently unfolding?
Ma'am, DMK has to discuss seat sharing with Congress, not with BJP.
Yes.
BJP is an ally with AIADMK.
Yes.
So AIADMK under the leader EPS and India already formed an ally with 9 more political parties there.
Yes,
we have completed a rally and we have hit the ground.
Yes.
The work has already started. On the other hand, DMK just started their preparation for the elections with Congress not finalized it. 3 parties which just lost their symbol and recognition, and just DMDK not able to get the right opportunity with the winning camp. That is us.
Right.
They have missed the bus. They have missed the bus long way.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. Let me also rope in Sarvanan, who is the DMK spokesperson. Thank you so much for speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. When we are looking at this announcement, what are your first observations regarding this? We are seeing an alliance with the DMDK.
Yeah. See, the parties, the political parties in the state of Tamil Nadu are gravitating towards the DMK because we are going to win the elections. So that is why they want, and we are the ideological allies. In 2016, the alliance should have fructified, but it is fructified 10 years later, and this is going to be a successful alliance. And Captain Vijaykanth is one of the most endearing leaders and actors in the state of Tamil Nadu. He has a considerable chunk of votes. This is a big setback for the ADMK BJP combined, because they were thinking that the DMDK is going to ally with them, and now they have come and joined us, which will give a big fillip and a boost to our quest for the 2026.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. With that, we are wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
जो भी पके ऐसा पके, जहाँ भी हो जो खींचा चलाए, बेसी दिल हो या पुलियो गिरे, वांगी भात हो या पोड़ी मसाला, रस पाउडर या सांभर मसाला, असली मसाले सच सच MDH देखी 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 देखी
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में प्रदूषण रहित देवी बसों के जरिए राजधानी के हर कोने तक पहुंच बढ़ाने में जुटी है दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार। दिल्ली का हर सपना होगा साकार।
3400 ईवी बसें हम दिल्ली की परिवहन व्यवस्था में जोड़ चुके हैं।
इलेक्ट्रिक बसें बढ़ा रही हैं अंतिम मील कनेक्टिविटी। महिलाओं के लिए पिंक सीटें होती हैं आरक्षित। पैनिक बटन और सीसीटीवी कैमरों से यात्रा होती है सुरक्षित।
अच्छी है बस की क्वालिटी सब कुछ अच्छा है।
देवी बस की सर्विस भी बहुत बढ़िया है, सही सफर कर लेता हूँ मैं।
पूरा होगा आसान सफर का वादा, प्रदूषण कम करने का इरादा।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Very good afternoon. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. We are tracking updates regarding the India AI Impact Summit. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Speaking at the opening of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at the Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. His address was followed by a family photo. Let's take a look at who all were a part of it. In fact, these are all leaders from across the world who were part of this family photo. We had tech leaders, we have global leaders as well, all who were part of this. Let's in fact look at some of the world leaders who are attending the AI summit. This is Shering Tobe, who is the Prime Minister of Bhutan. You can see him on the family photo as well. Then we had Edmund Lara Montano, who is the Vice President of Bolivia, who was part of the AI summit as well. We also have Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, the President of Brazil, who in fact also addressed the gathering over there. We have Andrej Plenković, who is the Prime Minister of Croatia, and he is in fact also attending the AI summit. We have Alar Karas, who is the President of Estonia. We have Petri Orpo, who is the Prime Minister of Finland. We have Emmanuel Macron, who is the President of France as well, attending this summit. We have the Prime Minister of Greece as well, who is attending. You can see him in the photograph over there. This was a family photograph that was taken after the Prime Minister's inaugural speech over there. We have Bharat Jagdeo, who is the Vice President of Guyana. And we have the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan as well attending the summit. We have the Prince of the Principality of Liechtenstein also attending the summit. We have the President of Serbia as well, the President of Slovakia who is attending. So we have so many global leaders in fact attend this. We have the President of Spain as well who is attending the summit. We have the President of Sri Lanka who is present at the summit, the Vice President of Seychelles. We have the President of Switzerland as well who is present today. We have the Prime Minister of the Netherlands as well. and the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi. So these are some of the global leaders who are in fact attending the AI summit and who were present for that family photograph that was taken. Let me introduce the guests who are joining us on the broadcast to discuss this AI summit. Ambassador Suresh K. Goyal, former diplomat, Professor Aman Agarwal, Director, Indian Institute of Finance. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. Ambassador, if I can get your first observations regarding the key takeaways of the AI summit. We heard the speech of the Prime Minister. He spoke about Manav, the Manav vision, incorporating humanity into something like artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much, Shivani. I must say that was a great speech, very aspirational. I heard only part of it, but from what I have read about his objectives as he enunciated in the speech, huge aspirations for the use of AI for the world, for the people, keeping people at the center of it, development, inclusive growth, etc., etc. What I would say really is that there is a lot of work which remains to be done in terms of meeting these aspirations. This was a great interface between the industry and the governments and the decision makers at the political level, and therefore I do hope that this interaction would provide a pathway for industry and the governments to work together in the interest of the people, and to make sure that the AI is not taken as a kind of an adversary or as a kind of a danger, but as something, or as a challenge, but as something which can actually benefit the human race. This requires a lot of work in terms of both governance and establishing the new paradigms on how AI is going to impact on the way the governments have worked together so far and how they will have to change their ways of working in future. That is what I would say, Shivani, for the time being.
Absolutely. In fact, if I can also rope in Professor Aman Agarwal into this discussion. So when we are looking at this, the Prime Minister has also spoken about how we should not look at countries as just data centers. We should look at it, as mere data points. We should look at it as a tool for inclusion, for empowerment. Do you believe that is something that we can work towards?
You see, this recalls me with the kind of threat or worries which are there because of unemployment and structures which are happening. When computerization was introduced way back in 1990s, early 1990s, many banks, employees had gone on strike. A lot of other employees had gotten worried. A lot of people were worried that with computerization happening, computers coming in place, people will have to be replaced, people will go out of job, and there were a lot of unrest which is happening. A similar kind of an unrest or unease is there with the AI introduction or seeming to be introduction. There is no introduction as of now. AI is still in a developmental phase. It is where computers were in the early 80s as of today where AI is. Certainly the pace of change between 80s and 90s, which took almost a decade, is not what will happen with AI. We will see that sea change happening within a year or two. And India now is committed to moving forward in the AI. I think the interest of both the human capital being utilized in terms of building AI or adding on AI capacity or integrating India as an important functioning state for functioning of AI structures is clearly visible from the presence of so many dignitaries, including the presidents and prime ministers of different countries, and the CEOs coming from all over the world. Now you can imagine we have never seen room rates of hotels go cross 55 lakh rupees a night. This is something which is very very strange, very unique. I've never seen these kind of rates across the globe. I was part of the Nobel Foundation function in 2010. I was made to stay in the main hotel where the Nobel laureates were staying when I was invited for that function. Even there, the rates were not so high as against what we are seeing here. Now, this is clear indication of the fact that there is an interest of world leaders, world corporate leaders wanting to do activities, business with India, where they say a huge capacity, whether it's a question of government facilitation or private sector facilitation of AI frameworks. Now, as rightly pointed out by various leaders, it is an add-on facility like the laptops we use or mobiles we use, and it must not be seen as something which will replace the human intelligentsia, because ultimately AI is nothing else but algorithm and algorithm building data. There's a big risk like humans have. It can be infiltrated as well, it can be spoiled as well, it can have wrong interpretations as well. Nothing in AI can say that it is all right, because it is getting its knowledge from the data which is available on various sources. And if there is some source which actually puts in a wrong information, that also becomes part of that database which AI is getting. So it is a very remarkable structure, and the way India is fostering towards it, and it's a long way to go before we can build upon it. But the genesis comes into the fact the way the world has embraced India as a major role player with AI strategic structuring in place.
Absolutely. In fact, let me introduce this piece of information that is coming in. The Seychelles President, Patrick Hamini, has praised India's human-centered approach to the development of artificial intelligence. He noted that while Seychelles may have limited resources, it possesses valuable human capital, guided by duty and values. President Hamini highlighted the potential of AI to enhance governance, build resilience and lower the cost of living, ensure biosafety and security, and diversify the economy, while also calling for regional support and collaboration among neighboring countries. So, Ambassador, if I can get your opinion regarding this, we are seeing a lot of interest in the global south. We were acting as the data hubs. Do we see ourselves emerging as the leaders, because still we are seeing the investments and the advice that is coming in from the West right now. We are seeing it from developed nation. We are still looking at it from a nascent point of view. But Prime Minister has given a very clear-cut definition. Jiska data, uska hak. He's spoken about how if we do create something that will be our national, something about our national sovereignty. So going forward, do you see India emerging as a leader in this?
Okay, Shivani, there are 2 or 3 things which the Prime Minister has said, and with due apologies here, I am rather confused because I see some things which do not match with each other. So I'm quite sure there will be clarity as we move further on. First of all, Prime Minister at one point said that the countries should not see themselves as data centers. Fair enough, I agree that we should not become data centers, but data has to be somewhere. And what I assume he means by that is that the data can reside anywhere. It can be in this country, it can be some other country, but the data is meant for the benefit of everyone. Good. I completely agree, and particularly with the kind of computing power that we have now, and the large language models being, there are by any estimate 15,000 AI agents at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe more, and they are able to basically gloss over, sorry, not gloss, but they are basically able to skate over the huge data banks, not just in one country, but internationally, with the kind of access that the internet has, high-speed internet. So therefore, data for benefit of everyone can be done. On the other hand, when he says, jiska data, uska hak, that does it mean that the data which is actually generated in India is the entitlement of Indians only? Then what about the American data? Therefore, again, there is a bit of a contradiction here. There is a bit of a confusion here. as to what actually, how we are going to deal with the data from the other countries. So I think what I'm saying here is that these are new technologies. And my own mind, I'm a physicist. My own mind says, given the kind of the way data is developing, it is not going to be easy to tell the algorithm that you will use data only from India. China has done it, but China does not allow their AI models to basically cross the territory boundaries. They have their own accessibility algorithms, which India does not. Most of the democratic countries do not. And if we want to have a democratic AI, we cannot put boundaries there really. So how are we going to do it? And if we want to work for the benefit of everyone, and if we want the countries to cooperate with each other, we have to have accessibility. Sovereignty will be redefined. As a diplomat, I'm challenging it now that the age-old concept of sovereignty with territorial integrity is going to be a matter of the past.
Absolutely. In fact, I would like to thank Professor Aman Agarwal for joining us on the broadcast. Ambassador, if you can stay on with us, we have some more international news coming in. A South Korean court has sentenced ex-president Yoon Suk Yeol to life in prison after finding him guilty of leading an insurrection with his martial law declaration in 2024. Yoon abruptly declared martial law in a televised address in December 2024, saying drastic measures were needed to root out anti-state forces in South Korea's National Assembly. The 65-year-old hardline conservative was later impeached, arrested and charged with a litany of crimes ranging from insurrection to obstruction of justice. Presiding Judge Ji Wee-yoon has said that Yoon sent troops to the assembly building in an effort to silence political opponents who had frustrated his attempts to govern. Also joining us on the broadcast is Shruti Das Gupta, who is a foreign affairs expert. If I can get you on this first, ma'am, this is something that we are looking at right now coming in. The ex-president has been sentenced to a life in prison.
That's not new. They were going to do this. We knew it when he was arrested, when that the shortest ever in history emergency was ever applied. We knew that he did not have the power really to control his MPs and to control the nation. So his life imprisonment is not a big shock. We knew this was the direction they were headed in. They have taken in his wife's data as well, him as well. They've gone through a whole lot of files and found him to be culpable of the crimes that they have charged him with. Now, with South Korea, the problem was that there are the opposition is very much very soft towards North Korea, and that was a policy that he was fearing, that there are elements that are trying to bridge the gap between the North and Southern Korea, and that was what concerned him a whole lot, and that fear mongering led to him declaring the shortest emergency ever. But it is not surprising to all of us that this particular incident happened and the way it happened. Their courts have their rules and laws, and although there might be he has support, I'm sure there will be furor about it afterwards also. But as of now, his sentence stands, and there is another person leading the country. Hopefully, he will be on stable grounds and make policies that are better for all the people of Korea.
Right. And Ambassador, how are you looking at this situation currently unfolding in South Korea? All right. I believe we have some information coming in. I apologize, Ambassador, but I thank you all for joining us on the broadcast. Jeet Adani, who is the director of Adani Airports, is addressing the gathering at the AI Impact Summit. Let's cut across.
That is reshaping our world. If you really look at it throughout history, electricity powered industry, oil reshaped geopolitics, and internet transformed commerce. And today, AI is going to redefine sovereignty. The central question before our country, India, is not whether we will adopt AI. The questions are, will India import intelligence or architect it? Will we consume productivity or create it? Will we plug into someone else's system or build it itself? The time for asking these is now over. As my country, India, rises, she does not rise to dominate. She rises to stabilize, she rises to anchor a world searching for balance, and she rises to build systems that are inclusive and enduring. And when India builds technology, she does not build for exclusion or control. She builds for inclusion. But in this geopolitically charged century, I believe that inclusion without capability is weakness, and capability without sovereignty is foreign dependence. So today I want to speak about 3 pillars of sovereignty that will define India's AI century: energy sovereignty, compute and cloud sovereignty, and services sovereignty. These are not technical abstractions, but they are the foundations of modern nationalism. The first pillar, energy, is actually intelligence sovereignty. AI is written in code, but it runs on electricity. As we all know, under peak load, advanced processors generate extraordinary heat. Systems throttle when power falters and performance drops. This is not just an engineering detail, it is the strategic truth. If a nation's energy systems are fragile, its intelligence systems are fragile. In today's AI era, power grids and data grids have become inseparable. This means that India's renewable expansion across solar, wind, and storage is no longer just climate policy. It is strategic infrastructure policy. And energy security.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in. At least 16 people, including several children, were killed and 14 others were injured in an explosion at a residential building in Karachi on Thursday morning. Authorities have given out this news. The blast, believed to have been caused by a gas leak, occurred around 4:30 a.m. on the first floor of the building in the old Soldier Bazaar area during Sehri on the first day of Ramzan. Among the deceased are at least 9 children aged between 2 and 17, and 7 children are among those injured. Rescue teams continue to search for the rubble for additional victims or survivors. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Siddharth Rege for more on this. Siddharth, if you can take us through the details of this tragic incident.
Absolutely, Shivani. What we are learning is that this is a bazaar, a very crowded bazaar in Pakistan's Karachi called Soldier Bazaar, where this blast has happened. The exact timing of the blast currently is unknown, but what we know is that this blast was triggered last night. What we are also learning is that several children have been killed in this blast that occurred last night, which is prima facie being told to be a cylinder blast. I'm just going to put a set of visuals on our screens for our viewers to understand, but what you can see through these images right now is that rescue operations are being conducted in that blast that happened in Soldier Bazaar in Karachi. I'm going to put the visuals on our screens as well, but for now this blast, Shivani, has been triggered in Karachi's Soldier blast.
Right. In fact, those are the visuals that we are getting for you. Rescue operations, they are trying to, in fact, locate more survivors, if there are any, or victims because of this blast. Let me also go across to our Jammu and Kashmir Bureau Chief Ajay Jandal for more on this. Ajay, we are getting reports of a blast that has happened in Karachi. We have lost the lives of 16 people, including several children, on the first day of Ramzan over there.
Yes, this tragic incident took place in Karachi, in which a massive explosion took place, which resulted into the casualty of 16 people, and more than 1.5 dozen people they are injured, and those who have lost their life in this tragic blast, they include the children and women as well. It was basically market where this incident has happened. Immediately after this incident, security forces, they rushed to the spot, and area has been cordoned off, and the rescue operation has been started. Those who are injured, they have been shifted to the hospital for the treatment. But definitely, it's a very unfortunate thing that these kinds of incidents are taking place in Pakistan. And Pakistan security forces, what they are doing, that has to be seen. Initial input says that it seems that it can be basically a surrender blast, but the way basically this explosion took place and the number of casualty has happened, that indicates that there are apprehensions that that could be an explosive too.
Absolutely, Ajay. If I can request you to please stay on with us. Police officials have said that due to gas shortages in the city, many families in the lower income areas rely on liquefied petroleum gas cylinders at home, which may have contributed to the accident. The explosion partially collapsed the building, which was already in a dilapidated condition. This incident comes just a month after a fire at the Gul's shopping plaza in Sadar, which killed at least 79 people and injured many more, marking the second major tragedy in Karachi recently. All right, let me go across to Siddharth for more on this. Siddharth, if you can take us through the history of what actually is happening in Karachi. This is the second major incident that has occurred.
Absolutely, Shivani. Before that, I'm just going to quickly tell our viewers that the visuals of this particular blast have been accessed by Newsx, and you can see right there the entire top floor that is, seen engulfed in flames when this fire broke out at 4:15 a.m. in the morning. This is an illegal building that has been set up in Karachi, where you can imagine the cramped up structures that were present at this site, as you can see in the videos as well. What we are learning is that this ground plus 2-story structure comprises of small individual rooms, which have made rescue operations difficult as well.
Absolutely. In fact, we can see those visuals on our screens. Let me rope in my colleague Ajay also on this. Ajay, so obviously we are seeing that structure. We are getting some visuals as well. This is the second such incident that has happened in Karachi, and they are saying because of power shortages, we obviously have been seeing the residents of Pakistan struggle with basic necessities, and the authorities are saying that because of power shortages and because of fuel shortages, they had to rely on these cylinders at home, which then led to this incident.
You rightly said, because what has happened in Pakistan for last many years, what people are witnessing that those who are basically holding the chairs, and those who are authorities, they are well off and they don't have issues. People, those who are having a relation with these people, those who are holding chairs, they are living peaceful life and a luxurious life. But those who basically the basic people, those who are the poor and having a lack of facilities, they are in worse condition, and that could be the reason that the area where this incident has happened, they belong to the similar community or similar people, those who basically are very poor and below poverty line, and lack of facility is resulted into their casualty. And in Pakistan, it hardly matters as to how people are dying and how they have lost their life. In the recent past, we have seen that earlier one incident has happened over there in which more than a dozen people have lost their life. More than 30 people have lost their life. This is another incident where 16 people have died, and many, they are in the worst condition after they got injured in this incident. So life of a human hardly matters in Pakistan. What matters is that only the army, only the people, those who are holding chairs, so that is only important. So that seems to be the reason that these kinds of incidents are taking place over there. But yes, this tragic incident definitely once again shaken the humanity there, and people have lost their lives.
Absolutely, Ajay. Please do stay on with us. We have some more inputs coming in. Rescue operations continue in Soldier Bazaar after a fatal building collapse sparked by a domestic glass blast. This comes as at least 16 people, including women and children, were killed after a glass cylinder blast caused a residential building to collapse in the southern port city of Karachi on Thursday. Let me go across to my colleague Siddharth for more on this. Siddharth, more inputs could you give us regarding the story?
Absolutely, Shivani. I'm gonna bring to you this map that we've pulled out, and just to give our viewers an understanding of Karachi. Karachi obviously remains an important port for Pakistan, and I'm just going to show you this entire area where this blast has occurred. You can see that the Jinnah International Airport is not too far away. There's a Pakistan Marine Academy here. But right next to the Karachi Zoo Park, which obviously borders the Liari Expressway, which is now famous for obvious reasons, I'm going to show you Soldier Bazaar to give you an idea of this entire these entire structures where this entire blast has happened. So you can see, Shivani, the Soldier Bazaar right in front of us. You can see a lot of these 2-story, 3-story buildings cramped up against each other. So you can imagine the impact that would a gas leak explosion have, because as you rightly said, there are several LPG LPG cylinders that were present in these single rooms, which made number one the fire blow out of proportion, and then also caught a lot of rooms. You can see how this area is completely cramped up, and the fact that even a small explosion in one of these illegal structures can cause a lot of harm, as has happened in this particular blast. We know now that the blast occurred at early morning at around 4:15 a.m. During Sehri in this Gul Rana colony in this Soldier Bazaar, where so you can imagine that if a blast is triggered at 4:15 in the morning, not a lot of time is going to be available to the people to evacuate. So that has been the main reason why we've seen 16 people being killed in this particular incident.
Absolutely, Siddharth. In fact, let me also rope in Ajay. Ajay, when we are looking at this area, Siddharth was just showing us the map. It's a very cluttered area. We can see buildings right next to each other. There it seems to be no space. We now know that there have been authorities stating that this might be a low income area where families stay together. This was during this time of Sehri on the first day of Ramadan. So we expect people to be awake. We expect people to be preparing for Ramzan, for the day. So Ajay, this might have been one of the reasons why, and in fact we are still looking at rescue operations that are still ongoing in this region.
Yes, because 16 people have died and 18 people have been shifted to the hospital, and there are possibilities that there are some those who are injured in this incident. And as you said, that people, those who basically belongs to the below poverty line society, they basically lives in Pakistan like in a worse condition, and that is the reality of Pakistan. No doubt that Pakistan basically always tried to pose itself that they are having a very good economy, or they are in a very good condition. But the reality of Pakistan is can be seen here on the ground at how people have died over there. And after this incident, and especially when people were hoping and praying for their best in life during the Ramadan, and especially on the first day of Ramadan, when these kinds of incidents happens, that clearly indicates that what kind of facility they must be getting. And it is not only here in Karachi, people, those who lives in different parts of Pakistan, whether it is a Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, whether it is a POJK, these areas basically are the totally neglected area, because as I said earlier, that Pakistan authorities, whether it is Pakistani army or Pakistani government, they always focus on Punjab. They always focus on their own people, those who are holding care, those who are associated with them. But rest of the Pakistan is living like a hell, and these kind of incidents, that is what one can expect. This floor, which basically have blown up in this explosion, right. That is telling the story that what is the reality of Pakistan.
Ajay, I'll come back to you on this. Please do stay on with us. Joining us on the broadcast is Ali Ashraf Ratta, who's joining us live from Pakistan, from Lahore in Pakistan. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. Sir, we are learning of a very tragic incident that is coming in from Pakistan in Karachi. 16 people have already lost their lives as per preliminary reports due to a gas cylinder explosion, sir.
Actually, the pipelines been used that been installed a long time ago. So those lines mostly been damaged and been leaked mostly. So I think that is a negligence of the review those areas and didn't took any action against them. Citizens were this leakage, but unfortunately this is an unfortunate incident, and due to those leakage this blast been happen, and a lot of people killed in that incident. A huge 3-4 story building been collapsed, and that all as well. So it's a big loss for the citizens of Karachi.
Absolutely, sir. And if I can also try to get an understanding of this area, the Soldiers Bazaar area where this incident has taken place in Karachi, we are getting obviously maps of that area on our screens for our viewers. But if you can explain, because what we can see, our buildings are very crammed up over here. They are all together. There is very little space between one building and the other.
Actually, as I told you earlier, these are old areas of Karachi, not planned like the modern construction. There are small streets. The rescue teams could not rush to that site easily, and the population also. They didn't get any approval from the building authorities. These are actually very populated areas, and huge population and unmanaged areas. So that's why these. There was another building in which same type of incident has been happened, and a lot of people lost their lives. So I think this is something alarming for the management authorities. They have to review their policy and to arrange security for the people of Pakistan and the citizens of Karachi.
Absolutely, sir. If I can request you to please stay on with us, let me introduce this piece of information that is coming in for our viewers. Emergency workers who rescued over a dozen injured from the building said there could be more people buried in the rubble. At least 16 people, including women and children, were killed after a gas cylinder blast caused a residential building to collapse in the southern port city of Karachi on Thursday. Sir, if I can also get your observations regarding this being the second such incidents of fire in Karachi. We witnessed the first massive fire which took the lives of 79 people in Gul's shopping center plaza which happened in Sadr. So, but this is the second such incident. We are losing a lot of innocent lives.
I think the authorities are responsible for this type of incident. Because they have to, I think they have to review their policy. Whatever they do, they their structures and the reliability of the buildings, because these are old buildings, and these buildings been constructed years ago, and nobody even arranged any maintenance for those buildings. And authorities are responsible for that, and I think there should be a clear policy for the old the building authority must have to arrange security things for the citizen of Pakistan and for the citizen of Karachi, because their negligence and their irresponsibility cause a lot of lives, and these are 15 or 16 families who will definitely suffer this incident, and they will lose a lot of things, not just financial, but the life that is the most important and precious thing.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and speaking to Newsx.
हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए गोवा के चीफ मिनिस्टर प्रमोद सावंत जी मौजूद हैं। सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इंडिया न्यूज़ से बात करने के लिए। हम और आप दोनों ही स्टॉल्स के थ्रू जा रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं किस तरीके से देश और विदेश से जो कंपनीज हैं बड़ी बड़ी, उन्होंने अपना एक्सपो लगाया हुआ है। AI इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप आए हुए हैं, क्या देख रहे हैं और किस तरीके का जो भारत है वो एक नई दिशा जो है वो वर्ल्ड को दे रहा है AI के थ्रू?
सबसे पहले ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, जो ये इम्पैक्ट समिट इस भारत मंडपम में जो लगाई है, जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में और एस्पिरेंट इंडिया में जितने सारे इस पे जो अपने लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में, उनको एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिला। दे कैन शोकेस टू द ग्लोब, दे कैन शोकेस टू द वर्ल्ड, और वर्ल्ड में जो AI के बारे में जो काम हो रहा अपने लोग देख सके। देयर इज़ अ एक्सचेंज ऑफ नॉलेज बिटवीन बोथ ऑफ अस, सो दैट मुझे लगता है कि दिस इज़ अ गुड प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर द आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में जितने सारे लोग यहाँ पे जो काम कर रहे हैं इसके लिए है।
वहीं हमने देखा गोवा का भी स्टॉल्स लगा है, तमाम स्टेट्स के भी स्टॉल्स आए हैं टूरिज्म को लेकर, या फिर हम ये कहें कि इन्वेस्टमेंट के बिहाफ पर भी अगर देखें तो सभी स्टेट्स के किस तरीके से भागीदारी जो है वो भी बढ़ने वाली है।
जी हाँ, मैं बस गोवा एज बीइंग अ टूरिज्म स्टेट, तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का टूरिज्म में किस तरह से हम इसका फॉलो कर सके, किस तरह का यूज़ कर सके, जो आने वाले टूरिज्म के लिए ईज़ किस तरह से हो, तो इन फ्यूचर वी कैन यूज़ द आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस इन द टूरिज्म सेक्टर ऑल्सो। एट प्रेजेंट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस वी आर यूजिंग इन द गवर्नेंस सर्विसेज इन द गवर्नमेंट, सो लोगों के लिए, तो फिर इन फ्यूचर वी कैन यूज़ फॉर द टूरिस्ट ऑल्सो।
माय लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू विल बी कि किस तरीके से अगर हम बात करें युवाओं के लिए ये जो पहली बार ग्लोबल साउथ में ये जो समिट हो रही है यूजफुल रहने वाली है?
Definitely, this is a good opportunity for youth, for the exchange of the knowledge, to know the innovation, to know best things, whatever is happening in the artificial intelligence. This is the future. So इसीलिए मेरा बस यही कहना होगा कि they can come, they can visit, and they can know what is happening in actually in the artificial intelligence in this AI India Summit में जो हो रहा है वो आपके एक बार देखें। Again, it is an congratulations for the government of India and Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। तो साफ तौर पर हमने बातचीत करी गोवा के चीफ मिनिस्टर से और उन्होंने बताया किस तरीके से यहाँ पर AI का यूज़ जो है वो दिखाया जा रहा है और आने वाले समय में भी टूरिज्म को किस तरीके से AI से जोड़ा जाएगा और उसका प्रभाव जो है और उसका लाभ जो है वो आने वाले दिनों में देखने को मिलेगा, वो भी बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण रहने वाला है। मैं आरजू सेठ, कैमरा पर्सन दिनेश के साथ, इंडिया न्यूज़ दिल्ली।
So we are joined by Asta, who is again the engineer of Method AI. So we have this structure here, robotic kind of structure that we see. If you can tell us something about this. We've spoken to Dipansh about the entire methodology and the actions that is doing, the theatrics that is doing, how it is picking the object and bringing it together. How do you see this evolving and what does it do specifically?
So specifically, Dipansh told you about the vision language action models that we use to do the manipulation task. For the working and all things, we use reinforcement learning and another tech stack of AI and machine learning part. So we are using that to make it work, to balance into everything else.
And also, Dipansh also told about transforming to humanoid. What do you see that? How do you see that? And do you see it as an nascent stage? And we can also go walk with this also.
Yeah, so basically transforming it into humanoid is a bit difficult task, but yet it's not impossible. So what we are planning on into deploying in the factories, as Dipansh told you earlier. So in the future only we are like humanoids, it will do exactly human actions, what the human actually does. Like if you can ask him to pick up a book and give me and read it, or to give me an apple or anything or any fruit that you would like to give it from the kitchen or something. So we can make the humanoid work from its own, like it would reduce the labor, it would help the elderly as well, like the people who cannot walk or who have some issues.
Also, I've seen in the screen there was this, the entire humanoid, the robot was also doing these aerobatics and all of that. So what is that?
So basically those are some theatrics for fancy purposes. Like we use the mimic and imitation policies for that. If we're going to take details, like a person is there who is teaching the bot how to do things, what all we can do. So that's the part of imitation learning that we use.
Thank you, Asta, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what you see is the humanoid, again, to the very advanced stages at that point of time that we are showing you here itself. So clearly what you can see is also this entire humanoid that is working here. It's walking, it's picking objects, it's even putting it there. So what we have is this very substance here, this humanoid that is walking, that even showing off their hands itself. So what they are also talking about, how evolution is working itself, and again clapping itself. I think they like the reporting that I've been doing. So clearly this has been there itself, what we are trying to show you from our end. And again, this is our attempt to show all these models that are here to ensure that you get a perspective of what happens at the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx. Well, we are covering the AI Summit and we are joined by a very special little guest here. We're joined by Advait here. Advait, welcome to Newsx.
Thank you.
So Advait, tell me about your role in the designing of the cars itself, and that it even features for the F1 that is happening.
So basically, my name is Advait Bharatwaj. I study in Amity International School, Push Bihar. So basically in our school there is this initiative known as the F1 in Schools program. So you build your own car using CAD softwares, you bring it to life through 3D printing, and then you race it on a 1 meter track. Now this sounds very, very small, but it's quite a big initiative because it consists of many other factors such as pit displays, verbal presentations, sponsorships, etc., etc. And as you grow, as you qualify, you go to the international level. So this is my first time participating in the regional level. So I came to the AI Summit because basically when you design the car, you use lots of AI in it. So I came to the AI Summit to learn more about AI, meet people, get some exposure, learn about F1 if I can. And yeah, that was the main objective, which is why I came to the AI Summit. And I think kids should really learn about AI at this age because they're the future, right? They're tomorrow's future leaders. So if they start learning about AI at this age, it would be great.
How do you see this AI Impact Summit happening?
It's great exposure, and people are meeting each other, I'm meeting each other, and I would like to thank our PM Narendra Modi ji for this amazing opportunity for startups, companies, corporates who are budding companies who are introducing their AI. Yeah, it's great.
For speaking to us. So clearly a very special guest that we spoke to, and what knowledge that he has to share to the people. And clearly India is also positioning itself as a global AI hub at this juncture that we are trying to show you. We are doing many such interviews, many such reports, so that you get an understanding what the action is happening on ground zero. This is me, Brian Anthony Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi.
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
दिल्ली, सपनों का शहर, जहां मेहनत कभी नहीं रुकती, लेकिन मेहनत के बीच 2 वक्त का भरपेट और सम्मानजनक भोजन हर किसी का हक है। इस सोच के साथ प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कुशल नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार लेकर आई है 100 करोड़ रुपए की बजट के साथ अटल कैंटीन। सिर्फ 5 रुपए में पौष्टिक, स्वच्छ और भरपेट भोजन।
किसी के स्वाभिमान को ठेस न आए कि मैं फ्री में कुछ भोजन खा रहा हूँ, वो 5 रुपए दे के भी भोजन खाएगा तो सम्मान के साथ खाएगा।
गरीब भाई बेचारा खाना खा के चैन से सो जाता है रात को, और सुबह उसको पता है कि मुझे टाइम पे खाना मिलेगा।
अटल कैंटीन, सम्मान के साथ सस्ता और सेहतमंद भोजन।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां, माता और बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. In major news coming in from the United Kingdom, Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Photographs of unmarked police cars and plainclothes officers at Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate came just after 8 a.m. Now, in fact, joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Aditya Vadavan for more on this. Aditya, we are learning of reports that Prince Andrew has now been arrested.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. Prince Andrew has been arrested, on definitely, this arrest comes at a time, that his name has been mentioned in the Epstein files, that has been a classified document pertaining to Epstein files that have been, released by the U.S. Justice Department, and definitely you could be in definitely a big trouble, going forward. So completely at this juncture, Shivani, there are several, many illustrious personalities' names have come up in these Epstein files, and it is a global, this Epstein file was a serious criminal, on a global level as to how he was running a global, sex scandal. So completely at this juncture, it needs to be seen what kind of punishment will be meted out to Prince Andrews, considering the fact, some of the heinous crimes were committed, and as per some reports, even U.S. President Donald Trump's name is also there in the Epstein files. However, that particular record, which contains the name of U.S. President Donald Trump, hasn't been released by the U.S. Justice Department. So clearly, at this juncture, it needs to be seen how things are going to be changed.
All right. Thank you so much, Aditya, for all those updates. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized on the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Speaking at the opening of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. His address was followed by a family photograph. This is something that has been the talk of the town throughout this morning. Let me in fact go across to Mr. Harish Bijur, who's the founder of Harish Bijur Consults INC. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. So when we're looking at this AI summit, obviously it's something very historic that India is witnessing, but your first key takeaways from the Prime Minister's speech. He has introduced the Manav vision. He's introducing this concept of humanity in something like artificial intelligence, sir.
Yes, firstly, I think this AI summit has been a big one. It's a march for India. And I think the leadership that's been taken on this has been excellent. So most certainly heartiest compliments to the Prime Minister of this country, Mr. Narendra Modi, who has led this entire summit. Now, when it comes to what he has just spoken, I do believe the time has come for talking about human beings all of a sudden in the worlds of bits and bytes. It's time to really talk about intelligence which is more real, and therefore real intelligence versus artificial intelligence is what is being addressed. AI is meant to take care of people, and I think AI is meant to be subservient to our people. And I do believe the vision of Manav in this entire thing, and I would actually dub it Manav AI, is really a great thing, because at the end of the day, if you don't look after the human being, who do you look after?
Absolutely. And sir, if I can also get your observations regarding, there have been major announcements at this summit, especially from, global tech leaders who are looking at the global south. They're looking at more investment regarding this AI sector, and in fact in India as well. So how are you looking at those investments that are coming in, that infrastructure that will be pulled into India in AI?
The biggies have all committed a big amount of money. And more important than money, it's the attitude to say that India is a very important center. But the key point I'd like to make on investments is that, the AI cluster is going to be divided into two. It already is. There's one cluster, which is the United States of America, and the other cluster is China. So to an extent, it is, deep seek at one end, if you really look at China, and OpenAI at another, which if you really look at the United States of America. Therefore, in terms of the production clusters, they're clearly divided. The production cluster is in the United States of America. And if you take a look at NVIDIA and its entire valuation, it stems from what it does humongously in the United States of America. NVIDIA at a point of time last year touched a $5 trillion valuation at one end. And simultaneously, DeepSeek in China was a biggie which made waves. So what's really happening is the world is getting cleaved into two. And in the bargain, my key question is, and my key point is, that India must find its footing. India cannot be only an AI consumption market. We need to be an AI production market. And if you want to be a production market, we need to be talking about being in manufacturing in a big, big way. We need to be very big in the data center market. And I think, unless we invest heavily and deeply there, we are going to be a part of either the American cluster or the China cluster. But I don't think that should occur. We should have an India cluster on its own. And to do that, we need proprietary assets created by us and which take us forward. There's a little bit of India in all of AI, but I don't want that little bit. I want a lot more of India within the AI context. And I think that is the dream, that is my fantasy, my personal fantasy for sure.
Absolutely. I think, sir, that is something that, even the Prime Minister is looking forward to, because he's spoken about how the Global South should not just be looked at as data points or, data bits just for consumption of AI. So before, sir, we let you go off, I want your final observation on democratization of AI, what the Prime Minister spoke about, and also the framework about ethical use of AI.
Democratization of AI is very, very important, because it's a dream, but I don't think it's a reality at all, because AI is congealed into two. And what's really happening in the world today is the world is dividing into the haves and the have-nots. And the haves are those who have AI, and the have-nots are those who are AI illiterate. So this cleaving is actually going to happen. And therefore, my question is, where is the democratization of AI when the world cleaves into two? The world cannot cleave into two. We once again cannot get into the haves and the have-nots kind of a situation. AI, unfortunately, has that tendency to do that. And therefore, we need a larger vision. We need a vision where promoters within AI companies need to say that I need to be a bigger part. We can't be an India inside. We need to be an India outside. India is inside a lot of AI. In fact, every AI development firm has somebody with an Indian surname out there. But that's not enough. Every AI development firm needs to have proprietorship and ownership based out of India. And I think, it should not be a relationship of repatriation of profits. It should be a relationship of owning profits. And that would be true blue democratization of AI.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and speaking to Newsx. Let me also introduce some other guests who are joining us on the panel today. Ankit Kedia, founder and lead investor, Capital A, and Celia Dash, who is the founder of Without AI. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. Let me first go across to Ankit on this. Ankit, we are seeing, sir, this, a new phase of AI growth in India. Obviously, this summit is just something that is going to boost this forward, but we are looking at a larger vision here. The Prime Minister has laid out a vision. There are tech leaders from across the globe who have also come to this platform and given out their vision for what AI may look like in the future. How are you seeing this sector grow, sir?
Thank you so much for having me. One of the things as we keep seeing as investors is that around all the noise that AI today is generating, it's another form of technology, a wave of technology which is cyclic every decade or every 10, 15 years. It was commerce about 15 years ago with the advent of Flipkart and Amazon, and then we had the post 2023 era of chat GPT. As soon as folks started to see the consumer aspect of AI is when the widespread applications started to surface. For example, we keep seeing in manufacturing the use of artificial intelligence. Now, there were always ways and means to throw out data, but outcomes were never ever available for that data to actually translate into something meaningful. And with that happening, I think it can just augment a lot of human intelligence, if not replace human intelligence, but it can actually augment a lot of it. And as investors, sometimes we keep having bias about what kind of what kind of landscape it will create for new age entrepreneurs, startups building in hardware sector. For example, there is migration of a firmware from one chip to another chip. Now, all of that was done manually until 5 years ago. And this actually doesn't need to be done manually. If we are able to do this using AI or using a copilot, the human intelligence can actually be put to some other very, very different application altogether. So we are seeing this wave of AI coming in, a lot of noise, but I think the enablers, the application layers will come up one by one, and we are truly, truly excited about it.
Absolutely. In fact, let me also rope in Mr. Dash on this. Sir, how are you as well looking at this entire speech by the Prime Minister? Because you are a founder yourself, and the Prime Minister has spoken about, sovereignty of data. He's spoken about jiska data, uska hak. He's said that this should be something that we all should work towards.
Well, firstly, thank you for having me on board. I completely, agree with the Honorable Prime Minister there, because today, if we look at the world scenario, there's a lot of AI development going on, a lot of AI product that is getting creations, and a lot of images, a lot of NCII disputes going on. Now, there is no regulation which is very clearly demarcating who is the owner of this data or who is to be held responsible for this. With sovereign AI and where whose data, the person whose data it is, the person has the right. Things like this make it very stringent. And if you see the latest IT amendment rules which are getting notified tomorrow, which are getting in fact coming to force tomorrow, these make it very clear and they're in line with what the Prime Minister has said. The whole Manav framework also supports this. And these guidelines will make it very clear what are the obligations of creators, the social media platforms, how AI content has to be specifically self-declared, there has to be specific tagging, and what happens if these are not complied with, how there is a safe harbor status that gets lost, and how the regulations will adjudicate the issues. So a lot of new things have come up, and I think we are in the right direction. In fact, I would actually say that we are moving from being a global back office for tech to a global AI playground. We are actually focusing more on equity, human-centric approach, which is where we will be able to make a difference for ourselves as a country. The whole comparison between China and US, India will make a separate mark with human-centric approach, being able to make context-aware AI products. So I think we are moving in that direction.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. I thank both our guests for joining us and speaking to Newsx on the AI Summit. Now we have to shift our focus to some major breaking news that is coming in. A statement from the Thames Valley Police, and I'm reading it out now. We have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Now the man remains in police custody at this time. Police have been assessing allegations that Mountbatten Windsor, formerly known as Prince Andrew, shared sensitive information with the billionaire child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when he was a UK trade envoy. Joining us on this discussion is Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat, and Sanjeev Srivastav, who is a foreign affairs expert. Thank you for joining us, sirs, on this broadcast. Let me first open Ambassador Gupta into this discussion. Sir, how are you looking at this development that is coming in?
Shivani, this Jeffrey Epstein files have created ripples all over the world. You can find some of the biggest names in the history are all found on those files. Millions of the files have been made public under the instruction of the US government. Some of them are still not published, but that is an issue which is going on with the US Congress, whether all the files are out or not yet. And you can see many former US presidents are also named there, including actually the what you call Bill Gates was supposed to have come today for AI Summit in Delhi, but he also decided not to come because his name also figures in those files. So the name of the Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who is actually the brother of King Charles, is very, very much there. He has been under controversy for the last several weeks. It has been alleged that he released some of the confidential secret information in the process of sex offenses which he was involved at Epstein's different locations, including the island which was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And those informations which he has released obviously are detrimental to the United Kingdom, and the pressure was mounting on the US government for the last several weeks that he should be asked what he has done. And finally the police has reached his home today. He has been taken into custody. He is now being questioned. So this is one of the net which has spread. Some of the big offenders, including Clinton and Clinton's wife, they are also appearing in that list. So this is a big, it's a very sad story to see some of the high profile powerful and rich people involved in these kind of very heinous crimes involving young children, involving young people in various parts of the world, and they brought to these islands and they are misused by the powerful and the rich. So this is a very, very sad story. It's a saga. I'm sure some serials will be made out of this saga, but for the time being we can see how this whole clandestine operation has been in place for years, and with the blessings of the mighty people in US and other parts of the world, because this man Jeffrey Epstein was able to rope in many of these people. He could give them allurement for sex, and as a result all these people were trapped. It is fortunate that these files have come out, otherwise they would have been buried in the history. Nobody would ever know that this happened. But this is a good thing that this man has been arrested from the royal family. This shows to some extent the integrity of the British system, that they do not hesitate in taking into custody the person who is connected to the highest office, the King's office in the US.
Absolutely, Ambassador. In fact, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been arrested and police are conducting searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. Now, Thames Valley police have confirmed that the suspect was arrested following a thorough assessment, and an investigation has now been launched. If I can also rope in Sanjeev Srivastava into this discussion, sir. So when we are looking at this entire scandal, obviously it's something that even the ambassador spoke about. This is a person who was related. He was called His Royal Highness for a point of time when this file was in fact first officially when this charge had actually come out. And now obviously he does not hold the title or the position now, but still it's something, the optics that we are talking about. Prince Andrew, who is formerly known as, he's now been arrested. How are you looking at these developments coming in?
Well, I think this is a right action in the right direction, and by the British authorities, the British police, and obviously such offenders and those who have been a part of this kind of very serious misconduct must be held to account. And that is what precisely British system is doing. And this clearly shows that the British system is quite healthy, and they do not hesitate to take prompt action against someone who has such kind of allegations. So this must be appreciated, that British system is a very, very proactive and a healthy justice system they have, and that's why they have been able to take this kind of step. And I believe that similar kind of step must also be taken wherever such names have appeared, those offenders, those who are under serious, those who are facing serious allegations, and the kind of evidences, if it has come in those Epstein files, then such people must be held to account wherever they are. I also would like to say that those evidences which are appearing in the Epstein files must be thoroughly investigated, and obviously this formerly Prince Andrew, and now known as just a person, Andrew Windsor Mountbatten, he has now treated simple as a British citizen, and now he has been taken into custody on the suspicion that he did a lot of misconduct while being in a public office when he was a UK trade envoy, and he shared some very sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein for having some kind of such favors which are quite heinous. So I believe that this is a very right step the British authorities have taken, and this will, I think, also encourage other authorities, other countries, particularly in the United States of America, to take similar action. And pressure will mount on the other countries too, wherever such people are there who are under serious questions and those who are facing serious allegations. So I think it is a very good step which the British authorities have taken. And I believe that this should also encourage other countries and other authorities to take similar actions wherever such offenders are there, and those who are facing serious allegations, and against those wherever the evidences are of serious nature, they all must be held to account.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has urged Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to cooperate with UK and US authorities regarding the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Keir has emphasized that nobody is above the law and anyone with relevant information, including Andrew, has a duty to testify. Ambassador, if I can get your observations regarding this. So we are looking at an investigation by the UK. But obviously the Epstein files is something that the US authorities and the US Department of Justice is also investigating. So this seems to be an investigation that can happen in the US, in the UK as well. This is a former prince that we are talking about, Ambassador, and this is something that is obviously unprecedented. But how do you look at the investigation proceeding going forward?
Shivani, you see, I feel that the investigation will go ahead because already the king has taken a measure. He was known as Prince Andrew, and his title was taken away a few weeks ago, soon after these files were out. So first step was all his privileges were taken away and his title was taken away. That was already a big blow to him. And now the British government has actually practically arrested him, and he's being questioned. As I know the Western system is quite straightforward in most cases. They do not go by the power and wealth of the person. If the person is guilty, normally he is punished, which is not the case in India. In India, the people are able to manipulate the system quite a bit, but in Western society, it becomes extremely difficult to manipulate once the offences are known and the culprit is caught. But still, there is a chance that they might, somehow, what you call, mitigate the whole process and reduce the gravity. That is a possibility because the person is directly connected with the king. He is the younger brother of King Charles, and therefore, in order to prevent the what you call a blemish of the royal house in UK, they might like to mitigate the whole process. But definitely, he will go through some sort of sentence once the investigation is over, because more or less it is clear that he has been guilty. But how much imprisonment or how much punishment will be given, that is one thing which I feel they will try to minimize it to the extent possible, given the royal status, the former royal status of this person. In UK, in US also, I've seen, the names of, including the name of current President Donald Trump, also figures, though he has not appeared in the so-called adverse context in the files, but his name has appeared on so many mails over there. And people are questioning that some of the files have been hidden where allegations have been raised against him. So, there are many big names are there. And I don't think that all of these people will be caught and punished fully. But some of them will definitely be caught. I don't think Clinton family would be caught. I don't think, for example, Bill Gates family would be caught. I have a feeling that they would be interrogated and finally they would be, given some sort of mercy to go ahead and move in the normal way. Right. So, but in UK, I think this man will have to suffer because the crime committed by him, I believe, is at the root of the British system itself. and therefore they want to show that yes, we have taken action to the person who even comes from the royal family.
Absolutely.
So I feel that I think we should follow this example, and in any country, if they have people well connected, powerful, and rich, they should be brought to justice. I think this is the lesson we should also learn from these kind of episodes.
Absolutely.
Over
In
to you,
fact,
Shivani.
in fact, some more information is coming in. The arrest of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor comes on the same day that the former prince has turns 66 years old. So not a very good day for him. But Sanjeev Srivastav, if I can rope you back into this discussion, when we are talking about the charges that he has against him of misconduct in public office, he has been charged with sharing sensitive information with Jeffrey Epstein when he was a UK trade envoy. How are we looking at those charges, framing up what kind of punishment do we look at if this investigation goes forward, sir?
Well, I think if the charges are proven to be true, he will be certainly given some sort of sentence, and he will be behind bars for a certain period of time, and the British justice system will ensure that the quantum of punishment. But as of today, the kind of arrest he is facing, and on the suspicion of misconduct in public office, and the allegations are that he shared some very sensitive information to this racketeer Jeffrey Epstein. It's a very serious matter, and what kind of information he has shared, all those I think issues will be investigated, and the courts will seriously look at it, and what kind of a damage it has caused to the British system and British government. All those issues will be seriously examined by the British courts, and accordingly, based on the kind of crime he has committed, the punishment will be decided. So let's see that what kind of trials go on, and what kind of judgment comes up from British court system. But certainly, the kind of crime he has committed, it's a serious crime, and he was holding a very high office, a UK trade envoy, and when he has shared secret information, sensitive information, and it is being reported, then I think it's a very serious matter, and he will be given certainly some punishment. But what kind of a punishment it will be, we'll have to wait and see.
Right. In fact, according to a BBC report, a royal correspondent has said that this arrest should not be seen as any indication of guilt, and there are no charges yet. Now, Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing. If I can get Ambassador Gupta on this. Ambassador Gupta, obviously we have seen the former prince denying all the charges, any wrongdoing as well on previous occasions as well, but now after the arrest, this seems to have taken a very serious turn.
Shivani, there are two variety of allegations here, not only allegation, but two types of crimes involved. One is the sharing of information which is confidential to the British system. He was in an official position as a trade representative, and in that position he shared certain documents which he should not have done. That is one part which the police is investigating, and they will try to establish whether he did so or not. But there's another part which is in fact in my view even more important. They do not call it a crime, but it is a involvement into sexual conduct with minor children. Now that is a crime which obviously happened. The police is not investigating that because that is considered to be a personal life of the person, but it is not entirely the personal life of a person, because this is a conduct which is totally unbecoming of any individual, and more so of a person who comes from a royal family. So that crime has so far not figured in the police investigation. I personally feel that that crime should take, in fact, primacy over the crime regarding sharing of documents. So this is what the systems do in Western countries to some extent. Like in US, I know what they can do is they can also negotiate a out of court settlement that you pay so much dollars and you will be absolved from all the charges. Now that is not the case in India. In India, the crime is separate and the punishment is given according to the crime in the penal code, not according to the out of court settlement. Out of court settlement is a different issue, and the crime for punishment for the crime is a different issue. But here I feel it is not good. The British system should investigate whether he indulged into sexual misconduct with children. If he did so, I think that must be taken into account and he should be punished for that as well.
Absolutely, Ambassador. In fact, some more information is coming in. I'd like to introduce that to our viewers. The Assistant Chief Constable, Oliver Wright, has said in a statement, and I quote here, "We understand the significant public interest in this case and we will provide updates at the appropriate time." Thames Valley Police have said that they are executing 2 searches on properties in Berkshire and Norfolk, and the latest Jeffrey Epstein files to be released appear to show the former prince forwarded sensitive information to the convicted sex offender. Mountbatten Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing. Alright, so this is the latest that we are getting from the police over there. Sanjeev Srivastav sir, if I can understand what's next for Prince Andrew, because this is something, obviously the royal family has tried to cut off all ties. They removed his Royal Highness title in 2022, I believe, and after that now he is now no longer a prince as well. That title has been taken off. But the royal family taking such a big hit, he's a former prince who has now been arrested, sir.
Well, I think in my assessment, this kind of step which the British police has taken, certainly this entire issue and this entire controversy and the kind of crimes he was involved in was raising a lot of questions on the British royal family too. And as you have mentioned that it has been going on for several years. His name has appeared on these files for quite long time, and certainly after this kind of release of Epstein files through the intervention of the U.S. Congress, I believe that the entire entire evidences are out in open. So I think this to save British royal family from further criticism, I think the British establishment have decided to go ahead with this kind of arrest so that they can tell to the people of Britain who very deeply have a faith in the royal family and the entire British system that any kind of wrongdoing, even from a member of a British family, if it is done, then the British royal family will take action and that person will be punished. So it was a question about the credibility of royal family too. And with this kind of action which the British authorities have taken, they have tried to address and tried to save the credibility of the royal family. And in my assessment, that will remain intact, though this formerly Prince Andrew, now just a private person, has done a very serious crime. And obviously this may be unforgivable, and I totally echo with Ambassador Gupta that he should also be tried for the kind of sexual misconduct he did with minors. And that's a very serious charges, even the more serious it is than the kind of further previous allegation about which he has been arrested. So I believe that all those charges, wherever he is facing the kind of misconduct or the criminal offenses he did, he should be tried and he should be punished. And if it is done, then I think it will further, restore the the credibility and wherever the questions are being raised with regard to the credibility of the royal family, that will be addressed. So in my assessment, they will go ahead with this trial, and they will try to do everything to bring formally Prince Andrew and Ryan Windsor Mountbatten to justice, and he might face some imprisonment, as you said, asked about what is his future. His future is quite dark in my assessment, and he is going to be putting behind bars after entire trial and justice is delivered. So I think he is going to have a very dark future, no doubt on that. But he deserves that kind of a dark future, and he deserves that kind of a punishment, because this information about him has been coming out time and again from in last several years. We have been discussing it in even previous times too, that what kind of misconduct he did and what kind of a context he has had with this racketeer, criminal, sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. So in my assessment, he is going to be punished. But as far as the credibility of the British royal family, I think that will remain intact. And Prince Charles III, I think, and the entire British system and the British this royal family's credibility will remain intact even after this kind of episode which has come up from a member of a British royal family.
Absolutely. In fact, please do stay on with us, sir. Regarding that, we have some latest updates that are coming in from the UK, where Chancellor Rachel Reeves has also called for former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to speak out, stating that he owes it to the victims to share what he knows. Ambassador Gupta, if I can get you on this, you have been speaking about how this is something of more importance, a moral crime that has been committed. We have the Chancellor over here also saying that this is something that the victims demand too. He needs to come out, he needs to speak about it too, even though all of this while he has been saying that he has committed no wrongdoing.
Shivani, he might say, but the evidence is very contrary. If you are associated with a person who is committing this kind of crime in such a scale, where thousands of people are involved, thousands of young children are involved, I don't think your denial has any truth in it. Because association with a person like this obviously will lead you to those kind of issues. But the royal family in the recent years has been having a lot of problems. You see the circumstances under which Princess Diana died. Actually, I happened to be in Paris those days. And see, it is often said that the accident was made up. It was not an accident, but she was killed. Now, we don't know how far it is true, but obviously she had an affair with an Egyptian guy, and the royal family did not want that. And some people even say that she had conceived a child, and that was the reason she was killed. So that was one issue involved there. The two children of Princess Diana, they have also been facing, the Prince William and Prince Harry, you know, they have also been facing all kinds of issues. I don't want to go into the details, those are all in the public domain. But these issues have tarnished the image of the royal house. The conduct of the king and the royal family are supposed to be impeccable, not to be questioned by the public, so that their authority remains intact. But obviously their authority has been tarnished considerably, and this arrest is an attempt to retrieve it to some extent, because this would be another blow to the credibility of royal family. So, and that is why, in order to prevent that, further decline in the respect for the royal family, I think the British government has taken this step, which is the right step and which is the correct step. Right. But I don't.
All right, I apologize for interrupting you, Ambassador Gupta, but I'll come back to you. Joining us in the studio is Keith Vaz, who's the former UK Minister. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. Sir, this is unprecedented news that is coming in. We are seeing a former prince being arrested. What are your first observations regarding this arrest? Because this comes with reports stating that the charges might be misconduct in public office.
Good afternoon, Shivani. This is a huge bombshell. It is a great shock that the son of the late Queen and the brother of the current King has been arrested for this kind of offence. So this is massive news in terms of what is happening in Britain, and obviously because Prince Andrew and the royal family are known throughout the world, this is going to be quite a bombshell. I would have imagined before this happened they would have warned Andrew Mountbatten, as he is called now. He's no longer a prince, as we know, because King Charles removed his title, that this was going to happen. He would not have been going about his daily business without knowing. They would have almost certainly informed the King that this was going to happen, and also the Prime Minister, because Andrew Mountbatten Windsor remains in the line of succession, a long way down of course, but he is in the line of succession to be the King of England. The offence, Shivani, is a very strict one. It's not necessarily to do with the detail of what we've heard as far as the allegations in the Epstein files are concerned. It is while holding public office you have done something willfully. So it's a very strict offence, carrying, in the end, if a person is convicted, a life imprisonment sentence. So there is a lot between arrest and indictment and trial and then subsequently a sentence. There is a great deal between the two. And the only way the police can actually interview someone is if they arrest them. Then there's an obligation for them to participate. He will of course get legal representation. I would imagine he would get the best possible legal representation, and that then is a matter for the police to decide how they want to proceed. If they have found a case, it will then go to an independent body called the Crown Prosecution Service, which bizarrely is headed by the King, because it is in the name of the Crown, though the King of course has absolutely nothing to do with it. It is the Crown Prosecution Service that will eventually decide whether charges will be able to be taken to trial. So that is a long way off, but the mere fact of the arrest in this way is absolutely massive.
Absolutely, sir. And in fact, you just mentioned that this does not happen in one day or in an instance. You have to inform the Prime Minister, you have to inform the royal family that something like this is going to happen. The fact that it happened on his 66th birthday, sir, do you think, what are the optics behind this? Because this is obviously a huge setback to the royal family as well. Even though he is now no longer a prince, he does not hold that his Royal Highness title, but still, like you mentioned, in a long line of succession, he does still hold a role, sir.
Well, it is, in my lifetime, I've been in public life for 40 years till I retired. I don't think I could ever imagine something like this happening. There have been newspaper articles, of course, about other members of the royal family, but this is part of now the legal process, and therefore people need to be very careful what they say about the case. We don't know what the misconduct actually is. It's a very, very narrow offence. It might have nothing to do with the salacious information around Epstein, which is clearly there and has engulfed a number of other people. It is specifically about what he did in his role as trade envoy, possibly the passing of information. These are the kinds of things they will be looking at. They will not be looking at the allegations that have been made concerning various individuals who are underage and who the so-called photographs. That, I think, is not part of this. Misconduct in public office is when you go against people who have been in public office.
So, like you mentioned, that even though this might not be related to the entire Jeffrey Epstein scandal that is taking place in the United States, we have the Department of Justice investigating that as well. But do you believe that such offences can be expanded? Like you mentioned, that this is a very narrow charge that we are looking at. Do you think that this can, this investigation can be expanded, and we can look at an involvement of US authorities as well going forward? Because he has been accused of, I apologize, he has, in fact, those charges that are coming in, it's stated that he is supplying this sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein.
Shivani, we need to be really careful, I think, in trying to draw any conclusions, and I note the fact that you've been very careful in how you put it. This is what we think this is about. We know from the statement that's been made it's about misconduct in public office, and therefore we need to know what that involves. The Court of Appeal recently made a judgment on this and issued a code of practice, because it actually does affect public officials, which includes someone who is acting on behalf of the government as trade envoy. So this relates, I think, to the recent release of documents. There are still many, many more documents that have not been released by the State Department, which might affect other people in public office, not necessarily in the UK, but also in the United States, and therefore people will be waiting for all that information. But this sets a precedent, Shivani. It's an absolutely massive precedent, and I would imagine that this is going to be a top news story all over the world for many, many days to come. At the moment, there's other news happening in Britain. There's a crucial parliamentary by-election going on today, and they're in the UK, and there are other issues. But this is going to be something that is going to have to be followed very carefully. I would think there's probably going to be radio silence from Buckingham Palace, because, as I said, prosecutions are brought in the name of the King. So we have a situation where the Crown Prosecution Service, which exists to prosecute on behalf of the King, is looking at whether or not to prosecute the King's brother. I mean, completely bizarre. This
Absolutely.
is completely bizarre, Shivani.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you for speaking to Newsx and taking out your time. I also thank Ambassador Gupta and Mr. Srivastava for joining us on this broadcast. We are moving on to some news coming in from the AI Summit. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points, and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. Let me in fact go across to TV Mohandas Pai, who is the chairman of RN Capital. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast and speaking to Newsx. We appreciate your time. Sir, your first key takeaway from this AI summit. We heard the Prime Minister's speech. He spoke about Manav vision, something that brings in a humanity into something like artificial intelligence, sir.
No, the Prime Minister has clearly said that AI is one of the biggest disruption right now happening around the world. It's going to transform the way every individual live their lives. It can harm humanity, it can help humanity, and all of us have a duty to work together to make sure that AI is used for the benefit of everybody on the planet, and that is humanity. And to do that, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a fantastic grand vision, and I think that's very important for us to understand, because that should be the ultimate objective of any new technology and any political leader in any other country, and he has done that on a grand scale. But we need to remember there are two aspects of AI. One, the hard aspect, Another one is the impact aspect, which Prime Minister Modi has clearly articulated. On the hard aspect, we must make sure that we have the data centers here where data is done, data is stored. We have the GPUs here where we can train our own AI models. We build the large foundational models that are required to help everybody. And we make sure that too many jobs are not lost and more jobs are created. And we have to make sure that we become the global provider of AI services to the whole world, like Nandan Nilekani said in the Infosys Investor Day, and like Yan Chandra said today morning in the AI Summit. So all these things have to be done simultaneously. That requires much more investment by government and other people. That requires many more government, grants to be given for making AI much more inclusive. That includes changes in education policy, etc. And the investment side, we saw Mukesh Ambani commit $110 billion, Adani $100 billion, Chandra possibly $100 billion, Google 15-20 billion. I think between all of them would have come close to $400 billion of investment commitment in all these areas that will require more power plants, much more telecommunication, much more GPUs, many more jobs. I think both aspects have to be done, and being the statesman that he is articulated the impact part of it, but he also has in mind, I'm sure, the harder aspect of it, because we saw today that the AI advisor to the White House, Sriram, say very clearly, America is going to have the largest hyper data centers in the world. They're going to have the largest number of models in the world, and their AI first companies are going to create the apps which others are going to use, and they're going to dominate the world. He said that very clearly. So we've got to be careful we don't get taken over by any other company and we don't become a digital colony, and that also has to be done. And fortunately, we have the human capital and the thinking and the ability to do that.
In fact, sir, that's something that the Prime Minister has also spoken about. He does not want the global South to just become mere data points. He has said that we need to make sure that we innovate, that we become leaders, that we are seeing a lot of obviously investments coming in as well. So we saw announcements from Microsoft, we saw Google, which is planning to build this massive, duct with India, join India for data and AI. So we're looking at a lot of investments, sir. But when we talk about democratization of AI, that's something that India has to obviously work towards.
That is true. Democratization means that every individual in this country will be able to use AI. AI will be used in administration to better our lives. AI will be used in doing many things to make us much more productive. How do you make sure that AI apps are used by everybody in this country, right? Now we got to tag it to Jio, we got to tag it to Airtel to make sure it comes as apps. How do you make sure that the AI used by people doesn't cost them too much? We got to come with a subscription model, and Mukesh Ambani has said Jio will provide that kind of costing to be done, and for that we need a back-end hyper server activity to be done. If we don't build the server capacity, how can millions and crores of people start using it? I think a lot of work has to be done, a lot of use cases have to be done, a lot of startups have to come to democratize, a lot of investment has to happen, and that's where government investment comes in. Last year, China spent $135 billion on AI, $39 billion in the government. And America is spending about $700 billion among the top 5 companies who are building their own data centers and hyper cloud and doing many things. Google is spending $175 billion, and Government of India is spending $1.5 billion spread over 5 years. Every year, Government of India, state government should spend 40 to 50,000 crores on innovation. Right now, they're spending very much less. My state of Karnataka is hardly spending anything, with the Chief Minister abusing all of us, saying that, what happened there is not make in India, fake in India, abusing those people who have gone there from Karnataka, who are a large part of the AI crowd in the summit, right? We need better thinking from our political leaders, and the Government of India, state government spend 10 lakh crores in subsidies every single year. Government of India, 4 lakh crores. Why can't they spend 40, 50,000 crores led by state, Government of India, states like Karnataka, states like Telangana, states like Delhi and Haryana, Maharashtra. We got to spend that kind of money. Otherwise, empty rhetoric will not be of any use. So I would request the Prime Minister's office to seriously put apart money. Now that you have said AI for Manav, you got to really spend money to give Manav what the Manav needs.
In fact, sir, before I let you go and before I take in your concluding remarks regarding this AI summit, because India has set the stage, what's next What's the first step of action that we need to take? And also your thoughts on, developing an ethical governance, AI, or something that actually, a framework that actually looks at AI moving forward, sir.
What we need to do is make large investments for making this happen, to democratize AI, make the Mano get the Mano AI. It's not going to happen without giving money, without investing money. And government of India must put up the money, state government must put up the money. They must give it to a lot of startups to create those kind of apps, and they must help hyperscalers come up and make sure this is available to everybody. Otherwise, it's just going to be another thought, another great statement by a prime minister. So we need that kind of money, we need an action plan. And right now, what government of India has got is very timid. It's not going to achieve what the prime minister wants to achieve. The second thing, what needs to be done is to make sure that we retain our digital sovereignty. I'm very worried that all our data will be controlled by the global monopolies, especially looking at what the AI advisor to the White House, Sriram, made a statement today morning, which I read, to say that everything is going to happen in America. America is going to be the hegemon, the greatest country in the world, and the rest of the world are going to be useless. That's not what we want. We want to be the creators. How to become creators? You've got to put money to work. So I'm happy to see Mukesh Ambani make the commitment and Adani make the commitment, $210 billion, Chandra make the commitment, and others, $400 to $500 billion a commitment. We must make sure they all work together, they all finish it very fast, and we need the power. It's going to be power intensive, get the power lines, transmission lines, everything. All that has to come together. And we have to invest 40,000-50,000 a year on innovation. Maybe in the budget, we got to put more money. The existing budget does not have enough money to achieve this in a short period of time because the world is going very fast. And as for bringing in ethical AI and all the nice stuff that Prime Minister spoke about, we need a global compact. In 1948, we had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now with the UN, we need the Universal Declaration of Digital Rights. What are the digital rights of every individual on this planet? How do you protect the digital rights of all individuals? And how do you make sure that government becomes the guarantor of protection? How do you make sure that we are not thrown to the wolves at the mercy of global monopolies who are going to control us by agreement? And how do you make sure there's no great centralization and we are protected? All the things have to be answered, and it's a global problem. Like the Prime Minister spoke about the Global South. Who in the Global South? There hardly any company in the Global South which had the capability at scale like America, China have. Which are the countries which can do things like India does? Name those countries. I don't see them. The Global South will only remain India and a few other countries. I think it's important to understand that to define what is ethical AI, we need a global compact. If it's a global compact, people will know what it is. People will know what to compare with, and governments can use that to protect people. All of us need protection. For example, today we saw Australia, some time ago we saw Australia ban the use of social media and other digital media by young people. President Macron spoke about the need to protect children and said it's a civilization issue, and said he's sure Prime Minister Modi will do it. So we got to work to protect our young children from all these digital onslaught and all the fakes and things that are going on, because they're very vulnerable. And the studies and people saying that the current generation will have less cognitive ability than the earlier generation, and that will be the first time in human history in the past so many centuries that it happens. Because every generation was smarter than the earlier generation, had more cognitive ability. Now they're seeing a reversal. And why they're seeing the reversal, which is dangerous for the future of humanity? Because they're all becoming zombies, consuming too much of digital media and being subject to social media, AI, and much fakes. So I think we got to carefully, the issues are all clear before us. We got to take decisions, enforce the decisions, and work towards them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on Newsx with that valuable perspective. Always a pleasure to speak to you. With that, we are slipping into a short commercial.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने राजधानी में नए आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर लॉन्च किए। अच्छी सेहत के लिए दिल्ली वालों को मिली एक और बड़ी सौगात। इलाज की सुविधा मिलेगी घरों के ही पास।
लगभग हर विधानसभा में हम 12 से 15 आरोग्य मंदिर खोलें ताकि छोटे मोटे ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आपको दूर ना दौड़ना पड़े।
दिल्ली में अब आरोग्य मंदिरों की संख्या हुई 319। आरोग्य मंदिरों में करीब 80 टेस्ट होते हैं फ्री में मिलती हैं जरूरी दवाएं, मैटरनिटी केयर और वैक्सीनेशन की भी सुविधा। 1100 आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर खोलने का है दिल्ली सरकार का इरादा। पूरा होगा दिल्ली को सेहतमंद बनाने का वादा।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while addressing the India AI Impact Summit 2026, emphasized the need to democratize artificial intelligence and called for a transparent approach to data sharing. Speaking at the opening of the India AI Impact Summit 2026 at Bharat Mandapam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi unveiled India's Manav vision for AI, which he described as a framework to advance humanity's welfare. He stressed that humans should not be treated as mere data points and that AI must serve as a tool for inclusion and empowerment, particularly for countries in the global south. His address was followed by a family photograph. Let me in fact introduce the guests who are joining us on the broadcast to take this discussion forward. Parth Amin, who is the co-founder and CEO of Decode Age. Ritesh, let me introduce some piece of information right now that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has met the Prime Minister of Greece and on the sidelines of the AI Summit in New Delhi. Both the leaders have held a bilateral meeting as well. All right, so we saw an earlier bilateral as well with the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, and now we are seeing that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact held bilateral talks with the Prime Minister of Greece as well. You have those visuals on your screens. Let me in fact introduce the other guests who are on the panel with us. Ritesh Bhatia, cybersecurity expert; Ronita Sen-Gupta, AI ethics and governance expert; Gautam Mukherjee, senior journalist; and Nilesh Bhojani, who's the Vice President of Product Engineering, Seclor. Thank you so much all for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. If I can first go across to Parth on this, how are you looking at the India AI Summit? We are seeing a lot of announcements being made. We saw the Prime Minister's vision, the Manav vision for AI going forward. He's spoken about a lot of talking points. What's the most important takeaway for you?
Yes, I think at this particular time in India, when all of us are looking into AI and how and what can be done in AI, the largest revolution India can have in this particular time period would be replacing doctors and consultations with AI consultations. And this is something what we have seen with a lot of AI startups in this AI summit, which has also been promoted. In this, the major concern which I see is how are we going to set up policies around it. The opportunities are immense, and we see there is a good support which has been provided, which has started been provided from the government and the institutes around. But what would be the policy to control the set of data within India? Because currently all this particular AI platforms are majorly using US or China data centers, and how do we bring it to India? That's something what we are looking into. But yes, I think at the current particular position, we will be seeing a lot of innovations in healthcare platforms.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Bhatia, if I can also get your first reactions to this entire AI summit. You're a cybersecurity expert. Everyone has been talking about AI as a double-edged sword. How are you looking at this going forward? The Prime Minister has in fact spoken about, developing a framework that governs AI so that going forward these deep fakes, do not create a disturbance in this sector?
Well, the deepfakes have already been creating a lot of disturbance all across, and especially whenever it is the election period. And now even we are going to go through an election period in West Bengal. So I'm pretty sure a lot of fake news and misinformation, disinformation is going to be like propagated. But the center has taken a good stand by saying that within 3 hours, they are supposed to bring down whenever anything like this happens. Now coming back to the AI summit, not very impressed with it because it could have been handled much better. There could have been a lot more policy decisions that could have been taken. But yet I appreciate, the Honorable Prime Minister talking about Manav and, very clearly spoken about governance. He's also spoken about the morality of it. And my major concern is this going to reach to the masses or not? That is something that we really have to see. As Parth was also saying that, the most of the models, we all know it's from the West and especially from the US and from the China. So yes, we need to develop it indigenously as such, but by the time that stack is built up, wherein we can say, okay, this is something, we can proudly say that this entire stack is ours, we don't have to worry about it. Till then, we have to be very cautious as far as the cyber crimes are concerned. You're already seeing the voice clones. I mean, they are increasing day by day. Deep fakes that are there, we are not able to distinguish it. And whether it's the authentic original video or whether it is a deep fake. Like even if you look at the Epstein files, now what happened over there? You saw a lot of people eating the flesh of the babies, and most of them were deep fake. They were not the real ones. But then I wouldn't blame the users as such. I would. It was the responsibility of the intermediaries to detect it. See, today naked eye cannot detect whether it's a deep fake or whether it's an original video. So why I'm a little bit tad disappointed about the AI summit, because what happens about the accountability? Like in Manav, the A stands for the accountability. What happens about the accountability? Who's going to take up that particular accountability? I think we need and even when Prime Minister Modi ji has spoken about governance, I think regulation and governance is extremely important, and not just only at the India level, but at the global level. Because we've done the same mistakes earlier also in cyberspace. We tried to regulate it, we tried to govern it, but it was too little and too late. But now is the time that they really need to walk the talk and act on it. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, let me introduce some piece of information that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi held bilateral talks with the Dutch Prime Minister as well on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit. Now, the leaders, in fact, discussed harnessing artificial intelligence for economic and social growth, and noted the conclusion of the India-EU FTA negotiations and agreed to strengthen cooperation in technology, in innovation and economic partnership. They also reaffirmed their commitment to a global fight against terrorism. Let me in fact rope in Ronita Sen Gupta, who's an AI ethics and governance expert onto this. Ma'am, when we're looking at governance as a whole, the Prime Minister also spoke about this during his address. He's spoken about ethical governance. He's spoken about India leading this charge, showing the world how you can implement AI in governance. And we saw his meeting with the Dutch Prime Minister. They were in fact also looking at more cooperation in this sector. They're looking at how we can harness artificial intelligence for social growth as well. How are you looking at this sector growing?
Let me, thank you for the question. And I would like to also, put this point forward that while I'm not a tech expert and I'm focusing more on AI ethics and governance, but I run a foundation called Realize, where sometime back we started with AI Innovation Labs, where we've been focusing on AI ethics and governance and figuring out the biases that we see present in the existing AI platforms. And I think it's not only us, there are other organizations who are also into this particular segment who are doing that. So for today, definitely, while we are having this massive summit at a global scale, okay, and there are a whole lot of, obviously thoughts and perspective about it, but there is a need to have our indigenous and sovereign AI models I definitely believe in that. And even if we are building those, AI governance should be the most crucial part of the development phase. So when Honorable Prime Minister spoke about Manav, where he has emphasized on the moral and ethical systems, about accountability, about national sovereignty, accessibility, inclusiveness, legitimacy, I definitely feel that these should be the 5 pillars of AI tools. And this is what exactly the AI governance stands for. So, needless to say, that doesn't matter what we are building in our country or what we are adapting from other countries, our platforms should be used ethically with no misuse and should be free from all kind of biases, because we have to look at a lot of communities. We have to look at the vulnerable, population as well. And I keep on saying that whether it's women, it's children, it's senior citizens, they're all vulnerable to a lot of AI biases and, crimes or misuse of AI that we've seen that's been happening. So yes, definitely AI governance, AI ethics will form an extremely critical part of, whatever new policies or whatever new AI tools and technology we bring about. Over to you.
Absolutely. In fact, I will come back to that discussion, but let me introduce some more information that is coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also held a bilateral meeting with the Swiss President Guy Parmelin on the sidelines of the India AI Impact Summit being held in the national capital till February 21st now. Now, Parmelin is among the 20 world leaders invited to participate in the summit. The meeting took place amid growing engagement between India and Switzerland in the areas of artificial intelligence, innovation and digital governance. Let me rope in Gautam Mukherjee into this discussion. Sir, obviously when we are looking at the Manav vision, what are your first thoughts regarding this outline, this framework that the Prime Minister has set?
Well, I think the best way to take it forward in a reasonable period of time is to ally as much artificial intelligence in the pursuit of governance. Now, governance in a country like India is a large task. There are many union ministers, there are many states and their cabinets, and there are 3 lots of areas according to our constitution: the central area, the joint state and central area, and purely state areas. Now, all of this suffers from a good deal of red tape. In some cases, massive corruption as well, and implementation leaks, implementation misdirections. That means money meant for a particular purpose diverted to another. So there's a lot of work to be done. The ethical aspects are embedded in modernizing all of this. Now, if we get on with it, I think we will be benefiting the maximum number of our people. It's obvious in places like education, agriculture, health, general administration, disbursement of welfare. In all of these areas, quite apart from help to the manufacturing sector, both large and small and medium, the services sector, there is, if I see this huge jamboree that has been extended now for 2 extra days, and all the heads of state and all the governments and ministers and all the different companies that have come in, they may have their models ready, but they don't have a market like this. They do not have a market like this, one which is not passive, which is quite capable of creative AI work and is in need of large investment, because the data centers cost a lot of money. We are setting some of them up. We are being helped by some of the biggest like Google, but we could do with a lot of investment to have our own data centers. And that is the one way to keep control of our data, which otherwise is likely to be hosted abroad. It's like the internet, except far bigger and far wider in scope. So that's the way to go. I wouldn't, as I've said time and again on these discussions over the last 2 or 3 days, I wouldn't overemphasize fear and control at the early stages. That is why most of the countries who have developed AI to a greater extent than ourselves do not over-regulate in the beginning. There will come issues that will emerge and we will have to deal with them. But right now it's a matter of implementation and progress.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. Let me introduce that. At the AI Summit, the Gates Foundation Chief Strategy Officer Ankur Vora has announced the launch of Advantage India for AI, an initiative aimed at bringing together innovators and philanthropists from India and the Global South to advance AI for social good. Let me in fact rope in another guest of ours who is with us on the broadcast, Nilesh Bhojani, who is the Vice President of Product Engineering of Seclor. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, when we are looking at such developments, when we are looking at the entire AI summit, obviously this is an opportunity for all kinds of startups, for all kinds of people looking at AI being the next big thing in the future.
Definitely, I think it is an opportunity, for startups, but also large enterprises and organizations across the country. And I think, as Gautam ji said, it's time for implementation. It's time for excitement, and organizations are kind of in a tight spot in some way, because you want to take advantage of this new technology and the opportunity that exists. But at the same time, there's a risk, right, that you will lose control of your data. There's a fear that what will happen to my data, and that fear is only become more real now with acts like DPDP, which has a real penalty attached to when your personally identified information of your customers might leak, and there is also the intellectual property that might get leaked and be used by the AI models if you share data. So what is really important is for organizations to have visibility over what is happening, where the data is being used, how it is being used. And the sovereignty of AI models is definitely one big aspect in that regard, and I'm glad to see that there is advancement in that area, and India is making progress. But the reality is that there's a lot to catch up, right? And a lot of the advanced models are not in India, and at least for the short term, they will not be in India. So we do need to have control over where the data is going, and we hear this very often from our customers, and that's why we as a company also recently launched Seclor. We pivoted and launched our Seclor Armor, which provides data security intelligence, helping companies have the visibility and control over their data. And in general, we have seen that the whole traditional security model about securing the perimeter, right? And that's no longer valid, because you cannot really keep data within a specific container. Data needs to move, and that's why data security, securing the data wherever it goes is really important. So moving from AI risk to AI readiness is something that is a need of the time, need of the hour, and we are hearing that a lot of organizations are still not sure of how to do that. Over the next 6 months, 1 year, I think that's going to be a really important aspect for us as a nation to grow and take advantage of this opportunity. It's going to be important that government as well as private organizations take this very seriously and invest the resources, both in terms of developing the tools and techniques and processes, and also upskilling people, so that we take advantage of these opportunities and do not get left behind.
Absolutely. In fact, there's some more information coming in. The Mistral AI CEO Arthur Mentz, speaking at the AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi, has said that the future belongs to those who build, deploy and take ownership of artificial intelligence. He stressed on the importance of giving users full control over their AI workloads, ensuring business continuity and avoiding dependency on external providers who could restrict access. He also emphasized that in a future where openness and autonomy are considered fundamental, countries and regions must have the ability to chart their own AI path and shape their technological destiny. Parth, if I can come to you on this, this is a very important and pertinent point that has been raised by the CEO. He's speaking about autonomy. He's speaking about sovereignty of data, which in fact our Prime Minister as well spoke about. He said, "Jiska data, uska hak." And our Prime Minister has also in fact laid out this framework that we need to work for ourselves. We need to make sure that we are not just consumers but developers and innovators in this sector.
Oh, absolutely correct. But we are missing down on one of the very fundamental question which comes around quality of data, because where in India, when we see most of the things are unorganized, we see the quality of data is not right. Even in health, if you tell me all the hospitals will store their data in their own particular structure, but if you want to take it and use it into AI, and even governance, even government, if they have to bring this particular data together, there is a big mishap. So there has to be a fundamental structure in this particular data so that it can be passed to particular customers going forward and see how they can really see the lifelong data of their particular health journey, and then map it for the future of how and what steps to be taken up in the coming period of time. So this is something what we have seen in health on the longer period of time, and real examples, if you see, there are companies like Whoop.
All right, so we have, in fact, I apologize for interrupting you, Parth, but we have some visuals that are coming in. We have the French president actually meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They have held a discussion, and remember that both the leaders were also present at the AI Impact Summit in the morning today, and this is Prime Minister Modi with the French President Emmanuel Macron. They both have held discussions as well. A bilateral discussion was held, and we have those visuals that we are bringing for you right now. All right, let's talk about also why this is important, because we are talking about a lot of agreements with France as well going forward. Let me rope in Gautam Mukherjee on this. Sir, this is, apart from the AI summit, we are also looking at a lot of agreements, a lot of trademark deals with France.
Yes, in defense in particular, there is a large number of very exciting developments. The 114 Rafales, then 30 plus, I think 38 new naval Rafales, a helicopter collaboration, a engine collaboration, a possibility of getting the latest version of Rafale with a new engine, 50% plus indigenization, including a lot of Indian armaments being attached. You know, this was a problem in Sindoor because we couldn't launch Rafales, the missiles, the BrahMos missiles from the Rafales because we couldn't attach them. We had to do it from the Sukhoi. Of course, the Sukhoi is also capable of picking up a heavier load. So there are various issues, and I think the Prime Minister and Macron have been spending as much time together ever since Macron arrived. And once Macron departs, it'll probably be Lula's turn from Brazil. He's got the Embraer as well on the anvil. So yes, there's AI going on, but there's also bilateral summits happening simultaneously. There's a lot of improvement on and face-to-face acknowledgement of the EU India trade deal. So many heads of government of different EU nations are here. So it is a lot of things. This is an unusual summit in a sense that I think the political component, the diplomatic component is very high. At the same time, there are people who are technically able to take advantage of these, various offerings and are busy collaborating, making contacts and the like. So it's a lot of things, and I think India is being acknowledged for the position it now has in the world, and it's emerging into the third largest power. I think we will be at 5 trillion before long, and at the threshold of the third largest power, perhaps even before 28. And going forward with all of this, I was listening to an ambassador in the earlier session in the morning, and he said that this AI could add some 550 billion in business to India just by itself. So we're talking very large numbers, very fast, and capable of many things we are not properly aware of at this moment.
Absolutely, Mr. Mukherjee. In fact, let me just address these visuals that we are running on our screens right now. This is live from the Bharat Mandapam, where the AI Impact Summit is being held currently, and we can see the industry bigwigs, Mr. Adani and Mr. Ambani, actually at the summit over there. They are also over there to observe what kind of stalls have been put up, what kind of technology has come in, and obviously this is something that the entire industry is looking forward to.
AI will deliver huge economic gains. It will have twice the impact of the Industrial Revolution in just half the time. But what we are seeing here at this summit is how AI will raise the floor for humanity. Rural clinics will soon be able to offer the same level of medical expertise as big teaching hospitals. As the son of a doctor and as the parent of 2 girls blessed with the best medical care the world can provide, as the grandson of someone born in rural Tanzania, I know what a difference this will make. It will lead to an improvement in human health and happiness that we have not seen before. Farmers on their small holdings will be able to call on the combined expertise of the world's best agronomists and soil scientists. In the greatest step forward ever for equality of opportunity, every child will now have access to a personalized tutor. It won't matter if you're born in the Lutyens bungalow zone or in Ali Rajpur, you will, thanks to this technology, have the same educational opportunities. It will be the greatest democratization of knowledge ever. Friends, this is the new world that we are entering. Never before in human history will so many people receive a boost to their quality of life. That will be this technology's greatest achievement. And that will be your legacy. Thank you.
That was the former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, who spoke at the Bharat Mandapam during the AI Impact Summit. All right, some more information coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has taken to social media platform X and said that the AI Impact Summit, he emphasized the importance of building a human-centric global AI ecosystem. He highlighted that throughout history, humanity has turned disruptions into opportunities, and the rise of AI is yet another such pivotal moment. He also called for collective efforts to create a roadmap, ensuring that AI delivers the right impact, achieved through timely decisions and effective forward-looking policies. Let me in fact rope in Mr. Bhatia on this. Sir, when we are looking at this kind of development for the AI, we are looking at a more human-centric ecosystem that India wants to, it has a vision towards working for it. And our Prime Minister in fact has also highlighted how AI, obviously it's a sky full of opportunities, but we need to make sure that we are the people who are holding the steering wheel.
Yeah, see, what he said is absolutely fine, but then the question remains that what kind of support we will get. Like here, there are like, startups like what Parth is over here, Nilesh from Seclor is there. I mean, even what is our spending in research and development? It is less than 1% as compared to 4% of China or US. What is our spending in research and development? It's always been very, very low as such. Moreover, we have always been of a mentality of adopting things and not innovating. And when we innovate, we don't get that kind of support. We have seen this mistake happening time and again. Like when the IT revolution was there, we were just mere coders. We were not innovators. We were the people behind the scenes, writing thousands and millions lines of codes as such. When the web came, what kind of giants have we produced? Not really, not many as such. Then again, when it comes to the digitalization, yeah, and one thing I'm very proud about is our UPI. But besides that, what? So this is the time. This is the time when the government has to step in. Why the other countries are able to create, well, China has been able to create DeepSeek. I mean, just a small company, and those people were like, you saw the kind of bloodshed that happened in the stock exchanges of New York. What was that because of? It was because of DeepSeek. Nobody ever thought that Sam Altman's OpenAI could get competition overnight, and that actually happened as such. So this is why this happened, because they had a lot of support from the government, from the industry. Now, when you spoke about two big business leaders coming up over there, are we in that particular case just looking at, like Mr. Mukherjee said about billions of dollars flowing in? But where is it going? Is it going to go to to the smaller companies also, so that they can also do a lot of research, a lot of innovation? Will that money also be going to, let's say, the policymakers, to our public institutions? IITs have always done a brilliant job. So are we going to create more centers of excellence from the governments, and rather than the private university showing that they have put 350 crores and we saw what kind of dogs they got over there, right? So this is not that what we are looking at. And it shouldn't be happening that, okay, only the capitalists are going to make a lot of money. This is the time when our Gen Zs, the millennials, they have a lot of entrepreneurial spirit as such. A lot means lot. They just need that guidance, they need that support, and who better than the government supporting them? So I think it's time that the government actually pulls up its socks, and like what Mr. Mukherjee said earlier also, he pointed out about the corruption. And that's exactly even my concern. The red tapeism is my concern. The bureaucracy is my concern. So how will these funds be going? And when there are certain innovations, are our politicians just going to brush it aside? I hope not.
All right. In fact, I thank all the guests for joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Parth Amin, Ritesh Bhatia, Ronita Sen Gupta, Gautam Mukherjee and Nilesh Bhujani for putting your valuable insights into this discussion. My colleague Brian Thomas now has spoken to tech leaders at the AI Impact Summit. Let's take a look at those interactions.
Well, clearly Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. There are an array of sessions that is here and we are visiting different stalls, different halls to understand what AI brings to the table, how innovation brings to the table and how India is being positioned in the global AI map. It's a very interesting substance here, and to talk more about it, we are joined by Dipansh Goyal, who is the engineer of Method AI. We'll be talking to him. Dipansh, my very first question to you would be, what is this? What do you do to simplify everything for our viewers who are watching on television right now? Just explain the process, what it does, what do you do, and everything about your organization and what you're part of.
Okay, so hi, I'm Dipansh. I'm from Method AI. I'm a physical AI engineer there. So what you're seeing right now is a VLA model running on a humanoid robot. So what we do is we build brains for humanoid robots. Basically, our company is a software company, and we add intelligence to it. So we train it, we show it a couple of demonstrations of what task we want it to perform, and it can automatically perform it. It can correct itself. So as you can see now, it's going to try to pick and place a cube into this box. I'll add the cube here, and then it will try to pick and place it into the box until it succeeds. So it will make errors, it will keep succeeding. And now we are actually targeting MSMEs, small scale factories, medium scale factories, where they are quite unorganized, they're traditional, they don't have the big space for bigger robotic solutions. So we are going to replace their employees with humanoids that can perform these tasks 24/7.
It's about also replacing them with humanoids. Now, also, how efficient do you think the humanoids will be? And do you feel the fact that we are ready for humanoids at this point of time? And how beneficial that will be in the coming days now? Because we're talking about the future also, the Viksit Bharat is also there. So again, on that line.
Okay, so humanoids, again, at this point, they're at a very early stage GPT. So, a few years ago, GPT, nobody used GPT. It spewed out random text, but now everybody uses ChatGPT today. Similarly, humanoids are at a very early stage today. It's not like we can deploy them right away, but the development is so fast. We are working towards that goal. We are working towards that mission to automate everything, and it will take a little bit of time, and we can automate everything with these humanoids. They can replace everyone, and people can focus on better tasks.
Apart from the picking the object and keeping it here, what else does it do apart from that as well?
Okay, so it can perform full body tasks. Let's say you want to use the humanoid for an inventory management in a factory. It can bend down, pick up objects and place it into the shelves. It can be deployed in places where you want it as an assistant. Let's say I ask it to bring a bottle from a secondary location to my table. It can do that. It can serve people. It can do, if we plan to deploy it in homes, it can also fold laundry. Basically, any task that we can show it, we can demonstrate to it a few demonstrations, and it will learn how to perform that task, same as a human.
Thank you so much, Dipansh, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what we also spoke to Dipansh, who is the engineer of this very organization, spoke about Method AI, spoke about how efficient this is going to be at this giving point of time, even though yes, it is at a very nascent stage as of now, but again, with the right amount of equipment, right amount of the backing that they are hoping at this point of time, this is really going to be a major game changer. And this is me, Brian Thomas, senior camera person, Dinesh for Newsx, Delhi. So we are joined by Asta, who is again the engineer of Method AI. So we have this structure here, robotic kind of structure that we see. If you can tell us something about this. We've spoken to Dipansh about the entire methodology and the actions that is doing, the theatrics that is doing, how it is picking the object and bringing it together. How do you see this evolving, and what does it do specifically?
So specifically, Dipansh told you about the vision language action models that we use to do the manipulation task. For the working and all things, we use reinforcement learning and another tech stack of AI and machine learning part. So we are using that to make it work, to balance into everything else.
And also, Dipansh also told about transforming to humanoid. What do you see that? How do you see that? And do you see it as an nascent stage? And we can also go walk with this also.
Yeah, so basically transforming it into humanoid is a bit difficult task, but yes, it's not impossible. So what we are planning on into deploying in the factories, as Dipansh told you earlier. So in the future only we are like humanoids, it will do exactly human actions, what the human actually does. Like if you can ask him to pick up a book and give me and read it, or to give me an apple or anything or any fruit that you would like to give it from the kitchen or something. So we can make the humanoid work from its own, like it would reduce the labor, it it would help the elderly as well, like the people who cannot walk or who have some issues.
So I've seen on the screen there was the entire humanoid, the robot was also doing these aerobatics and all of that. So what is that?
So basically, those are some theatrics for fancy purposes. Like we use the mimic and imitation policies for that. If we go into tech details, like a person is there who is teaching the bot how to do things, what all we can do. So that's the part of imitation learning that we use.
Thank you, Asta, for speaking to us. So yes, viewers, what you see is the humanoid, again, to the very advanced stages at that point of time that we are showing you here itself. So clearly what you can see is also this entire humanoid that is working here. It's walking, it's picking objects, it's even putting it there. So what we have is this very substance here, this humanoid that is walking, that even showing off their hands itself. So what they are also talking about, how evolution is working itself, and again clapping itself. I think they like the reporting that I've been doing. So clearly this has been there itself, what we are trying to show you from our end. And again, this is our attempt to show all these models that are here to ensure that you get a perspective of what happens at the AI Impact Summit. This is me, Brian Thomas, signing off, camera person Dinesh for Newsx Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. It's a jam-packed day. A day that is built for AI. This is flagship by India. And again, many world leaders, more than 20 head of states from more than 100 countries are here. 500 plus sessions, 3,250 speakers are coming here to speak on AI, digitech, AI infrastructure, sovereign AI, inclusive AI, and many more of these. And there are such many halls, such many booths here. Now, before I speak on further about what this brings to the table, I have a very interesting, a robot here that is here. It is dancing around and it has its own action. And to speak more about it, we have Sumit Sonal, who is the head of marketing for Qualcomm India. So welcome to Newsx.
Thank you. And thank you for coming to the show. Thank you
for having me. First question, straight to the point again. You are a part of the AI Impact Summit 2026. The Prime Minister has been vocal about how to position India as the global AI hub. How do you feel? What are the anticipations? How hopeful are you for the AI Impact Summit, which is a flagship? There's so many leaders coming, Emmanuel Macron, Rishi Sunak, all these world leaders are here. How do you feel, sir?
I think very, very prestigious to be a part of this particular event. I think PM Modi has spoken a lot about AI and especially its impact in India, right? So I think very, very fortunate, very, very proud to be a part of it. What you are seeing right over here has been our main showstopper. This is the first time when you see AI in its physical format. Yes. So this is what we call physical AI. The name of this particular robot or the humanoid which you are seeing is called Booster. Yeah, the Booster is the name of this particular robot. Now, what is happening over here? Let me quickly explain. So it is running on a battery operated system, but it is running the entire large language model inside it, right? So all the data, everything is stored inside it. But the biggest thing which is there is that it is tuned for movement. Right? So you can use it in industries, you can use it in defense, you can use it in automation. Everything is tuned for movement. Now, this can do a bunch of things. This can run, this can walk, this can also do multiple dancing steps and so much more, right? Which people have been very, very much been asking for, right?
I just wanted to know, is it automated? How do you control it? Like you said, it's physical AI and it does a bunch of things. It can walk, it can dance, and it can help in different array of techniques and technologies. How do you program it? How are you, how is it understanding, see, I have to dance, I have to do this. What are the configurations?
Correct. So it is running a bunch of models, okay? Right now, what you are seeing is, and I think your cameraman can also focus on that. We are running it right now through a controller, which you see right over there. There are a bunch of set presets, okay? And those presets are being given right over here. So you will see all those movements coming in. We are still building those presets. You will see many more skill sets. For this particular show, we have created 4 to 5 scenarios which the people can understand, right? But in the future, you will see many more skill sets getting added onto this particular humanoid.
And how are you thinking? You've spoken about multiple domains that it will be helpful. I just wanted to know, our viewers on television wanted to know how it will be benefiting the domains that you spoke about and what specific domains that you were mentioning and talking about.
Sure. So I think, especially in terms of our industries, right, in terms of our factories, now there is a lot of work which can be done by humans, and I'm never saying that it will ever replace humans.
And that is what the Prime Minister also said.
So
that
the
it will reshape it.
correct. So the idea is to reshape the industry, right? There are so many jobs in our industries, in our factories, which do not need to be done by humans, right? Can you automate all of those with humanoids and with robots, right? There are industries like defense, right, where you do not want your people to go in, but humanoids and robots can quickly action it, right? So industrial is our first space, defense is our second space, and that is all what we are working towards.
Is that what is this basically? I just wanted to know, is that a microphone? It's an audio device. What is it?
There are two cameras which you see right up the front. Okay.
Because my camera person also
Yeah.
to show the.
So there are two cameras. All the data which it is seeing, right, it is stored within inside it. So there is no data which is going out. Everything is stored within. Okay. There are speakers, there are microphones. Someday soon you will be also able to control it through using voice, right, making it much more easier. But today all the sensors are inbuilt. All the sensors are in house.
Thank you so much, Sumitji, for speaking to us. So you see this booster, like you mentioned, right? So you have booster here, again, a humanoid that is in front of us, interacting, dancing away. And this is what we are trying to show you, even though they've said that it is in the nascent stage. But again, this is going to be helpful in many such domains. And what he mentioned also, and what the Prime Minister also said it yesterday, that we have that common notion that it might take jobs, but it will actually reshape, refurbish and restructure jobs and actually make it extremely efficient and extremely important. And this is what he has in store. And again, again, a showstopper, like he mentioned, booster, clearly staying on the show, and keep watching Newsx for more of these updates, more of these, what we have in store for you. And we also urge our viewers who are watching us on television to come out, experience this in first hand, so that you do not feel that you are getting a fear of losing out. You come here, you understand, and you experience this in the first hand. This is me, Brananthi Thomas, signing on, camera person Setu for Newsx Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero, and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026 here. We have so much to display, so much to show you all. For watching us on television, we just showed you Booster, the humanoid robot that has so much to do, so many capabilities that it does. It can dance, it can, work in multiple domains. And what you have something here that Karthik, who is the, he's the technical lead, and he will be speaking about the entire process of it, how it works and how this is beneficial. He's also the SST partner of the Qualcomm, and again, the technical lead of SST. We will be speaking to Karthik. Karthik, welcome to Newsx.
Yeah, hi, I'm Karthik from SST team. We are partner with Qualcomm. So this is an open arm demonstration. So open arm basically is an open standard. So this widely uses at where in industrial needs and where human cannot reach or risky positions. So what it will do, I simply explain, like it will mimic my behavior. So I can with user minimal efforts can do the heavy lifting in industries and guide and do the things. So in future it will replace a lot of places and do things very effectively.
Can we also try it, Karthik? How we can. So yeah,
press this
to
connect.
So once we press it, we can connect is what you. So this is how we are also trying it on camera. This is happening on real time. What you see, how we demonstrate it. So once we press it, it connects, and it clones my hand movement is what you're saying, right? So suppose if I raise my hand, you see I've raised my hand, the robot is here also is raising its arm. So I've put my arm down, it's putting my arm down, and if I put it down further, it's again putting it down. So again, once I lift it a bit, it's lifting as it's cloning my hand movement itself. Now you can use it for two hands, again, like he said, for heavy lifting in industries, in construction work. So you can do it. He's also doing it. So you get an understanding of this is how it's done. Now this is another switch that is here. I'll show it. This switch is how to, if you want a grip, you get a grip of once you press this switch. So I like to do it. So you press this, it gets activated, and again you can see my hand movement and also the robot movement. And again you see, once I press this button, I'll request my camera person Setu to just show that I'm pressing this button and the grip is closing. And when I'm releasing it, it's again opening. So again, what an amazing, innovation here that SSTM has for our store. And thank you, Karthik, for showing us and for talking to us on television and showing us around. So clearly, so many things to be showcased. So many things are here that we are trying to show you. And again, once you experience this, you'll get a first hand of it. This is our report. This is me, Brian Thomas, signing your campus in Setu for Newsx Delhi. Well, Newsx is on ground zero and we are covering the AI Impact Summit 2026. Clearly a very jam-packed day for the next 4 days. That's going to be extremely important with 500 sessions lined up. 3,200 speakers would be there. And again, the Prime Minister has always been vocaling about the fact that India as a AI global AI hub, and it's going to be very important, and this is again a flagship event by India to showcase India in the global AI map. We are joined by a very special guest, Ankit Kumar, who is the founder and CEO of SkyAir. Now, sir, to all, welcome to Newsx first.
Thank you so much.
So, very first question. To our viewers who are watching us on television right now, what is SkyAir? I could see a drone and a package here. There's some video here. To make things simpler, if you can explain our viewers what this is about.
Sure. So SkyAir is a drone delivery company. We do autonomous deliveries from A to B, and we have been working with a lot of e-commerce and quick commerce companies. A lot of logistics companies use our services to enable an hour delivery, 7 minutes delivery, 8 minutes delivery essentially, to carry anything within Gurgaon, and now we are expanding to Bangalore. We started this 2.5 years back doing regular deliveries. We have done about 3.6 million deliveries, saving about 1,000 tons of carbon emission. And now here at the AI Impact Summit, we are announcing our partnership with 2 large companies. One is Arrive AI. It's a NASDAQ-listed American company which has made this Arrive Point. It's a smart mailbox. The drone you see here is basically moving from a warehouse to a residential apartment or office building. It drops the package automatically in this Arrive Point which is there. So it opens up, it drops the package into this Arrive Point. And then from this, there's a rover which is built by Autonomy, which is making smart rovers.
That you're talking about.
That's the rover. So what happens here, the package from here, it shifts here. The rover is getting synced to the Arrive Point, and the package you'll see here is moving into the rover, and then the rover goes to your doorstep, and it signifies us or gives us the signal that it has reached your doorstep, and then we notify you as a consumer that your product, your package has reached your doorstep. You come out, you take your package, the delivery is done. It's an end-to-end asynchronous delivery, which 3 companies, 3 equipment, 3 machines coming together, creating an era of physical AI. AI is now getting into the physical spaces, into the physical devices, and that's one of the layers that we work in. Our Honorable Prime Minister has already spoken about India has to excel in the AI race, and we are working on the physical AI infrastructure part of it.
Thank you so much, Ankit, for speaking to us. So clearly, what Ankit also spoke about, how seamless this entire process looks like. It starts from here, it goes here, there's a rover, which also talks about the end-to-end, making it very seamless for the people who would be, the consumers rather. And even again, what we are showing you, different models, AI models, 2 physical, bodies, that how it is embodied itself and how India is becoming a global AI hub at this point of time. This is our report. We will be showing more such AI models, robotics, and many more of these innovations that India is going ahead at this point of time. This is me, Brian Thomas, signing your campus in Dinesh for Newsx Delhi.
समान नागरिक संहिता हमारी बेटियां माताओं बहनों के गरिमापूर्ण जीवन का आधार बने। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से लोकतंत्र की स्पिरिट को मजबूती मिलेगी, संविधान की भावना मजबूत होगी, किसी से भेदभाव नहीं, हर कोई बराबर।
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी प्रेरणा और मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी के सशक्त नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड ने इतिहास रचते हुए देश का पहला राज्य बनने का गौरव प्राप्त किया, जहां समान नागरिक संहिता यानी यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड को प्रभावी रूप से लागू किया गया है। ये पहल राज्य में संवैधानिक मूल्यों को सुदृढ़ करते हुए समानता, सामाजिक समरसता और महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक दूरदर्शी और प्रभावी कदम के रूप में स्थापित हुई है। इस ऐतिहासिक कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन का 1 वर्ष पूर्ण होने पर उत्तराखंड सुशासन, समान अधिकार और जन विश्वास की उस यात्रा का उत्सव मना रहा है जो एक संकल्प से शुरू होकर अब एक व्यवस्था में परिवर्तित हो गई है। इस पहल की नींव मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर गई है। साथ ही महिलाओं के अधिकारों और वरिष्ठ नागरिकों के हितों के संरक्षण पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है, जिससे इसकी सार्वभौमिक स्वीकार्यता, प्रशासनिक दक्षता और जन विश्वास को नई मजबूती मिली है। कानून के सफल क्रियान्वयन हेतु 10 दिनों से भी कम समय में 8,500 से अधिक अधिकारियों तथा 7,500 से अधिक कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर संचालकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है। इसके साथ ही सहायता एवं तकनीकी परामर्श के लिए राज्यव्यापी मॉक ड्रिल का सफल आयोजन किया गया। इसके परिणाम स्वरूप 1 वर्ष में राज्य पोर्टल पर लगभग 5 लाख आवेदन प्राप्त हुए, जिनमें से 96% का औसतन 5 दिनों से भी कम समय में निस्तारण हुआ। पंजीकरण की गति में उल्लेखनीय वृद्धि हुई है, जहां प्रतिदिन औसतन 1400 से अधिक पंजीकरण दर्ज किए जा रहे हैं। संवेदनशील एवं उत्तरदायी शासन का परिचय देते हुए सरकार ने जनता की आवश्यकताओं के अनुरूप नियमों में समय समय पर आवश्यक संशोधन भी किए, जिससे यूसीसी कानून को और अधिक समावेशी, व्यवहारिक तथा जनहितकारी स्वरूप प्रदान किया जा सके। विकसित भारत 2047 के विजन के अनुरूप विकसित उत्तराखंड की दिशा में समान नागरिक संहिता एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल है, जो समानता और न्याय को प्रशासनिक प्रक्रियाओं में व्यवस्थित रूप से समाहित कर रही है। समान नागरिक संहिता, समानता द्वारा समरसता।
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मत